This is Audible.
Trade Winds by Christina Courtney. Narrated by Kathleen McCarran. Author's Note. This story is loosely based on the Swedish East India Company's first journey to China in 1732, and I have tried to adhere to the true facts as much as possible. Since this is a novel, however, I've had to take a few liberties in order to make it a more exciting story. But the actual travelling and some of the incidents described really happened, notably the capture of the Swedish ship by the Dutch near Batavia. The Swedish East India Company, the SOIC, Svenska Ost-Indiska Kompaniet, was formed in June 1731, although it was originally named Heinrich König and Compagnie. The first ship was called the Fredericus Rex Suecia, and it sailed to Canton on the dates given in this novel, leaving Gothenburg on the 24th of February 1732 and arriving home on the 26th of August 1733. Although Killian, Yesamin and their families and friends are fictitious, Colin Campbell was the name of the first supercargo. The other supercargoes and crew members named in this novel were also real people. I've tried to portray Colin Campbell as accurately as possible, based on a journal he kept during this trip. See A Passage to China, Colin Campbell's diary of the first Swedish East India Company expedition to Canton, 1732 to 1733, edited by Paul Hallberg and Christiane König, Royal Society of Arts and Sciences in Gothenburg, 1996. A Scotsman born in Edinburgh, he was about 45 years old at the time of this venture and had a wealth of experience of the East India trade. He had sailed as a supercargo to Canton before and was therefore asked to help form the Swedish OIC, of which he became one of the first directors. He decided to go along as the first supercargo to show others the way, and thanks to him the venture was a success. Other SOIC ships were able to carry on the very profitable trade with China. During the first few years of the SOIC, a lot of Scotsmen and Englishmen were employed, especially as supercargoes, since they had more experience than the Swedes. Gradually, this changed. To protect any foreigners who sailed with the Swedish ships, however, everyone was given Swedish nationality, as other countries were not keen on the competition. Campbell became a naturalised Swede at the same time as the first charter of the SOIC was approved in 1731, and was made the first ever Swedish envoy, Minister Plenipotentiary and Envoy, to the Emperor of China. On his return, he was summoned to meet King Friedrich I in person and given a miniature of the king surrounded by diamonds as a gift. Campbell stayed on in Sweden and lived in Gothenburg until his death. For anyone interested in learning more about the SOIC, the Gothenburg City Museum houses a collection of artefacts and much research material, such as journals written by the intrepid SOIC employees.
Chapter 1. Edinburgh, Scotland, August 1731. You have the devil's own luck, Kinross, but it can't last. Just one more throw of the dice and you'll see I'm right. Killian Kinross stared at the man sitting opposite him and weighed up the risk. On the table between them lay the money he had won so far, and it was a fair amount. He was too canny these days to trust the fickle Lady Luck completely, though. As usual, he had taken the precaution of slipping some of his coins into his pockets when the others weren't looking, just in case of an emergency. He glanced at the winnings again. It was very tempting to just pick it all up and leave, but gambling was his only income, and he was known as a man who rarely refused to play. For the sake of future earnings, he wanted it to stay that way.
"You've nothing left to play with, McGrath," he drawled. "Shouldn't you go home and lick your wounds?"
The other two men sharing the table muttered an agreement, their words slurred from too much wine. McGrath wasn't as far gone and glared back. "They're still my ship. I'll wager that against your entire night's winnings.
That old sieve, Killian scoffed, even though he'd never actually seen it. What would I want with that? Besides, you'll need it yourself now I've cleaned you out. How else will you make a living?
Although McGrath was an uncouth man who deserved no consideration, Killian didn't want to bankrupt anyone he gambled with. It would be stupid to acquire a reputation for such things, then others might refuse to play with him. That would be nothing short of a disaster. If I don't win back what I've already lost, I can't afford to buy a cargo in any case, McGrath growled. So I might as well take the chance. Killian studied the man for a while longer, considering his options. He could lose a huge amount of money. On the other hand, if he refused, McGrath might think him a coward and spread rumours to that effect. He made up his mind.
Very well. If you're hell-bent on destroying yourself, so be it.
He sounded more confident than he felt. The odds really were in McGrath's favour, and they both knew it. McGrath smiled, a wolfish grin that showed Killian just how sure he was of winning this time. Excellent, but first, some more wine. You there, girl, he shouted at a serving wench who was passing by. Bring some more of that piss you call Burgundy. The girl threw him a look of acute dislike, but did as she was told. When she returned, she made a point of standing next to Killian rather than McGrath. She leaned over at just the right angle to give him an eyeful of her assets. Straightening up, she touched him on the arm and said, "Anything else for you, sir?" Killian shook his head with a smile and watched her sashay away to the next customer.
You're too damn handsome for your own good.
Rory Grant, his long-time friend and gambling companion, cuffed him jokingly on the shoulder.
Should leave some ladies for the rest of us. And you shouldn't drink so much. Then they might look twice at you too. You're not much use to them in that state. Killian shot back.
Rory's right, though. The fourth man at the table, Dougal Forster, nodded in exaggerated fashion. With you around, the rest of us don't get a look in. It's not fair. Killian didn't know whether to be amused or exasperated. He was well aware the ladies seemed to like what they saw when they met him. He had always refused to wear a wig, and his thick auburn hair, bright blue eyes, and even features usually made women stare at him with longing. It was something he'd become used to, and he rarely gave it a thought. Besides, Rory and Dougie had their fair share of amorous adventures, even if they couldn't compete with Killian when it came to looks. Tall, blonde, and easygoing, Rory could charm most ladies if he had a mind to, and although Dougal was shorter, with dark hair and eyes, he was so good-natured it was impossible not to like him. Killian let their comments pass. No doubt they'd have forgotten the conversation by morning in any case. Are we playing or not? McGrath's petulant voice brought Killian back to the matter in hand. He nodded.
Do you want to go first?
Aye, I do. The man picked up the little container and rattled it, but stopped abruptly. I say we ask for new dice first, though, just to make sure. Killian frowned.
Are you accusing me of cheating?
No, but I'm not taking any chances. Why? Do you refuse me the right to change them?
Go ahead. It makes no difference to me. Just takes longer, that's all.
Killian shrugged, but inside he was seething. He had never cheated in his life, and he wasn't about to start now. After a lengthy delay, new dice were found, and McGrath picked up the container once more. He muttered some incantations for good luck in Gaelic, then shook the dice as hard as he could before rolling them onto the table.
A 4 and a 6,
Rory commented, as if they couldn't see that for themselves.
"You'll have a hard time beating that, my friend."
He tried to cuff Killian's shoulder again, but missed and almost fell off his chair.
"For heaven's sake, Rory."
Killian took a deep breath, trying not to let on that he felt as rattled as the bones they were playing with. He had already thrown double sixes twice this evening. There was no chance they'd come up again unless a minor miracle happened. He cursed inwardly. I should have walked away with the spoils while I had the chance, and to hell with the consequences. But it was too late for regrets. Scooping up the dice, he put them back in the container and began to shake it in his turn. The sound was familiar, almost soothing, but he knew it was a stupid way of earning a living. Sometimes, like right now, he wished that he had found some other means of supporting himself. He pushed the thought aside and spilled the dice onto the table with a flourish.
"Hell's teeth!"
Rory blinked and rubbed his eyes. They were probably smarting as much as Killian's from the unwholesome atmosphere inside the tavern, a mixture of cheap, smoking candles and a fire made up with unseasoned wood that belched grey clouds into the room.
"A 6 and a 5? I don't believe it!"
With a roar of rage, McGrath upended the table. Dougie, who'd been on the verge of falling asleep, crashed to the floor and sat there staring around him with an expression of total confusion. Most of the coins ended up on his lap, but he seemed not to notice.
"You just can't have that kind of luck, Kinross. It's impossible!"
McGrath bellowed.
"Meaning what?"
Killian narrowed his eyes at the man as righteous anger surged through him. He'd had more than enough of McGrath's insinuations.
"Be careful what you say," he warned. "I'd never seen those dice before, and you know it."
But McGrath was beyond listening to reason. His face was purple with rage and his throat worked as if he was having trouble making any sounds at all. Instead of replying, he launched himself at Killian, fists flying. Throughout the taproom there was a mad scramble across stools, tables and benches as everyone realised there was a fight going on. No one wanted to miss such entertainment, and a circle quickly formed round the two combatants. The crowd began to egg them on, shouting out advice and abuse in equal measures. Most of the spectators probably didn't know what the fight was about, but they didn't care. The thrill of it was all that mattered. Killian ignored the onlookers and concentrated on the man in front of him. He sidestepped the first onslaught with ease, feinting left, then right, and lashing out with a quick fist. This wasn't the first time he'd been challenged, and he'd learned the hard way how to defend himself. McGrath charged at Killian several times, but despite the rage that lent the man extra strength, Killian's fast reflexes kept him at bay. Time and again, Killian's punches hit their target, while McGrath's mostly went wide. With a snarl of fury, McGrath finally stepped back and produced a lethal-looking dirk from inside his sleeve.
"Now we shall see,"
he muttered, and with a triumphant smile he tossed the knife from one hand to the other, showing off his skills with the blade. Killian drew in a sharp breath and felt a shiver of unease snaking up his back. Fisticuffs was one thing, a knife fight quite another. He had to end this, and quickly. When McGrath attacked, Killian danced out of reach of the flashing steel. Before his opponent had time to even blink, he retaliated with a lightning strike, faster than a viper's bite. His knuckles connected with McGrath's left temple, all the strength of his powerful arm and shoulder behind the blow. While the man was temporarily stunned, Killian reached for his wrist with both hands and twisted it until the dirk clattered to the floor. McGrath tried to fight back, but with his flabby girth and a gut full of wine, he was no match for the much younger and fitter man. Killian punched him once more, and McGrath fell backwards into the crowd. With a cheer, they pushed him back into Killian's path, and Killian grabbed him by the throat with both hands and shoved him up against the nearest wall. "I never cheat," he hissed. "Do you yield?" McGrath struggled for breath, glaring at Killian with murder in his eyes, but said nothing. Killian slammed him against the wall once more and tightened his grip on the man's windpipe. "You changed the dice yourself," he insisted. McGrath's only reply was to try and land a few punches to Killian's ribs and back, but without enough air, his efforts lacked the necessary strength to do much damage. He soon ran out of breath, his face turning ever more puce. "Fine. Let me go," he croaked at last. Killian took his hands away, but just to be on the safe side, he pinned McGrath's arms to the wall instead. "Well?" he prompted. "I said fine," McGrath growled. "The damned ship is yours. Have someone fetch me a piece of paper, and a quill and ink." Killian waited a moment longer, staring McGrath straight in the eyes, then judged it safe to let the man go. He nodded at a nearby servant. "You heard the man. Some writing implements, if you please." The crowd began to disperse, and a few of them congratulated Killian on his successful tactics, clapping him on the back. He only nodded his thanks. The entire episode seemed so unnecessary, and he certainly hadn't meant to provide the evening's entertainment. While McGrath massaged his bruised throat, Killian and Rory righted the table, then bent down to pick up the coins on Dougie's lap and some that had scattered onto the floor. A few had probably been lost as they rolled under the feet of the onlookers, but he didn't care. He just wanted to leave, and fast. The stench of unwashed bodies mixed with the acrid smoke from the fire and candles made him gag suddenly. The cheap vinegary wine he'd drunk didn't help either, and he swore this was the last time he spent an evening in a place like this. There had to be more to life. He waited while McGrath wrote him a note, ceding all rights to his ship. "I need witnesses to my signature," the man said, tight-lipped and ungracious, but in control once more. "Anyone here who can sign their name?" 2 men came forward and witnessed the deed. Then McGrath thrust it at Killian. "I hope you get what you deserve one day," he spat, before storming out, slamming the door behind him. Killian stared after him for a brief moment, then bent down to pull Dougie off the floor where he had stayed since sliding off his stool. "Rory, help me get this fool out of here. I've had enough of this place." Rory did his best, but it was mostly Killian who half-dragged, half-carried his friend out. Relieved to be outside, he drew in huge breaths of the cool night air. "I need to get away from here," he said to no one in particular. Rory hiccuped, then laughed. "Well, you can always be a ship's captain now. When do we sail?" Chapter 2. Gothenburg, Sweden. Jessamine van Sant entered the room which had been her father's study, and her heart contracted painfully. If she closed her eyes, she could picture him sitting there in his quiet haven, greeting her with that beaming smile he reserved just for her. Sadly, he was gone forever. In his place sat Robert Ferguson, The stepfather she'd never wanted and cared about even less. A man who, in her opinion, didn't belong there. The usurper.
"So you're back," he commented.
Jess only nodded, since he was stating the obvious.
"I trust you've had a nice stay in the country?"
His voice was bland, as if she'd gone away for pleasure instead of being banished at his command nearly a year ago. Jess had to bite back a sharp reply. His mild expression didn't fool her for a moment. Instead, it reminded her just how precarious her situation was. Robert had ignored the countless letters she'd sent, begging to be allowed to return, but now he'd relented at last. She had no idea why, but was only too aware he could reverse his decision in the blink of an eye if she put so much as a foot wrong. "Yes, thank you," she replied. "And it was kind of you to send Mrs. Forbes to keep me company." Robert frowned, as if he wasn't sure whether she was being facetious or not. She looked him straight in the eyes to convince him she was sincere, and he relaxed. It was partly true in any case, she thought. His relative, Mrs. Forbes, had been acting as her jailer, and wasn't what anyone would call stimulating company. However, without her, the months of incarceration would have seemed even longer.
"She tells me you've been a model of propriety."
Robert steepled his fingers together and looked at her over the top. His dark, deep-set eyes were fixed on her from under shaggy brows, his gaze penetrating in a way Jess found most uncomfortable.
"Make sure you continue to behave here in Gothenburg."
Jess nodded again. She didn't trust herself to speak in case she gave her true feelings away.
"Just a word of warning. I believe everyone has forgotten all about your ill-advised attachment to young Mr. Adelstein last year. Still, it might be wise if you don't seek him out."
"I have no intention of doing that," Jess answered, without looking at him this time, since it was precisely what she had planned. Carl Adelstein's courtship of her had come to an abrupt end on the day he had gone to ask Robert for her hand in marriage. This puzzled her, and she wanted to know what had made him change his mind so suddenly. It was obvious it had something to do with Robert. What exactly had he said to the young man? The more she thought about it, the more she suspected Robert had an ulterior motive in wanting her to stay unwed. She recalled her conversation with him at the time of her banishment. It was etched into her memory, word for word.
"There was a young man here this afternoon, asking to marry you,"
Robert had said.
"I sent him away, I'm afraid. Most unsuitable."
"What do you mean, unsuitable?" Jess had felt her spirits plummet, and disappointment made her blurt out, "That's not true. I want to marry Carl. I love him." Hearing herself saying the words out loud for the first time, Jess was suddenly unsure. She did love him, didn't she? And he had said he loved her.
Pah, love.
Robert waved his hand dismissively as if such a thing didn't exist. He smiled.
A youthful fancy that has nothing to do with the matter. No, marriage is a serious business, as I'm sure you know. In any case, the boy is too poor.
Surely not. He's a nobleman.
I happen to know that Mr. Adelstein's father is in financial difficulties, noble lineage or not. Trust me, there are better fish in the sea.
Not here in Gothenburg. In fact, nowhere in the whole of Sweden. Jess clenched her jaw and suppressed the angry words she wanted to hurl at her stepfather. How could he be so blind? Carl was perfect in every way. His family had been prominent in the area for generations. Why couldn't Robert see the advantages of that?
Nonsense, he said. Besides, you should be marrying a foreigner like yourself, not a local. It's what your mother would prefer.
Jess frowned. It was true that her father had been Dutch, but the family moved to Sweden when Jess was just a baby. She had never lived anywhere else and didn't feel like an outsider, even though she spoke both Dutch and English in addition to the native tongue. And Robert himself had been here for some 10 years now. He'd even taken on Swedish nationality, although she knew that was probably only because it was expedient from a business point of view. Mother has never mentioned anything about that to me. I thought she just wanted me to marry well, and Carl is the 3rd suitor you've sent packing in as many years. Jess could feel the frustration swirling inside her. She'd been glad when the other 2 young men were refused, since she had no interest in either of them. But Carl was a different matter. He made her feel desirable, beautiful even, despite knowing herself to be only passably pretty at best. Her white blonde hair and clear grey eyes didn't draw anyone's attention. Nor did her small stature or a figure which was pleasing, but nothing out of the ordinary. And yet Carl had pursued her with a single-minded determination that had persuaded her of his sincerity. He was also practically her last hope. She was nearly 20, and if Robert refused any more suitors on her behalf, she was afraid they would stop asking, and she would end up an old spinster. She decided to try a different tack. Surely marrying into a noble Swedish family is better than a Dutch or Scottish merchant's son, whether he's rich or not. Think of the connections, the commercial possibilities. Robert shook his head.
I doubt he'd be of much use in that respect. And we wouldn't want to hand over your dowry to just anyone. High-born people like that simply spend money without any thought for the future. They have no business acumen whatsoever and no idea how to earn money. Ask him. I'm sure he'll tell you he's not interested in such things.
Jess narrowed her eyes at him, thinking furiously. She sensed there was more to this matter than met the eye. Her father had educated her beyond what was normal for a girl, and she was far from stupid. Lately, she had begun to suspect Robert was trying to keep her under his thumb for as long as possible. There was only one reason why he should want to do that. By keeping hold of her share of the business, he could use it for his own ends. Was he investing her money in ventures that would never benefit her? He had no right. Isn't that a moot point, though? She dared to ask. When I marry, my dowry will consist of most of the business. I know because Father told me I would inherit everything. If my future husband has no interest in such things, he can always sell it. Robert looked surprised.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. Your father's will said nothing of the kind. He left everything to your mother, and since I'm now her husband, her assets have naturally passed to me. There was an instruction she should pay your future husband a dowry of 3,000 silver daler. Of course I'll honour your father's wishes in that regard, but I can assure you such a sum isn't large enough to support the kind of lifestyle Mr. Adelstein is used to.
Shocked to the core, Jess stared at Robert in disbelief. She shook her head slowly and tried to assimilate his words. It simply didn't make sense. That can't be, she murmured. That's not at all what Father told me. Are you sure you had the right will? Robert regarded her calmly.
There was only one, as far as I know. It was legal, signed by your father and witnessed. Whatever he may have told you, we have to follow his written wishes. They take precedence over any foolish promises made.
Could I have a look at the will, please? Robert stiffened, obviously not pleased by her persistence.
That won't be possible. It was retained by the magistrate after it was proven. I doubt he'd still have it after all this time.
Jess was far from convinced, but realised she had no proof of any wrongdoing, just a niggling sense of unease. The way she'd been banished soon afterwards, despite fighting tooth and nail to be allowed to stay in Gothenburg, only made her even more suspicious. Robert had claimed she was being sent to the country to heal her broken heart, but Jess knew that that was just a convenient excuse. Now, a year later, she still couldn't shake the feeling of having been duped. Her father had said she was to receive everything except a 10% share already owned by Robert. Although as a woman she couldn't run the business herself, he had taught her enough to be able to oversee whoever she employed.
I wouldn't want you to be cheated, he'd said. You have to be the one making the decisions.
They both knew very well that Jess's mother, Katrina, would never be able to cope with such a burden. Why then should he suddenly have changed his mind and bequeathed the company to her? It was most unlike him. No, Robert was up to something, and she was determined to find out what that was, for her father's sake as well as her own. She could read between the lines, however, and recognised the threat implied in her stepfather's words. If she didn't do as she was told, she would be punished again.
Very well, you may go then, he said. I hope you've learned your lesson. Men will declare their love for you one minute, then change their mind the next. It's the way of the world.
Oh yes, I have definitely learned my lesson. I'll guard my heart in future. And my thoughts, especially from you. She walked out of the study with her head held high, and closed the door behind her as quietly as she could. She suppressed the urge to slam it hard instead. Insufferable man, she thought. Well, she would show him. He might think he had the upper hand, but she wasn't beaten yet. Chapter 3. Edinburgh, Scotland. What on earth did he want with a ship? Killian mulled this over as he made his way back to his lodgings, after he'd made sure his friends arrived safely at theirs. A change of scene was necessary, that was for sure, but he knew next to nothing about seafaring or trade. Whenever he had thought about it, he'd imagined something slightly less drastic than captaining a ship. A long visit to London, perhaps. Most people had heard of the fashionable gaming salons to be found in the capital, and Killian thought he could do worse than try his luck there. That would mean continuing his present occupation in a different place, though. He sighed. It was a shame he hadn't won himself a country estate or something more useful. Most landowners weren't stupid enough to gamble away their property, more was the pity. Perhaps there were Sassenachs who were that gullible. His footsteps echoed on the cobbled stones of the narrow wynds and closes. It was late and not many people were out, but he kept his wits about him, looking out for cut-purses and pickpockets. It was dark between the houses, and he didn't fancy being caught unawares, especially not with his pockets full of silver. He reached his lodgings, 2 cramped rooms on the first floor of a building that had seen better days. It was situated in the less salubrious part of Edinburgh, not too far from Holyrood. Although it was a dreary place, smelling vaguely of mould and dirt, he managed to ignore that most days. It wasn't the kind of accommodation he would really like, but he was reluctant to move. The elderly landlady had a soft spot for him, and had agreed on more than one occasion to wait patiently until he could pay the rent. There were times when he didn't have enough money to eat, let alone pay her, but kind Mrs. McKeever never nagged him. She was a rare gem. Stepping through the door, he tripped over a soft bundle on the floor which uttered a muffled squeak. Killian swore. "Adair, what the devil are you doing there?" he growled, while fumbling his way to the table to light a candle. Adair, a grubby youth with a mane of wildly curling black hair, stood up and rubbed at his ribs. "That's sore," he muttered, blinking and yawning hugely. His amber eyes, which as yet seemed too big for his small face, sent Killian an accusing glance.
"Well, what on earth made you go to sleep by the door? You have a perfectly good mattress over there by the fire."
Killian glared at the boy and curbed the desire to throttle him. He wanted to do that at least 10 times a day, so it was nothing new. Adair was a most unsatisfactory servant. He performed only those tasks specifically set him each day, and nothing more, but he was loyal in the extreme. He was also very useful when it came to slightly shadier business. Before working for Killian, he had been a pickpocket and a thief. Killian had first come across him in a dirty tavern, where he observed him going about his business. He'd been fascinated by the boy's dexterity and skill, and after he finished his gambling for the evening, he'd gone in search of him. He found him in the courtyard at the back, being beaten to a pulp by the landlord. The boy yelled blue murder, while the man was shouting and swearing.
"I'll no hae the likes of you in here. Haven't I told you afore? Robbing my customers, it's bad for business. How are they going to pay for their ale if ye steal their purses? Dirty little thief, I'm going to hand you over to the magistrate and then I'll—"
Killian intervened and pulled the large man away from the boy, who by then had a black eye and was bleeding profusely from a cut lip.
"Leave him be, landlord. He's with me. Here, I'll pay you for lost earnings, and I guarantee he won't come back. Will that satisfy you?"
The landlord glared at him, his face still suffused with rage, but the sight of the silver coins and Killian's outstretched hand calmed his temper.
"Very well, sir. But I never want to see him again, do you hear?"
Killian nodded.
"You have my word."
As soon as the man had gone, he dragged the little thief back to his rooms. There he cleaned him up and gave him a meal, then sat him down for a talk.
"What's your name, boy?"
he asked. "Adair."
"Adair what?"
"Dinna ken, just Adair." Killian stared at the youth. It seemed to him a very sad state of affairs that Adair didn't even know his full name. It tugged at a heartstring he hadn't known he possessed.
"I see. You do realise you're going to get caught eventually, don't you?"
he said mildly.
"The punishment for thieving is severe."
He made a slashing gesture across his throat. The boy nodded and wiped his nose on the sleeve of the clean shirt Killian had given him to wear. It was much too big for him, and he looked as though he was drowning in a cloud of white linen. "I have to eat. I dinna ken what else to do," he muttered.
"I understand that, which is why I have a proposition for you. How would you like to work for me? You can be my servant, but mostly I need you to keep your eyes and ears open. In my line of business, it never hurts to know your opponent's strengths and weaknesses."
"Never been a servant afore." Adair sounded doubtful.
"Well, I'm sure you can learn. Are you willing to try?"
The boy nodded. "I suppose and I'd bide here. He'd looked around, his eyes resting longingly on the fire that smouldered in the hearth nearby.
Yes, you can sleep on a mattress on the floor. You'll get food every day, and I'll buy you some new clothes and shoes.
Aye, well, I'll gie it a try. That had been the start of an unlikely relationship, but Adair proved extremely useful. He warned Killian away from potential gambling partners when he heard rumours of them being in financial straits. On at least one occasion, he also picked the pocket of a man who had fleeced Killian by cheating. He was unable to keep either himself or Killian's rooms clean and tidy. Still, Killian became fond of the youth, and he knew Adair hero-worshipped him in return. Although he frequently wanted to beat him to within an inch of his life, he never laid a finger on him. Adair's unusual talents more than compensated for his other shortcomings. He sighed now.
Explain yourself.
Well, I noticed you've been on a winning streak lately. There's a fair bit of money in your hidey-hole. Adair nodded towards a corner of the room where Killian usually hid his loot underneath a loose floorboard. And I thought, if I'd noticed, mayhap other people I had too. Someone might come and try to steal your cellar.
I see. And you think that sleeping across the threshold would stop them? Killian asked, with an edge of sarcasm in his voice.
Adair didn't reply. Instead, he produced a razor-sharp knife from the waistband of his breeches. Killian frowned at him.
Ah, now I understand. Where did you get that?
Found it, Adair said, although he wouldn't meet Killian's eye.
Adair.
I ken you said to stop picking pockets, but this man was so drunk he'd no kent if I'd taken the coat frae his back. I swear. And there was nae one about. Killian shook his head.
Well, thank you for your concern. Perhaps it's time I found another hiding place, especially now I've got this to add to it.
He pulled his winnings from that evening out of his pocket and jingled the leather pouch slightly. Adair whistled. Ye are on a good streak, are you no, sir?
It would seem that way.
He grinned and pulled out the note McGrath had written.
I'm also the proud owner of a ship.
Adair goggled. A what?
The Lady Madeline, to be precise.
Feeling suddenly restless, Killian was seized by an urge to go and see the ship.
How would you like a little outing to the harbour? He asked. Come on, let's go for a walk.
No, it's the middle of the bloody night. Killian stowed the pouch and note under a different floorboard, just in case Adair was right, and turned for the door.
Now is as good a time as any. I want to see my ship.
Adair scratched his head, making the black curls look even more tousled than usual. If you say so, sir. Killian retrieved his cloak from the chair where he had flung it earlier and put it back on. Leading the way out into the street, he looked for a conveyance, but because it was so late, there was none to be found.
Let's walk, he told Adair. It's only a couple of miles to the port at Leith, after all, and it's downhill most of the way. The fresh air might clear my head.
Adair grumbled, but followed nonetheless. It seemed even darker outside than before. Killian ordered the boy to walk slightly behind him, so he could warn him of any danger. This had the added bonus of peace and quiet, since Adair was unable to chatter in his usual fashion while keeping watch. Killian needed some time to mull things over. His lungs filled with salt-tinged sea air, and his thoughts became more ordered as he strode along. The physical exercise proved a great outlet for the restless energy that had him in its grip. As he came closer to the port, Killian felt his heart beating faster, and realised that he was excited at the prospect of seeing his ship. He had never owned anything as substantial in his life. It seemed fate was taking a hand, showing him the direction he ought to go. What had happened during the evening had triggered something inside him too, a cataclysmic change of view that startled him with its intensity. For several years now, he had supported himself solely by gambling. Against the odds, he'd succeeded fairly well. Tonight, however, he had suddenly and unexpectedly come to the conclusion that he simply couldn't go on like this. He needed a proper income.
"You should marry a rich girl," Rory said when Killian mentioned it on the way home. "It's the only thing to do. My father told me, solves all problems."
Killian snorted.
"And where will I find one of those? I hadn't noticed them queuing up to wed me."
By rights, they should have done. As the grandson of Lord Rosyth, he ought to have been welcomed everywhere. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Lord Rosyth was a rich Highland laird who had somehow managed to hold on to his estates during the recent troubles with the English. He had been less successful when it came to keeping the peace with his grandson. Killian and his grandfather clashed for various reasons, and the old man had let it be known that Killian was to inherit nothing more than the title. He considered him a profligate wastrel and a good-for-nothing lazy layabout, among other things. No parent worth his salt would accept him as a suitor for their daughter, certainly no one with an heiress to marry off. Either way, Killian didn't feel ready for marriage, and the last time he looked, all the available heiresses were either old or ugly.
"A desperate lot," was how Rory had described them with a guffaw.
He didn't much fancy being leg-shackled to any of them. No, he was sure he could do better than that on his own. My ship. He savoured the words on his tongue as he walked, and decided he quite liked the sound of that. He was the owner of something solid at last, not just a future title that meant little or nothing. He had something to his name other than gambling gains. It felt good. Once at the port, it took them a while to find the Lady Madeline, but when they finally did, they were both amazed. "Gah!" Adair squeaked, his voice still at the stage where it shifted regularly between high and low. "That's massive!"
"You're not wrong there."
Killian stared at his acquisition with awe, feeling suddenly very small. Far from delicate and ladylike as the name suggested, she was huge and bulky, like a floating behemoth, a sea-going vessel with more mass than he could count in the faint moonlight. Killian hadn't realised McGrath owned anything so enormous, and he swallowed hard, shocked at the thought that it was now his. No wonder the man had been so angry at losing. The ship wasn't perfect, by any means. Despite the darkness of the night, he could see that she was in need of repair, and there were obvious signs of wear and tear. All the same, a feeling of hope began to build up inside him. This really was his future. "I thought you meant a wee boat, like for sailing in." Adair blinked and gazed up at the tall masts.
Killian grinned at him. "To tell the truth, so did I. But this is so much better. Absolutely perfect, in fact."
He debated whether to try and go on board for a quick inspection, but before he had time to decide, he was suddenly grabbed from behind by strong arms.
"Got him!"
someone crowed triumphantly.
"What the... Let go of me! Adair, run for the watch!"
Killian kicked backwards and bucked at the same time. He succeeded in freeing himself, but there was more than one man, and they were coming at him from all sides. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Adair avoid being captured and make a run for it. He began to fight back, hoping the boy would soon return with help, but he knew it might take a while. He was thankful he had left his hoard of money at home, but wished he'd brought a weapon of some kind. However, as he had proved earlier that evening, he could beat most opponents with his fists given half a chance. He set about trying to do just that. The odds were against him from the start. He counted 5 men, hell-bent on capturing him. Although he gave a good account of himself, in the end their sheer numbers got the better of him. With one of his eyes rapidly closing and blood pouring from a cut on one cheek, he continued to fight until they jumped on him as one. They held him down until one of them managed to land a punch to the side of his head. He still had no idea who they were or what they wanted when the world went black. Chapter 4. Gothenburg, Sweden.
There you are at last, thank goodness. I really could do with some help, I tell you. These two are such a handful, and with the nursemaid sick, I'm at my wit's end.
Jess stopped just inside the door of her mother's little sitting room, disappointed by such an uneffusive greeting. After all, they hadn't seen each other for nearly a year, and Jess had thought she'd been missed. Unlike Robert, Katrina had replied to her daughter's letters, although mostly with long, rambling accounts of her 2 youngest children, Jess's half-brothers Ramsay and James. Aged 4 and 1 respectively, it was only natural that they should take up a lot of their mother's time. Even so, Jess had expected Katrina's help in persuading Robert to let her return, but there had been only vague promises. Now that she had finally been allowed back to Gothenburg, she had hoped for a much warmer welcome. Her joy at being home again faded a little, but she forced a smile. She knew her mother loved her, and told herself Katrina was just distracted by the younger children. Jess was here at last, which was all that mattered for the moment. "It's lovely to see you, Mother," she said, speaking Dutch the way they always did when they were alone together. She couldn't help but notice that Katrina seemed tired and drawn. The corn-coloured hair, usually so neat and tidy, had been twisted into a messy bun on top of her head, with tendrils escaping to hang round the pale cheeks. It seemed to Jess that her mother had aged considerably since she'd last seen her, with new lines furrowing her brow. Jess went over to embrace her. It was slightly awkward, since Katrina was holding little James in her arms, and he had to be included, but that didn't matter. "I've missed you," she murmured.
"We missed you too, dear,"
Katrina replied, and returned the hug with one arm. Most of her concentration seemed to be focused on James, who was whining non-stop. His cheeks were flushed and his lower lips stuck out as if he was on the verge of proper crying. Jess could understand having to listen to that all day would be very trying, but surely her mother had other servants who could be put in charge of him.
"Ramsay, greet your sister."
Her mother nudged the other little boy forward, but he hung back, hiding his face in her skirts.
"Perhaps he doesn't remember me,"
Jess said.
"He was only 3 when I left, after all." "Nonsense, of course he does. He's been talking about you all morning. He's just a bit shy, that's all."
Jess wasn't convinced, but didn't comment. A year was a long time to someone Ramsay's age, but she knew he would soon warm to her when he became used to her being back. They had always got on well before. She just needed to give him time to get to know her again.
"Is James ill?"
she asked instead, changing the subject.
"No, I think he's just teething. He won't settle, though. It's driving me insane. Didn't sleep a wink last night."
"Here, let me take him for a while." Jess held out her arms and Katrina handed James over with a sigh of relief. She bent to deal with Ramsay, who was still clinging to her skirt and repeating, "Mama, over and over again in a never-ending bid for attention.
"Yes, darling, what is it?"
Ramsay whispered something in her ear.
"No, not now, dearest. Perhaps a bit later. Now do stop bothering me. You two are enough to try the patience of a saint."
Jess wasn't really listening. Instead, she gazed at the small boy in her arms, who was squirming and whining even louder now. He held his arms out towards his mother. "Shh, little one," Jess crooned, hugging his little body close. He was as soft and light as thistledown.
"Mama will take you in a moment. She needs a rest.
Let's look out of the window, shall we?" She tried to pat his back in soothing motions to stop his fretting, but he refused to be comforted. Jess looked at his screwed-up face, wondering why she didn't hate him. She ought to at least dislike him, since he was a reminder of her unofficial status as the cuckoo in the nest. He was so small and helpless, though. Her heart ached with the need to love and protect him. "Is he eating well, Mamma?" she asked, worried by the thinness of little James's arms and legs. They were like the sticks of a bird's nest, bony and pale. His older brother, who was now sturdy and tall for his age, had been a big, fat toddler. Nothing like this scrawny scrap of humanity.
"Yes, he's normally as greedy as Ramsay was," Katrina said, "but nothing pleases him at the moment."
She sighed and sat down on a rocking chair, leaning back onto the fat cushions. As James continued to whine and fidget, she held out her arms for the child, an expression of resignation and weariness on her face.
"Oh, you'd better give him back. He wants no one but me at the moment. So tiresome, but what can I do? You were the same at that age."
Jess bent to put James on her mother's lap. "What about you, Ramsay? Would you like to come with me?" She glanced at her other brother, who was still standing next to his mother. He held on to Katrina's gown as if he wasn't going to let her go long enough to pay attention to his brother. He was clearly jealous, and Jess wasn't surprised when he shook his head.
"Don't be silly, Ramsay. Go with your sister now."
Ignoring his pleading look, Katrina pushed him in Jess's direction without really noticing him. The little boy's face fell. His mother's concentration was all for James as the baby's whining became louder by the minute. Katrina looked up briefly at Jess and said, "Thank you," then added, as if she had finally realised that Jess had only just returned, "It is good to have you back." "Yes, but is it only because you need another pair of helping hands, and not a beloved daughter to keep you company?" Jess wondered, feeling unwanted despite her mother's words. Disappointment churned inside her, but she took Ramsay's hand and pulled him towards her for a quick hug. She couldn't bear to see the hurt in his dark eyes, which must mirror her own. He was so like his father with those eyes and his thick brown hair, but he had an air of vulnerability that she couldn't imagine Robert had ever suffered. "Shall we go to my room for a while?" she whispered. "It may be I have a little surprise for you." Ramsay's face brightened. "A present?" Jess smiled and nodded. "Oh, what is it? What is it?" "I'm not telling. You'll just have to come and see, won't you?" But as she towed him away, he dragged his steps and looked back over his shoulder. "Is Mama coming?" "Not right now. But don't worry, you'll soon be back with her," Jess told him. "And when James has gone to sleep, she'll have more time to talk to you." Despite the reassuring words, however, she doubted she was right. Like her, he had been usurped, and although they both still had their mother's affection, Katrina only had time for her youngest. It made Jess furious on Ramsay's behalf. Unlike her, he wasn't mature enough to accept that Katrina had a new chick to worry about. If I ever have children, I swear I'll love them all equally, she thought savagely. Even if one child was being difficult, it must be possible to spare some time for the other. She closed the door behind her with a distinct snap, then tried to calm down. At least she wasn't in the back of beyond any longer. For what it was worth, she was home. When Killian woke up the first time, he heard waves lapping against her hull, and somewhere nearby a seagull's harsh cry rang out. He guessed he must be on a boat, but his fuzzy brain couldn't work out why. It was too dark to see anything, so he gave up thinking about it and drifted back into oblivion. The second time he came to, he was rattling along in some sort of conveyance. He blinked and tried to avoid the light spilling through a chink in the door. Pain knifed through his head whenever he looked at the brightness of the sun outside. It had to be at least midday, if not later, so he must have been unconscious for some time. His stomach growled as if agreeing with this, and he realized he was starving. Where was he? And more importantly, where was he going? He was lying on the floor of an ancient carriage, its faded red leather seats moth-eaten and smelling none too fresh. It seemed to possess no springs whatsoever, and as the vehicle bumped over a rut in the road, his head bounced against the floor and he winced. Thankfully, his hands were bound in front of him, so he was able to put them up to protect his aching skull. He cursed under his breath. "They'll pay for this," he muttered, "whoever they are." He tried to think who could have done this to him, but no one in particular sprang to mind. There were no outstanding gambling debts, no one he had offended or who thought himself cheated. Except McGrath, of course. Was this his doing? As the pounding inside his head increased with every stone the carriage encountered, he decided to give up thinking about it for now. He needed to rest so that he would have his wits about him when they reached their destination. He closed his eyes and curled up as best he could. He was asleep within seconds. Sometime later, he woke to find himself being blindfolded and then yanked into a standing position. Rough hands pushed him along stone paving, up some steps, and then into a dwelling. He could tell they were in a grand house of some sort, since their footsteps on the creaking floorboards echoed in what sounded like a cavernous room. He breathed in the musty smell that was vaguely familiar, as if he had been here before, but in a slightly befuddled state he couldn't place it. There was still a dull thumping inside his skull, and his legs were unsteady. He felt nowhere near as bad as before, though, and was able to grit his teeth against the discomfort.
"Where am I?" he asked. "What do you want?" "You'll find out soon enough," came the reply, and this was the only answer he received before he was forced to stumble on. His captors took him through several rooms, judging by the number of times he bumped into door frames along the way, and finally pushed him into a chair. "Stay there," the voice ordered, as if Killian had a choice in the matter. He supposed he could have tried to explore his surroundings by feeling his way around the room like a blind man, but he didn't think he'd get very far. And someone was bound to be standing guard outside. Far better to conserve his strength for whatever was coming. Footsteps echoed in a seemingly large room, and a door slammed shut, leaving him in silence for a moment. In the distance he could hear raised voices, but he couldn't make out what was said. He ground his teeth in frustration. Ages later, the door was thrown open, and someone approached his chair from behind. He braced himself for a blow, but instead he felt fingers tugging at the blindfold.
It was torn off with an angry growl. He opened his eyes and stared into the furious, red-tinged face of his grandfather.
What in blazes?
Killian blinked and anger welled up inside him. He stared at the old man who stood before him, looking for all the world as if it was Killian who had done something wrong. He had no idea why and didn't particularly care.
If you'd like me to visit, you only have to ask, you know, he pointed out, his voice dripping sarcasm while he seethed with fury. How dare his grandfather have him kidnapped in this way, rather than command his presence in his usual fashion? They may be at odds, but Killian wouldn't have refused a meeting if the request was reasonably polite. Kenham, Lord Rosyth, was a formidable sight. Still very upright despite his age, with a shock of white hair over steely grey eyes and darker brows, he had an air of command few quarrelled with. Like his grandson, he couldn't be bothered with wigs unless it was absolutely necessary, and he certainly didn't need one. His nose jutted out proudly, and there was a determined set to his thin mouth. Most people thought twice before crossing him, but right now Killian couldn't care less. Lord Rosyth didn't reply straight away, but bent to untie the knot on the rope that bound Killian's hands. Having nearly reached the venerable age of 75, it took the old man a while. His fingers, as gnarled as ancient tree branches, were clumsy when faced with such a delicate task, and this seemed to annoy him as he tssed several times.
As if I'd want to see you,
he muttered, after he finally succeeded.
Good-for-nothing son of an Irish whore.
Can we leave my mother out of this, please?
Killian's request was politely phrased, but carried an overtone of menace that only a fool could have missed. He knew his grandfather's views about his mother. The old man may have cause to dislike his daughter-in-law, but Killian was sure Lord Rosyth had somehow engineered her downfall. It had been a bone of contention between them for a number of years now. He rubbed his sore wrists with jerky movements.
Couldn't even give you a decent Scottish name, the old man continued,
as if he hadn't heard his grandson.
For the love of God, tell me why I'm here so I can leave as soon as possible, Killian demanded, not bothering to hide his anger now. I don't have to stay to be insulted.
Lord Rosyth went to sit down on a chair at the opposite end of the long table at which Killian had been seated. He stared down the endless, polished length of it with a grim expression.
Oh, I'll tell you all right. And when I'm finished, I want you out of my sight. You've really done it this time.
Done what? I wish someone would just explain what this is all about,
Killian complained, exasperated beyond belief. His head had started to pound again, a steady rhythm of painful blows against his brain. That didn't exactly help his thought processes.
Has Cousin Farquhar been carrying tales again?
His saintly cousin, with his pure Scottish blood and fawning ways, was all Lord Rosyth appeared to want in a grandson. He had caused most of Killian's problems, or so it seemed to him. Farquhar was forever poisoning the old man against him, and had succeeded all too well so far.
This has nothing to do with Farquhar. Out there in the hall, I have half of Clan Cameron baying for your blood. They tell me you've ravished young Iona, Rory's daughter, and left her with child. They want me to make sure you marry her as soon as possible. In fact, they were all for dragging you straight to the altar, but I got wind of their plans and persuaded them to bring you here first. They'll be fetching Iona later today so you can marry her in Rosyth Kirk."
"The hell I will!"
At last, this entire charade was beginning to make sense, and Killian breathed a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with McGrath or any of his other gambling partners, thank the Lord. A girl he could handle, this one in particular.
"And why not?"
his grandfather asked in icy tones.
"Are you so far gone in debauchery that you can't do the decent thing by an innocent girl when you get her into trouble? I should have known this was going to happen. Actually, I'm surprised it hasn't done so before, given your reputation with the ladies."
Killian took a deep breath and counted to 10. If the old man had been anyone other than his grandfather, he would have been lying on the floor by now with a broken nose.
"For your information," he hissed, "Iona Cameron is far from innocent and wouldn't need to be ravished. I doubt very much that I'm the father of any bairn she's carrying."
"Then who is?"
"I'd put my money on young Hamilton, who's been hanging around her since June, but it could be any number of other men from what I hear."
"That's a scandalous slur."
Killian shrugged.
"I'm not marrying her, and that's final. Unless, of course, she really wants someone else's bastard to inherit the title."
His grandfather glared at him.
"Why should I believe you? I hear rumours that you've bedded everything in a skirt. Rory Cameron is my best friend. He'd not lie to me."
"And I would."
Killian shook his head.
"No, don't answer that. I know you prefer to think the worst of me, but this time at least you're wrong."
Lord Rosyth snorted.
"I doubt it."
Killian held on to his temper by a thread.
"I think you'll find that even the young lady herself will admit I only slept with her once."
"That's not what she says."
"Well, it's the truth. It was last year, and I certainly wasn't either the first or the last. I'd bet she wants to be Lady Rosyth rather than plain Mrs. Hamilton. She has her father twisted round her little finger. Everyone knows that. He'll believe anything she says."
The old man was silent while he considered what Killian had said. Then he appeared to make up his mind.
"Very well. For once your words ring true, and we've certainly had enough whores in this family."
He ignored the threatening noise Killian made.
"I can't allow someone who may not be a Kinross to inherit. I'll have to tell those fools out there you hit me over the head and then escaped somehow. Also that they might do well to have a word with young Hamilton."
"Oh, wonderful. Now I'm the kind of man who batters his grandfather as well," Killian muttered. "Will that be all then?"
"No. I've decided you'd best disappear for a while. Make yourself scarce, as it were, just in case."
"You've decided?" Killian asked, but sarcasm was wasted on the old man.
"Aye, I have. If you wait a moment, I'll prepare a letter for you to take to a distant cousin of mine in Sweden. Robert Ferguson lives in the town of Gothenburg on the west coast, where he's a successful merchant. I'll ask him to take you in for a few months. You'll probably have to make yourself useful in return. Might even learn a thing or two, although no doubt the locals gamble as much as the next man."
"Sweden? You must be joking."
"No one will think to look for you there."
"Well, as a matter of fact, I had plans to go elsewhere."
"You'll do as I say, or I won't give you the wherewithal to go anywhere."
Killian stared at the old man in disbelief. His grandfather offering to give him money wasn't something that happened every day. In fact, he'd not received so much as a penny in 3 years.
You're giving me something. Of your own free will.
Don't be impertinent or I'll change my mind.
Lord Rosyth pulled a pouch out of his pocket and slammed it onto the table, then went to a cupboard and came back with a piece of paper and writing materials. Killian waited in silence while his grandfather scratched out a lengthy missive, wondering at this new turn of events. The old man must want him out of the way badly, or he'd never consider going to all this trouble.
Are you indebted to Rory Cameron?
He wondered out loud.
I don't owe anyone anything,
his grandfather spat.
I told you, Rory is my best friend. He'd likely counted on our friendship to net his daughter a noble husband, even if he is aware of her lies, though where he got the idea that you fitted into the category of noble is beyond me.
Killian sighed and closed his eyes. He wished things could be different between them, but the old man had been prejudiced against him from birth. Nothing he ever did could change that, and the frustration and unfairness of it ate away at him constantly, like a maggot gnawing a rotten apple. He knew Lord Rosyth had doted on his older half-brothers, Bryce and Blake, particularly the former. They had been the product of his father's first marriage to a Scotswoman, and his lordship had been very sad when the lady in question died giving birth to Blake. After mourning her for 2 years, Killian's father Fraser had gone off to fight the English in Ireland on behalf of James III. He was wounded at the Battle of the Boyne and taken in by a kind but poor Irish nobleman, whose daughter Niamh he promptly fell in love with. He married her as soon as he recovered. Lord Rosyth hadn't been pleased to be presented with a new daughter-in-law who was not only penniless, but Irish as well. The lovely Niamh had nothing but her beauty to recommend her, and Lord Rosyth never forgave her. That she eventually produced a healthy grandson, after numerous miscarriages, did nothing to endear her to him. When Killian's half-brothers both died 10 years later at the Battle of Sheriffmuir, together with their father, again for the Jacobite cause, it was as if the old man blamed Niamh and her child. He made their lives unbearable with his constant criticism of Niamh's mothering skills and Killian's behaviour, as well as a whole host of other things. It was no wonder Niamh couldn't stand it in the end. But Killian had been left to suffer on his own and...
No, I won't think about that.
He clenched his fists and turned his thoughts back to the present.
Here,
Lord Rosyth said curtly, holding out the sealed letter and pouch.
Now get out of my sight and stay away for at least 6 months. By that time, young Iona will have had to find another man to wed if she doesn't want to bear a bastard.
It should be safe for you to return by April. Don't worry, I have no intention of returning at all. You've made it clear I'm not wanted here, so I'll make my own life elsewhere. I hope Farquhar never shows you his true colours, or you might actually have to admit you've been wrong about me all along. God forbid. Goodbye.
Killian shoved the heavy pouch into his pocket and picked up the letter, then strode over to the panelling next to the huge fireplace that sat in the middle of one wall. Pushing his finger into a small hole invisible to anyone who didn't know its exact location, he opened a secret door and slipped into the draughty passage beyond. He looked at his grandfather one last time and saw the surprise on the old man's face. Lord Rosyth had probably thought he was the only person who knew about the secrets of the house, but Killian had been an inquisitive child who kept his eyes and ears open.
I hope that gives him something to think about, he thought with satisfaction. With a bit of luck, he'll wonder what else I know, and that might keep him awake at night. Good. Let him suffer for a change, sanctimonious old curmudgeon.
He closed the door behind him with a soft click and set off towards his new future with quiet optimism. At least he wouldn't be lacking in funds. Chapter 5. Rosyth House, Scotland. Farquhar Kinross was not in a good mood, and if there was one thing he really hated, it was waiting patiently. This, however, was exactly what he was forced to do on this occasion. Sitting still was out of the question since his nerves were as taut as fiddle strings. He therefore paced back and forth across the private sitting room he shared with his wife and children in the north tower of Rosyth House. Having set up the kidnapping of his cousin Killian and the false charges against him, he couldn't be seen to have anything to do with the matter now. He had to trust that all his hard work would have the desired effect, the utter ruin of Killian. For years he'd been waging a smear campaign against his cousin, but still his grandfather refused to disinherit Killian completely. This wasn't something Farquhar could tolerate. He was the rightful heir. Killian was nothing but a half-Irish bastard, an outsider who didn't belong in the Highlands. The estate and the title ought to be in the hands of a true Scotsman, a man like himself. Only he would make a fitting laird. "Is something the matter?" Ailsa, his wife, had been sending him apprehensive glances as he paced in front of her, and she couldn't keep quiet any longer. She was as twitchy as a mouse, and had a tendency to blurt things out in a cringing manner. He found this supremely irritating, but gritted his teeth in order to stop himself from striking her. It would only give him temporary satisfaction, and it usually made matters worse in the long run, as he couldn't stand her endless crying. Besides, their 2 young daughters, Flora and Kirsty, were watching from under lowered lashes. He preferred not to hit their mother in front of them. "Nothing that concerns you," he snapped, and strode across the room once more. He knew he was being unkind, but he couldn't seem to help himself. Ailsa brought out the worst in him, and he wondered what he'd ever seen in her. True, she'd been pretty once, but her ash-blonde hair had faded to a mousy colour, and her eyes, once sparkling and bright, were now forever fixed on him with an anxiety that drove him mad. He sighed inwardly. The useless woman couldn't even give him a son, although thankfully she was expecting again, so there was still hope. What was happening downstairs? Why was it taking so long? He decided he'd had enough of waiting, and there was no harm in going down on the pretext of looking for something. Without so much as a glance at his family, he left the room and made his way towards the main hall. As he rounded a bend in the stairs, he heard the sound of voices raised in anger. These were interspersed with the firm but calmer tones of his grandfather. Curious, he crept further down, but the words he caught were not quite what he'd hoped for.
"What do you mean, he escaped? How could he have escaped? There is but the one door, isn't there?"
That was one of the Camerons speaking. Farquhar recognised the voice.
"How should I know? I told you, he hit me over the head, the ingrate, and got out somehow. Probably through the window. He was always a resourceful lad,"
he heard his grandfather reply. Farquhar gritted his teeth and decided it was safe for him to continue downstairs. He swore under his breath, not wanting to believe what he was hearing. Killian had escaped. It simply couldn't be true. Grandfather should have allowed the Camerons to beat Killian to a pulp by now, before marrying him off to a young lady as penniless and ill-bred as himself.
Grandfather, what is happening here?
He smiled urbanely, trying to look as if he found large groups of angry men in the castle's main hall every day and thought nothing of it.
Your cousin has got our Iona with child, and we came to see he did the decent thing and married her.
One of the Cameron clansmen informed Farker.
But he's escaped somehow. Really? Oh, very unfortunate. He shouldn't be too hard to find, though.
Farker tried to appear unconcerned, when in fact he wanted to scream at the dolts to run after his cousin without wasting another minute. What in the name of all that was holy were they waiting for?
He's long gone, no point pursuing him,
Lord Rosyth stated firmly.
And, as I was just saying to these gentlemen, I have my doubts about young Iona's claim. I saw her earlier in the year, shamelessly flirting with all and sundry. It wouldn't surprise me to find that she'd been the one to throw herself at Killian. What girl wouldn't?
Farker clenched his fists behind his back. He knew his grandfather was right. Killian had the kind of looks that drew the eye, no matter what he did, with those startlingly blue eyes and irritatingly handsome face. His mother possessed the same allure, which was no doubt why his fool of an uncle had fallen for her. Killian also exuded the sort of latent power that ensnared a woman without him even trying. It had always infuriated Farker, who was himself plain and sturdy, with a mop of uninteresting ruddy hair that attracted no one. He was also shorter than Killian by several inches, something he'd always resented.
You can't dismiss this claim out of hand, grandfather,
he said, striving for an even tone.
Just because the girl fancied herself in love with him, that's not to say Killian didn't take advantage of her.
No, but I've heard rumours of her being seen with young Hamilton lately. Although he's well connected, he has no prospects. Perhaps she thought she would prefer to be Lady Rosyth rather than plain Mrs. Hamilton. That's a slanderous suggestion,
one of the Camerons muttered, and the others murmured angry assent.
I know it's plain speaking, and I apologise if I'm wrong, but it might be prudent for you to have a word with Hamilton first, before going after my grandson. I shall pay a visit to Iona's father myself to discuss the matter. I've no wish to fall out with my oldest friend. In the meantime, I would suggest you find the young lady's other beau and question him carefully. Killian may be a scoundrel, but I very much doubt he'd lie to me, and he swore he wasn't responsible for Iona's condition.
Surely you didn't believe him, grandfather,
Farker said, taken aback by his grandfather's defence of Killian.
You know he's a liar extraordinaire.
Lord Rosyth sent him a glance he couldn't quite understand, and which made him feel more than a little uncomfortable.
As a matter of fact, I did believe him, for once. Do you doubt my ability to tell truth from falsehood, Farker?
No, of course not. I just wondered.
Well, don't.
Farker refrained from answering back, although it went against the grain. There was a lot of muttering amongst the Cameron men, but at last they appeared to come to an agreement.
Very well,
the spokesperson said.
We'll go have a wee word with Hamilton. But if you set eyes on that grandson of yours again, don't let him escape a second time. I didn't let him escape,
Lord Rosyth said, his patience obviously wearing thin.
He hit me over the head. I'm an old man, what chance did I stand? But naturally I'll have him watched, should I set eyes on him again. I give you my word.
When the Camerons had trooped off, Farquhar blurted out,
"You don't expect to see Killian for some time, do you?"
It wasn't really a question, but his grandfather replied nonetheless.
"No, I've sent him away."
"Why? Shouldn't you have made him stay to face up to his crimes?"
Lord Rosyth sent Farquhar another quizzical look, his grey eyes boring into his grandson's.
"Are you so sure he was responsible then? I told you, I don't believe he is."
"But it's as plain as a pikestaff. He's forever seducing young women, why not Iona? I've told you before of the rumours circulating about him. You must have heard them yourself."
"To be sure, I know he has a reputation with the ladies, but I was given to understand he normally sticks to more, shall we say, mature females, not young virgins, which incidentally I don't believe Iona to have been. He may be reckless, but he's not stupid."
"I thought you disapproved of Killian's way of life."
Farquhar couldn't believe his grandfather was suddenly condoning his cousin's behaviour. It was the outside of enough, after all his efforts to foster enmity between the two men. Lord Rosyth turned thoughtful.
"Well, it's been a few years since I've seen him, and I have to admit I found him changed."
"Changed? How can you say that? He's as debauched as ever. No, worse, in fact."
Farquhar felt as if he was grasping at straws, and all his schemes were rapidly slipping out of his hands.
"Perhaps," Lord Rosyth conceded. "But although he's as insolent and full of himself as before, I detected a subtle difference. He looked wary, as though he didn't trust anyone. There was a sharp edge to his voice, showing steely resolve, perhaps, although why, I'm sure I don't know."
"It's what you need as a hardened gambler."
Yes, I know."
Lord Rosyth sighed and suddenly looked his age.
"Maybe I shouldn't have been so hard on him, though. I can't, in all conscience, blame him for being alive when his brothers are not, and a man doesn't choose who gives birth to him."
"Bryce was a good man, and so was Blake. A completely different sort altogether,"
Farquhar lied. He hadn't liked Killian's older brothers any more than he liked Killian himself, but at least they'd had the sense to get themselves killed while fighting for the Jacobites in the 15. And the old man's love for his oldest grandson, the oh-so-perfect Bryce, had worked to Farquhar's advantage. His death had made Lord Rosyth resent Killian all the more. Was he changing his tune now? Farquhar couldn't allow that to happen. Being the only other surviving grandson, he'd always tried his best to fill the void left by Bryce and Blake, doing everything his grandfather asked of him and more. Compared to Killian, he'd been a veritable saint, at least outwardly.
Yes, he was. Brave, fearless, strong and loyal. They both were, but they're gone, never to return, killed by the damned Sassenachs."
The old man sighed again.
"Perhaps because of them I haven't given Killian the benefit of the doubt. He never bothered to deny the accusations after all. But I'm beginning to wonder if all these stories about him can really be true."
"Believe me, they are."
Lord Rosyth sent him yet another appraising look, which made Farquhar want to squirm like a worm on a hook. He quashed the impulse and nodded for emphasis.
"I hear tales about him I would blush to tell you."
Well, be that as it may, I think it's time I made my own inquiries rather than rely on hearsay."
"What? You're going to Edinburgh?"
Farquhar was stunned.
Yes, I believe I shall.
But your health? Surely that isn't wise.
Lord Rosyth never ventured that far normally. Travelling was an ordeal for him, and he considered the capital a den of iniquity, not to mention a disgustingly dirty place. Old Riki was just that, full of smoke and as filthy as any chimney, overcrowded and malodorous. There was no doubt the city deserved its nickname. This had been a godsend to Farquhar, who could pick and choose which tales to tell and which to suppress.
Really, grandfather, this isn't necessary. You have loyal servants who can be trusted to use their eyes and ears on your behalf.
No, I want to see for myself. I shall pay a visit to my friends. They'll not lie to me. You're welcome to accompany me, if you wish.
Of course I'll come if you're dead set on going, but I still think...
Lord Rosyth held up a hand.
Enough, lad. When I want your advice, I'll ask for it. Now kindly order the servants to make everything ready for the journey.
Very well. If that's what you want.
Farquhar made himself smile, as if the proposed trip was something he was looking forward to already. In truth, nothing would stop him from going. He had to make sure Lord Rosyth didn't accidentally hear anything bad about himself. He shivered. Now that really would be a disaster. Although after today, he didn't know how matters could possibly get any worse. His plan had failed, and now there was only one course open to him. Killian, damn him, had to be eliminated altogether, and soon. Chapter 6. Gothenburg, Sweden. Jess soon settled into life in Gothenburg once more, and in some ways it felt as if she'd never been away. There were subtle differences, however, and the most obvious one was that Robert ruled the household with an even firmer hand than ever before. Katrina had never been a strong-minded woman, but now she deferred to her husband in all things. It was as though she had no will of her own at all, and Jess began to see why her mother hadn't been able to do anything about her daughter's banishment. Although Jess knew a woman's duty was to be subservient, she had always thought that in a marriage there would be some give and take. That wasn't the case here, and she found this situation unbearable, while her mother seemed not to mind or even notice. Robert had been her father's junior business associate, and had proved himself a pillar of strength when Aaron died. He'd taken on the burden of running the family's merchant company, as well as sorting out all the legal and practical details. Jess was grateful to him for that. The fact that he had also made himself indispensable to her mother had been an unexpected and unwelcome surprise. Their marriage, only 6 months after Aaron's death, seemed nothing short of sacrilege to his grieving daughter. It wasn't unusual for a widow to remarry, though, and even Jess had to admit Katrina wasn't the type of woman who could cope without a man to take care of her. Her mother was also ecstatically happy with her new husband, which made Jess swallow any protests, but secretly she felt it was all wrong. He has no right to be here. Jess tried to stop herself from thinking such thoughts. She knew they were probably just born of her resentment that Robert had so easily insinuated himself into their lives. The truth was, she couldn't fault his behaviour in any way. She also knew his efficiency and orderliness ought to be praised, not criticised. Her suspicious mind had other ideas. It refused to let her rest, and what she needed was some kind of proof of wrongdoing. If only I could find a way of showing that Robert's been using money which is legally mine, she thought, then I might be able to take my claim to the magistrate. It was her only hope, unless she could find someone to marry her, which seemed unlikely. Her lack of marriage prospects was confirmed beyond doubt the very first time she went out with Mrs. Forbes. As luck would have it, in the market square, she ran into Karl Adelstein, the man she wanted to speak to. She had wandered a little way off from her chaperone, who was busy trying to haggle over a purchase. Swerving to avoid someone, she almost walked into Karl instead. She gasped, and he stopped dead and stared at her, clearly flustered.
Miss Van Sant, he stammered. I didn't expect, that is to say, a pleasure to meet you, as always.
He bowed and Jess curtsied, while studying him carefully. He was dressed in dark blue, with ostentatiously large silver buttons adorning both his coat and waistcoat. There was nothing in his demeanour to suggest he'd been pining for her. On the contrary, he had the air of a man who had everything he could wish for in life. It seemed inappropriate to raise the subject of their failed engagement, but Jess felt she had no choice. As time was important, she decided to come straight to the point. "It's nice to see you too, although I had rather hoped to hear from you before now. What did my stepfather say to put you off marrying me?" Karl, who was a handsome blonde giant, flushed to the roots of his hair.
Really, Miss Van Sant, I don't think we ought to discuss such matters here.
He looked around, as if he expected everyone to be watching their every move. Fortunately, no one was paying them any attention, and Mrs. Forbes was still occupied. "I'm sorry, but I have no option, Mr. Adelstein." Jess gritted her teeth. "I was under the impression you were very keen to marry me last year. Yet your proposal came to nothing once you had spoken to my stepfather. As there couldn't have been any reason for him to reject such an exalted man as yourself, I can only assume he told you something about me which put you off. I need to know what that was."
"This is plain speaking, indeed."
Karl tugged at his neckcloth as if it was too tight for him.
"The thing is, well, you see, my father wished me to wed someone else. I'm now married to Elsa Lyonberry. I'm sorry if you thought there was more to our little flirtation than I meant."
Jess threw him a scornful glance. Little flirtation, was it? Less than a year ago, Karl had proclaimed his undying love and couldn't take his eyes off her whenever they met. When she was packed off to Askerbergia Manor, he had never so much as tried to contact her, though, at least not to her knowledge. Some grand passion that turned out to be, she thought. She looked the fickle man up and down, noticing for the first time that despite his good looks, he had a rather weak chin and a tendency to plumpness round the middle. The sight of him no longer made her go weak at the knees. Perhaps Robert had actually done her a favour, but it still annoyed her that her stepfather had the power to ruin her life. "Mr. Adelstein, I'm neither stupid nor blind, and I would appreciate it if you'd have the courtesy to tell me the truth. I know my stepfather influenced your decision. I only want to know what he said, so that I can prevent it happening again if someone else should want to marry me. It is a reasonable request, don't you think?" Karl now desperately scanned his surroundings as if searching for a way out, but when he couldn't find one, he mumbled,
"Oh, very well. I may as well tell you. He said that although your father wished you to have a dowry, the business was in deep trouble when he died, and Mr. Ferguson was still trying to put it back on an even keel. Therefore he couldn't see his way clear to paying more than a very small amount, although he did say he might be in a position to remedy this sometime in the future. In short, you have no dowry to speak of at the moment, and my father would never have agreed to a match on such terms."
"What? None at all?"
"Well, a paltry sum, a few $100.
"A few hundred?" Robert had told her 3,000, if she remembered correctly. Jess took several deep breaths as anger threatened to choke her. She knew none of this was Karl's fault, and she had pushed him far enough as it was. "Thank you," she said curtly. "I bid you good day then, and wish you and your wife all the best for the future." She turned away just as Mrs. Forbes came striding over with an angry expression on her face. "What do you think you're doing, talking to that man?" she hissed. "My cousin told me that he specifically asked you not to." Mrs. Forbes was small in stature, but she made up for it with a very forceful manner. Her eyes, deep set like those of her cousin Robert, although hazel rather than brown, were now flashing with suppressed fury, and Jess hurried to defend herself. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Forbes. I couldn't avoid greeting him as a former acquaintance. It would have seemed odd otherwise. Mr. Adelstein just stopped briefly to tell me about his marriage to Miss Lyon Berry. I wished him happy, and that was all." Mrs. Forbes threw her a suspicious look, a small mouth tightening in disapproval, and steered her charge away with a rough hand under the elbow. "You're not to speak to him ever again, do I make myself understood?" she said in a savage undertone, while smiling a greeting across the street to a lady of their acquaintance. "Robert would have my head." "Believe me, I wouldn't want to," Jess replied with feeling. "You're going where?" Rory stared at Killian with eyes that could barely focus, having been woken by his friend only a few moments previously. "To Sweden." "In the far north? But it's always dark." Rory rubbed at his eyes and blinked. "Of course it's not always dark, you imbecile. And Sweden's not much further north than we are, as far as I can tell. At least not the part I'm heading for." "No need to be so prickly, only asking," Rory grumbled. "Pass me some clothes, there's a good fellow." He pointed towards a pile of clothing that looked as if it hadn't been near a laundry maid for weeks. "This place is a mess, Rory. What's got into you lately? You do nothing but drink. Is something bothering you?" "Unrequited love," Rory said, doing his best to look tragic. Killian wasn't impressed. "Again? Who is it this time?" "No one you know, unfeeling brute," Rory muttered. "I'm dying of thirst. Is there anything in that bottle?" "Water is all you're having for now." Killian ignored Rory's wounded look and poured some into a dirty glass, which he handed to his friend. "What happened to your eye? It's a very pretty shade of purple." "It's a long story." Rory squinted at him. "Tell me, I've got all day." "Might cheer me up to hear all about you being beaten black and blue." Killian closed his eyes and sighed. "Not now. Look, Rory, I really haven't the time. I need to leave the country and fast, or I'll be leg-shackled to Iona Cameron. She claims I've got her with child." "The devil she does!" Rory's eyes opened wide. Then he winced as the morning light caught him full in the face. "Do you really have to go as far as Sweden to escape her clutches, though? Doesn't make sense to me." "Me neither, but it doesn't really matter. I've been given a letter of introduction to one of Grandfather's relations who lives over there. The man's a merchant, and I've decided I might as well make use of the connection and learn all I can about trade. Now that I own a ship, what better time to set up in business for myself? I'm sick and tired of gambling. I want some security, a proper income of my own." "You should have stopped after the word sick," Rory commented with a lopsided grin. "Sounds to me like your brain's addled. Security, indeed." "You've got your father's money to fall back on whenever you lose. I don't. I think it's time I tried to make my way in the world without the help of a pair of dice or a deck of cards." Rory chuckled. "I'll give it 3 months, if that. Then you'll be back to your old ways, see if you're not." Killian clenched his jaw, not wanting to argue with his friend. Rory had no idea how serious he was this time. It wasn't a new game.
"So shall I come with you then?"
Rory offered.
"Keep you company in the not-so-dark north? The women are pretty, I hear." "Much as I'd like to take you with me, I'd prefer it if you stayed here."
Killian fixed his friend with a serious stare.
"Listen, Rory, I need someone I can trust to keep an eye on my cousin. He's up to something, and I want to know what it is." "Farquhar? What do you mean?" "I'd bet anything he set this whole thing up. He wants me out of the way, probably for good, because sooner or later grandfather is going to see him for what he really is. Then he won't get so much as a penny. I wouldn't put it past him to get rid of the old man too. You'll need to watch him whenever you can." "Surely not. I know he's a conniving whoreson, but murder? He's too weak for that." "Oh, he'd find someone else to do his dirty work for him, no doubt. And then he'll make it look like it was my fault. He always did when we were young boys, playing pranks. Don't think he ever got punished. Now, will you help me or not? You're still welcome at the sort of functions he attends, so you could keep a discreet eye on him for me. Ask Doogie to lend a hand too. I'll write to you once I know where I'll be staying, so you can keep me informed." "If that's what you want. I'd much rather go with you, though." "No, I need you here. You're one of the few people I trust. Apart from Doogie, of course, but he hasn't got your brains. There's Adair too, and I've told him to follow Farquhar whenever he's out and about. You and Doogie can keep an eye on him when he's socialising." "Don't feel like I have any brains myself at the moment,"
Rory complained, putting his head into his hands.
"But I'll do my best. You know that." "Thanks. You're a true friend."
Killian smiled, then couldn't resist adding,
"Besides, keeping an eye on my cousin will stop you from brooding over worthless women." "Worthless? I'll have you know this one's special,"
Rory protested. Killian laughed.
"That's what you say every time. You'll get over it. There are plenty more where she came from." "You don't understand. You've never been in love."
Killian grinned.
"And neither have you."
He walked to the door.
"Now, I really must go. A word of advice, though." "Yes?" "Do something about this pigsty and yourself. A bath and some clean clothes might be an improvement. Maybe the poor girl just couldn't stand the smell of you."
Rory threw a dirty pair of breeches at his friend, but grinned broadly.
"Get out. Go, I say."
Killian did so, laughing all the way down the stairs. There was another visit he ought to make that morning, one he wasn't nearly as keen on. In fact, he thought he was probably a fool to even consider it. But since he was leaving the country indefinitely, he was reluctant to leave unfinished business behind. He hadn't seen his mother since he was 10. Or rather, he had seen her occasionally when attending functions in town, but had neither acknowledged her existence nor spoken to her. Now he stood on the opposite side of the street outside her tiny house, debating whether to go and knock on the door and demand some answers. He wasn't sure if he really wanted to know. Wasn't it better to let sleeping dogs lie? Some months after her husband's death, Niamh had gone to live in Edinburgh. She left Killian behind, and although she tried to explain her reasons to him, he never understood why. Much later, he heard rumours that she preferred to live openly as the mistress of a married man, rather than staying on at Rosyth. He had no idea if it was true, and he wasn't about to ask anyone. "Your grandfather has told me I have no right to take you away from here," was all she'd said before leaving. "As the future heir, you need to stay and learn about the management of the estate." Killian didn't believe her. He felt betrayed by the only person in the world who should have loved and protected him. If she'd wanted to, he was sure she could have found a way to keep him with her, but she didn't. In childish retaliation, Killian had sworn never to speak to her again. He hadn't changed his mind by the time he reached adulthood, and finally escaped his grandfather's clutches to move to the city himself. That was over 5 years ago, however, and recently he'd begun to wonder if he hadn't been too hasty. Lord Rosyth was, after all, a very overbearing man. Killian could well believe that he may have bullied Niamh into leaving, whether she wanted to or not. Perhaps it was time to listen to her version of the story. But what difference would it make, he wondered. What's done is done. I don't need her now. I'm not a 10-year-old yearning for his mother's affection. Still, he would have liked to know her reasons. As he stood there, torn by indecision, the front door of the house opened. Niamh came out and stopped for a moment to check for something in her silk drawstring bag. Killian tried to look at her dispassionately, and saw a middle-aged woman, well dressed in a gown of striped green silk with a matching feather in her bonnet. She was still beautiful, her auburn hair only lightly streaked with silver, but there were lines of sadness etched around her eyes and no animation in her face. From a distance she seemed to him an empty shell, with no spark of life, no joy in her existence. Was that the truth? Had he contributed towards this state? A twinge of guilt made him wince, but he hardened his heart. She had left him, not the other way around. If anyone should feel guilty, it was his mother. In that moment she looked up, and their blue eyes met across the street, clashing momentarily. Hers widened, whether in surprise or dismay, Killian didn't know. He stared back without blinking, but remained rooted to the spot. The distance between them was as wide as it had ever been, and there was no reason to bridge the chasm. It was all in the past. Relief flooded through him. He had made his decision at last. He turned to walk away, but had only gone a few steps when he heard her voice behind him, slightly breathless. "Killian, wait! Was there something you wanted?" He swivelled round. "No, nothing," he said, keeping his expression neutral. "Oh, I see." She frowned, obviously confused and disappointed, and Killian felt awkward. Damn it all. It had been madness to come here, he thought, stirring up emotions best forgotten. "I thought, perhaps—" She hesitated, then shook her head. "Well, never mind." A shard of guilt prodded him once more, and he felt obliged to say something, anything, to justify his presence outside her house. He blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Why did you name me Killian? Grandfather seems to take it as a personal insult for some reason, although why an Irish name should irritate him so much I have no idea." Niamh blinked. "Why, you were named in honour of your uncle, my brother, who died at the Battle of the Boyne. Since your father fought there too, he agreed with me you should have that name, no matter what the old man thought. My brother died for a just cause, exactly like your older brothers." Killian nodded. "Thank you, then I shall carry it with pride," he said, and turned on his heel, walking away without looking back. He shouldn't have come, but at least now he had one answer. Chapter 7. Gothenburg, Sweden. "I hear you've been seen speaking to young Adelstein. Didn't I tell you that would be unwise?" Robert's voice had a steely undertone to it that made Jess's palms feel suddenly clammy. She suppressed a shiver. Once again, she was facing the man she had come to think of as her nemesis in his study. She had to bite her teeth together hard in order to hold back the angry words that welled up inside her. Robert wore a look of disappointment, as if he had expected better of her. Jess was sure the matter was much more serious than that. She also knew she had to stay calm if she was to have any chance of putting on a convincing performance. "I'm afraid I couldn't avoid him this time. I almost literally ran into him in the market square," she said, trying to control her breathing so that her voice wouldn't give her away. "It would have been very rude of me not to acknowledge him as an acquaintance, and we merely exchanged greetings. Besides, Mrs. Forbes was nearby, so there was no impropriety, I assure you." Robert gave her a measuring stare, but she opened her eyes wide and gazed back in pretended innocence. It was true, after all, nothing improper had happened. As for what else had been said, her stepfather didn't need to know that.
"You didn't try to engage him in conversation, then?" he asked, sounding sceptical. "No more than the usual how do you do's. He told me he was very well and extremely happy, as he's now married to the former Miss Lyon Barry. I congratulated him, and that was the extent of it."
Robert kept his gaze on her, as if he didn't believe her for a second. She maintained her guileless expression, and after a while longer, he grunted and waved her away.
"Very well."
She made her way upstairs, mulling over what she had learned from Carl. Robert had claimed the family business was in trouble at the time of her father's death, but she was sure that couldn't be true. She would have found out about it, one way or another. Even if her father had chosen not to tell her, he couldn't hide his feelings from her. She always knew if he was worried about something, but he'd been as happy and content as always until the day he suddenly died. A terrible thought struck her. Aaron had died in an accident at the warehouse, when a shelf stacked full of iron ore had tipped over and crushed him. But what if it wasn't an accident at all? Her body went cold all over, and she couldn't stop a shiver from snaking up her spine. No, surely Robert couldn't have done away with her father on purpose. She shook her head to get rid of such thoughts. She was turning into an overwrought, hysterical female instead of the intelligent one she knew herself to be. Just because she disliked Robert and resented his hold over her, it didn't make him a murderer. Nor did the fact that he'd lied to keep her under his thumb. And Robert had been at a meeting when the accident happened, or so she'd been told. Jess pulled herself together. She had to deal in facts, not flights of morbid fancy. If Robert was telling people she was virtually without a dowry, there was no chance anyone would want to marry her. Therefore, she had somehow to find a way of changing his mind, or forcing him to come up with the money her father had stipulated. That was all. And once she had that, she would marry the first man who asked, because she simply couldn't stay in this house. It didn't feel like her home anymore.
"Do I hate the bite here? I'd liefer go away,"
Adair whined for about the 10th time. Killian sighed and took a deep breath, praying for patience. The boy had been on edge ever since he'd been told about Killian's proposed stay abroad. It was obvious he was scared of losing the only person in the world who cared about him.
"Adair, listen to me. You know my cousin is always up to mischief, and he bears a grudge against me bigger than a mountain. Things have gone so far now that I believe he's getting desperate and have no idea what he'll do next. I really need you here to follow his every move, and the instant you see anything suspicious, you report it to Mr. Grant. Understand?"
Adair nodded. albeit still with a sullen expression. Killian gripped the boy's thin shoulder.
You're the only one I can trust to do it without being noticed. You're stealthier than a fox. I swear I'll send for you as soon as you're no longer needed here. Look, I'm leaving you more than enough money in the hidey hole to live on for months. Doesn't that please you? You can come and go as you like, and you won't have any other duties, except perhaps keeping this place tidy.
Aye, I'll do it. But if Mr. Farker doesn't get up to ony tricks, I'll come after you.
Please, Adair, just wait until I tell you it's the right time. I'm not abandoning you, I promise. I'll send you a letter, and as soon as you receive it, you can come to Sweden on the Lady Madeline, but not before. Is that clear?
Adair made a face, but nodded. Then he grinned suddenly, back to his normal self now that he'd been reassured. Good thing you taught me to read then, is it no? Else how would I ken what your letter said? Killian rolled his eyes, remembering all too well the struggle he'd had in trying to persuade Adair to learn, but also the joy and pride he'd felt when he succeeded.
Varmint,
he said, and cuffed the boy playfully on the arm.
Now, keep out of trouble. Though I don't understand why myself, I'll miss you, and would prefer to see you in one piece next time we meet.
The North Sea was rough, and Killian's first voyage on board his new ship was a baptism of fire, if ever there was one. However, he was pleased to find he had a cast-iron stomach that didn't even quiver from the rocking motion of the waves. As long as he didn't lie down on his cabin, he was fine, and the captain of the Lady Madeline was impressed.
You're a lucky man, Mr. Kinross, and no mistake. Most folks go green at the gills just looking at the sea. You must have seafaring ancestors, I reckon.
Captain Craig himself was a robust, ruddy-cheeked man in his early 40s, who looked as though he'd never suffered a day's illness in his life, and certainly not seasickness.
I don't know about that, but I'm very glad not to be suffering from mal de mer, that's for sure.
It also helped not to be incapacitated when there was so much to learn. To the captain's surprise, Killian was constantly at his side, asking questions, watching and learning.
You want to be a sailor then, Mr. Kinross? He asked.
Killian smiled.
Not exactly, but I like to do things thoroughly. If I'm to own a ship, I want to know how it works, where everything is, what it's called. I think knowledge is power.
Captain Craig nodded.
Very wise. That Mr. McGrath, what owned the ship before you, never set foot in it. Just arranged for the cargo and told me what to bring back instead. I'm very pleased to be working for you, Mr. Kinross. Makes a nice change. Not just for me, Captain, but with me, Killian replied. How so? If you continue to help me find the best goods to trade with between the two countries, I'll give you a share of the profits.
The captain's eyes widened as he took in Killian's meaning.
No. Truly?
Killian nodded. He'd considered this carefully and thought it would be in his best interest. Hopefully, with such an incentive, the man would work harder, and they would both gain. He didn't want a surly employee. What he needed was someone he could trust.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Captain Craig still looked dumbfounded.
I mean, I shall certainly do my best. Not that I wouldn't have done otherwise, of course, but really, Mr. Kinross, you've stunned me.
Killian smiled.
The arrangement will be to both our advantage, I think. I hope we can work well together. Absolutely.
Craig beamed at him.
You won't regret this, I promise you.
With the captain's help, Killian had already managed to buy a high-quality cargo to take with them. Mostly they bought salt, which was much sought after in Scandinavia, but also superior cloth, wheat, butter, coal, and some luxury goods from the Americas, such as tobacco. He paid for it with the money he had won at gambling. The captain assured him these were the kind of goods that would sell well in Sweden, and Killian had no reason not to believe him. Any profit would be good, the more the better. It was a start, and he knew that iron ore, copper, wood, tar and pitch were good things to ship back to Scotland from Sweden. He planned to send the captain back and forth while he was there, making as much money as he could. He had well and truly embarked on his new career, and he intended to make a success of it. Sailing in through the archipelago towards Gothenburg, on the west coast of Sweden, Killian was amazed what a small town it was when he finally set eyes on it. He had expected something larger, but compared to Edinburgh, it was a mere village. Situated at the mouth of the river Göta, it seemed to be all on flat, even ground. There were just a few small hills sticking up, the largest on the right-hand side.
The town was built by Dutchmen, Captain Craig informed him. This place was nothing but a quagmire before, apparently, so the Swedes knew the Dutch were the best people to help them with the construction. They had enough practice with their own wet landscapes, didn't they?
Killian had never been to Holland, but had heard of the way the Dutch dammed water and built beautiful cities crisscrossed by canals.
So it's like a miniature Amsterdam then, is it?
You could say that. There's certainly a canal or two, as you'll soon see. It's fortified, though, with two redoubts they call the Lion and the Crown, as well as all those walls with sharp angles sticking out in several places and a moat all around.
The Lady Madeline had to drop anchor some way outside the city ramparts, and everyone was brought to shore by stevedores. They had the exclusive rights to ferrying people around on the canals and to and from the large ships.
They'll also see about transporting the cargo, the captain assured Killian. It'll be taken onto dry land as soon as we've found someone who wants to buy it, seeing as you haven't got any storage, Mr. Kinross, he added.
Killian made a mental note to try and rent some storage space as soon as he could. As they were rowed towards the city, Killian saw the strong ramparts and bastions close up. Over the top, as they came nearer, he glimpsed the roofs of houses and the spires of two churches. The entry to the main canal was roughly in the middle of the town. It was flanked by rocky little hills, and they passed a huge wooden bar, which, according to the captain, was lowered each night.
It's called Stura Boomen, and they only keep it open during the day. Best for defensive purposes, I would hazard a guess.
Killian wondered who the Swedes' enemies were. Presumably the Danes or Norwegians, who were their closest neighbours, at least on this side of the country. He knew very little about the political situation, and resolved to find out more as soon as he could. If he was going to make this his home for the foreseeable future, it would pay to be well informed. They continued along a canal flanked by buildings mainly built from wood. Most of them were painted either red or yellow with white or blue window frames. One or two of the houses were made of stone and seemed sturdier, but they were the exception. The streets looked to be laid out in a regular straight grid pattern, at right angles to each other, from what Killian could make out, although the canal itself wasn't quite straight. It had a kink at the end where it veered to the left. He could also see some sort of an island in the middle of it, further up ahead.
For some reason, they call this canal Stura Hamnen, which roughly means the big harbour, Captain Craig told him, on account of it being the place where everything is loaded and unloaded, I suppose.
They passed under several bridges, all arched and quite pretty, and came to a stop next to a large square. It was at roughly a man's height above the level of the canal. They had to climb up a few steps to reach the street, where the noise and bustle was almost deafening. Killian stopped for a moment to look around and liked what he saw. He drew in a deep breath and was pleased to find the air not too noxious either. Compared to Edinburgh, it was positively sweet-smelling, despite the inevitable stench from the canals. The square was cobblestoned and had trees planted at intervals along the canal. It gave a pleasing sense of space, despite the many people who were going about their daily business. Hawkers, vendors, street entertainers and workers, mangy dogs, horses and carts, all contributed to the scene, but it wasn't nearly as crowded as the streets of Edinburgh. Neither was it as colourful. Most of the inhabitants seemed to be dressed in greys, browns or black, although there were the odd splashes of colour from the more exalted persons that drew the eye. Killian was glad he had put on a fairly sober coat of grey silk, so he didn't stand out too much.
How many people live here?
Killian asked Captain Craig, as he followed him along one of the side canals towards a hostelry. It seemed preferable to spend the night at an inn, rather than go straight to Mr. Ferguson. He didn't want to be beholden to the man after all, and wanted to wait and see whether he would be invited to stay with him or not. First, he needed to get his bearings.
Not sure. 5, maybe 6,000. Could be more, though.
The landlord of the White Hart, or Vita Juten, as it was called in Swedish, was a jovial, rotund Scotsman by the name of Murdoch, whose face split into a welcoming grin at the sight of Captain Craig.
"Ah, so you're back then?" He beamed. "And you're wanting rooms, I presume?" "Aye, indeed we are."
The captain introduced Killian and entered into negotiations regarding the room charge. While he did so, Killian listened intently to a group of people speaking Swedish nearby. It sounded like a very guttural language and contained some strange noises, but one or two of the words seemed familiar.
"I'll have to learn to speak Swedish," he told Craig. "It shouldn't be that difficult. I managed to learn French and Latin after all, and Latin's the very devil to get the hang of. Swedish is easy, so they say, but then I've never tried more than a few words, Mr. Kinross. Good luck to you, I say." Craig laughed.
Killian wasn't sure if luck was what he needed, but he thanked the captain all the same. Walking into the tap room some time later, Killian was astonished to hear Scots-accented English spoken almost all around him. Captain Craig was seated in a corner and beckoned him over.
"There you are, Mr. Kinross. Come and meet some fellow countrymen. These kind gentlemen are buying the drinks." "That is indeed very hospitable."
Killian joined them at their table, and introductions were made. There were 2 young men, James McAvoy and Graham Fraser, who worked as assistants to Scottish merchants. One was dark-haired and swarthy, the other fair and fresh-faced, but both looked like they enjoyed life to the full and had no particular cares at the moment. The 4th person at the table was an old sea captain. His name was Muir, and apparently he had known Craig for many years. They soon had Killian provided with a large tankard of ale and a heaped plate of food, which gave off an appetising aroma.
"Plain fare," Muir said, "but plenty of it, and well cooked, to my mind. Though Murdoch's wife can oblige with Scottish victuals, if you prefer."
No, this is fine, thank you."
Killian had to agree that the food was plain, but although he'd been served only mashed turnips and salted fried pork with onion gravy, he found nothing to complain about. He'd never been fond of fancy food and preferred to eat anything that kept hunger at bay for as long as possible. During the past 3 years, there had been quite a few occasions when he hadn't been able to afford to eat, so he was always grateful when he could.
"So you're learning to become merchants?"
Killian said to the 2 younger men.
"That's what I'm hoping to do. Eventually, I'd like to set up in business for myself, but I need to learn the ropes." "You've come to the right place, then," McAvoy smiled. "But be prepared to work like a slave. Isn't that right, Fraser?"
His companion nodded in full agreement and rolled his eyes.
"And how?" Never a moment's peace, but at least it's no dull, and at the end of the day there's always convivial company to be had here at Vita Uton. Glad to hear it.
Killian had expected to have to work hard, so the two men's warnings didn't faze him. It was good to know he wouldn't have to spend his evenings alone once Captain Craig had left for Edinburgh. During the conversation, Killian looked around him and noticed that the inn was very sparsely furnished, with a bare minimum of tables and benches. There was no decoration to speak of, simply bare wooden walls. However, the large fireplace, very broad at the bottom and tapering up to a thin point near the ceiling, gave out plenty of heat and added cheer to the otherwise stark room.
"Fancy a game of dice?" McAvoy asked hopefully. "No one will play with me this week, as I have the devil's own luck."
Killian hesitated for a fraction. He really did want to put his old life behind him. On the other hand, if he was to set up in business, he would need all the funds he could get. Unless Lady Luck had deserted him for the young man sitting opposite, here was a way of acquiring additional capital. To refuse would seem churlish, and if he wanted to make friends in this foreign country, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. To clinch the matter, he promised himself he would stop before he either lost too much or fleeced his companions. He smiled.
That sounds like a challenge I can't refuse.
Chapter 8. Robert was becoming more openly critical of Jess every day, and she found herself being reprimanded for the slightest thing. Her mother, wrapped up as always in her toddlers, appeared not to notice. The few times she did, she only frowned at Jess and sighed. It was as if the additional strain of strife between her husband and her daughter was just too much to bear on top of her other burdens. This made Jess feel more and more isolated and increased her determination to find a way to escape.
"I hear you insulted Mrs. Forbes this morning,"
Robert said with a frown. Jess had been called into his study yet again, this time because she had been rude to his relative. In his mind, that was probably an offence punishable by death, Jess thought sarcastically. Outwardly, she tried to keep her emotions under control, although her jaw was clenched as tight as a vice. "Not intentionally. I just pointed out that since Mother was suffering from a headache, my time could be better spent helping her, instead of wasting it on useless embroidery." This wasn't quite how she had phrased it, as Jess well knew, but it was what she'd meant. Not that she didn't enjoy embroidery occasionally, but she much preferred to spend time with her brothers, Ramsay in particular. Their former rapport had been well and truly re-established, and she played with him as often as she could. Apparently, Robert had been told the unedited version of events. This was all the excuse he needed to give Jess a very long lecture on the evils of not minding her elders or doing as she'd been told. He never once raised his voice, but she still felt like a 5-year-old caught doing something heinous. Throughout his diatribe, there lurked the underlying menace of possible banishment. She heard him out in seething silence, knowing her face was becoming suffused with a flush of anger she couldn't hide. When at last he ran out of breath, she walked out of the study with her head held high. As always, she closed the door behind her as quietly as she could, instead of slamming it hard the way she'd like to do. Gritting her teeth, she ran towards the stairs, only to barrel straight into someone who was just coming in from the hall.
"Ooh, I beg your pardon."
Disconcerted, she took a step back and was about to apologise again, but as she looked up, the words died on her lips. In front of her stood the handsomest man she had ever seen, and she couldn't do anything except stare at him for a moment. He had shining dark auburn hair, pulled back into an untidy queue, cornflower blue eyes surrounded by sweeping black lashes and impossibly perfect features. She blinked and wondered if he was real. Perhaps he was one of the archangels spoken of in the Bible. She shook herself mentally. What a ridiculous thought.
No, it is I who should apologise. Miss Ferguson, is it?
He bowed.
Killian Kinross at your service. I've come to see your father and was told to wait over there.
He indicated a chair obviously placed for this purpose against the wall outside Robert's study.
I should have looked before entering this hallway. My mistake.
He is not my father, she hissed, reminded again of the recent encounter and ignoring the rest of the man's sentence. He is the devil reincarnated. This was perhaps a gross exaggeration, but saying the words out loud gave vent to her pent-up frustration and made her feel a whole lot better.
Mr. Kinross raised his brows a fraction, and a slow smile spread over his features.
Jess almost gasped, as the effect of it was like a physical blow to her solar plexus.
Riled you, has he?
He inquired with amusement in his voice.
Ah, but of course. He's related to my grandfather. Stands to reason.
Jess didn't follow the logic of this statement. In fact, she had trouble thinking coherently at all with that devastating smile dazzling her, but she closed her eyes and gathered what few wits she had left. I don't wish to discuss it. Good day to you, Mr. Kinross. And with that parting shot, she stepped around him and ran up the stairs, lifting her skirts to take the steps and unladylike 2 at a time. Glancing down from the first-floor landing, she saw him staring after her with a thoughtful look on his face. When he noticed her pause, he smiled again and bowed in a lazy, almost insolent salute. Jess ignored him and continued upstairs. She'd had more than enough of men to last her a lifetime, and she wanted nothing to do with any of them, handsome or not. Killian stared after the tiny blonde who had just rammed him in the chest, a not unenjoyable experience in itself. She seemed to be in a terrible temper, which made her grey eyes flash with quicksilver spirit and her cheeks blush becomingly. Although she wasn't a beauty in the normal sense of the word, she was too petite for that, and her colouring a little insipid, Killian had nevertheless felt a pull of attraction which took him by surprise. Normally he preferred his women well-rounded, dark and pliant, but he reflected that it might be interesting to try a fair-haired miniature Valkyrie for a change. He smothered the thought before it took root. She had been at odds with Mr. Ferguson, the man he was here to work with, and it wouldn't do to antagonise him from the start. He wondered at the relationship between them, since the girl clearly lived in this house. Whoever she was most definitely out of bounds at the moment. Besides which, she had untouched, all but engraved on her forehead. Killian smiled to himself. Years of experience had taught him to recognise the innocent among the girls he met. Nothing would induce him to break his rule about not bedding young virgins. They were more trouble than they were worth. As the door opened and he was ushered into the office of his grandfather's relative, he put the episode behind him. Time enough to find out more about this strangely delectable young lady later.
Come in, young Kinross.
Robert Ferguson was all smiles. He didn't show by as much as a flicker of annoyance that he had just had an altercation with the little Valkyrie. A thick-set man with a craggy face and bushy eyebrows, he was half a head shorter than Killian. He had wavy dark brown hair, liberally shot through with grey and brown, almost black eyes. An aquiline nose gave an impression of hauteur, despite the outwardly friendly manner, and his presence was such that anyone meeting him for the first time felt latent power ooze from his every pore. Killian suppressed a shudder. This man was ruthless. He knew it instinctively. He would have to be careful. He handed Ferguson the letter from his grandfather.
"Thank you for receiving me so soon, sir," he said. "Grandfather didn't have time to send you word of my arrival, but here is his letter of explanation for my presence here. I warn you, though, it might make tedious reading. I expect he'll be giving you a blow-by-blow account of my character."
Ferguson smiled briefly.
"I take it the two of you don't see eye to eye. Well, Uncle Kenham was always a touch dominating. I'll take his words with a pinch of salt."
He read through the missive quickly, and Killian waited in silence until he had finished. Ferguson nodded.
"It's as I thought. He wants you to have some gainful employment. I think I can manage to supply that. What do you know of trade?" "Not much. I picked up a few hints from the captain of the ship I arrived on, but I think it would be best if you treated me as a complete novice."
Killian decided not to tell Ferguson the ship was his. Time for that later, perhaps.
"I'm willing to work hard and I'll learn fast. I'll be happy to perform whatever tasks you set me." "Sensible words. I see you don't lack brains." "That's not what grandfather says."
Killian smiled and shrugged. Ferguson's mouth twitched again.
"As to that, you'll have to prove him wrong then." "I certainly hope so." "Have you anywhere to stay?" "I've taken a room at Vita Uten, near Smedjegaten, for the moment, but I'll be looking for lodgings as soon as possible. I wanted to get my bearings first." "Of course. You're welcome to stay here if you wish, but it's a household of women and children. Not ideal for concentration of any kind."
A look of impatience crossed Ferguson's face, but was quickly smothered and the urbane expression returned.
"Do come for supper tonight, though. The children will be in bed by then."
Killian wondered vaguely if that included the blonde girl, but hoped not. He would enjoy meeting her again. It might prove amusing, especially if she was still at odds with Ferguson.
"Thank you,"
he said, and bowed.
"I'll return later then." Good. Then on Monday morning I'll take you to my business premises, where I'll introduce you to Albert Home, my chief assistant. He can show you the ropes at first. He's very knowledgeable. You could do worse than listen to him." "Thank you again. That sounds ideal."
As he left the house, Killian wondered whether Ferguson was palming him off on his assistant in order to be rid of the responsibility. Only time would tell. Whatever happened, he was determined to learn as much as possible in as short a time as he could. The sooner he could set up his own business, the better. The atmosphere in Lady Braebury's ballroom was stifling and the air barely fit to breathe. Feeling decidedly irritable, Farker positioned himself behind a convenient pillar and loosened his neckcloth a fraction when no one was looking. He couldn't understand why it was necessary to invite more people than the room could actually accommodate, just to show the world that one's gathering was a social success. This seemed to be the norm these days, and it was deuced uncomfortable. His main concern was not the lack of space, though, but keeping an eye on his grandfather, who had insisted on attending this function. The old man was sitting nearby, talking to his old friend Rory Cameron, who seemed to be in remarkably good spirits for someone whose daughter was facing imminent ruin. He was also not glowering at Lord Rosyth, which could only mean the two men had come to some agreement regarding Killian. Farker suspected Lord Rosyth had rescued the undeserving scoundrel from his just deserts. What made Farker's blood boil the most was the fact that his grandfather didn't seem too concerned this time. He should have been furious. Blaming Killian for the Cameron chit's predicament had seemed like such a good plan when he first hatched it. Farquhar realised now he should have picked the girl with more care. He hadn't had any dealings with young Iona himself, and hadn't paid attention to the gossip circulating about her. That was a mistake. He really must be more careful. Not that he'd had much choice. She was the only pregnant girl who Farquhar knew for sure that Killian had slept with. He'd ignored the fact that the encounter had taken place the previous year, and therefore ruled Killian out as potential father of the child. Farquhar shook his head. What was done was done. No use repining. The thing now was to move forward, and he could only see one way of settling the matter once and for all. Killian had to be eliminated. Until that happened, Farquhar could never be sure of his position. Lord Rosyth was liable to change his mind whenever he saw fit. Farquhar threw the old man a glance. Perhaps he should rid the world of his grandfather as well while he was at it. A convenient accident shouldn't be impossible. It would be a shame, though, and since what Farquhar really wanted was his grandfather's approval, bumping the old man off would take away half the satisfaction of being the heir. Still, it was something to think about. First, he needed to find out where Killian had gone, and there seemed no chance of that here. He couldn't hear a word the old man was saying either, with all the noise going on around them. Tiring of this spying game, Farquhar looked about for a servant with a tray of drinks. Instead, his eyes fell on one of Killian's cronies, Dougal Forster, who was lounging against the opposite wall. He looked as miserable as Farquhar felt. No doubt he was missing his debauched companion, but perhaps that could work to Farquhar's advantage. In the hope that he might glean some information from him, he strolled over.
"Evening, Forster,"
he said.
"Good evening."
Forster looked slightly taken aback to be addressed by Killian's cousin. The two had never been more than nodding acquaintances before.
"Dreadful squeeze, isn't it?"
Farquhar glowered at the occupants of the room in general.
"Didn't think this was your kind of scene. Not out carousing with my cousin tonight?"
Forster threw him a confused glance, but answered evenly,
"No, he left for Sweden a few days ago, remember?"
Farquhar hid his surprise.
"Oh, I thought he wasn't leaving until the end of the week. Well, the matter was rather urgent."
Dougal looked across the room to where Farquhar now spied Iona Cameron simpering at young James Hamilton. The young man's expression was that of a cornered rat, since there was a Cameron relative on either side of the couple. They seemed intent on thwarting any possible escape attempts on the part of the intended groom. Farquhar would have laughed at this sight if he hadn't remembered it should have been Killian at the girl's side, looking every bit as uncomfortable as Hamilton did now. He drew in a steadying breath to suppress the anger.
"Yes, so I gather. Sweden seems a drastic choice, though, just to avoid Parsons' mousetrap. Nasty, cold place, from what I hear." "No more so than here,"
Dougal said.
"And Gothenburg is in the southern part," Rory said, "so perhaps not as cold as all that." "We must hope not, for Killian's sake."
"Farquhar Kinross. Fancy meeting you here."
The cold voice of Rory Grant sliced across Farquhar's words.
"Doing the pretty with your grandfather, are you?"
Farquhar studied Killian's closest friend through narrowed eyes. Grant didn't look pleased to find him talking to Forster, and this made Farquhar smile.
"Someone has to take care of the old man,"
he replied ambiguously, and couldn't resist adding,
"I've just been informed by your friend here," he nodded towards Forster, "that my cousin has deserted us for the delights of Sweden."
Grant sent his companion an accusing glare, and Forster blanched, obviously realising his mistake. Farker's smile widened.
"Well, I'm off. Can't stand another moment of this purgatory. Good evening to you both."
He gave them a slightly mocking bow, which was returned as the merest nod by Grant, and not at all by the flustered Forster. He sauntered off, trying to suppress a shout of laughter. Killian really should choose his friends with more care, he thought. Forster might be a nice enough man, but when it came to wits, he definitely hadn't been blessed with his full share. Still, Farker wasn't complaining. If only all Killian's cronies had been as stupid, it would have made life a lot easier. Stopping by the door, he stared across the room to where Forster and Grant seemed to be exchanging angry words. When they glanced his way, Farker gave them one last mocking bow before leaving. In return, he received only icy glares, but he didn't care. He had all the information he needed. Chapter 9. "Please may I be excused from dinner, Murder? I have a dreadful headache." Jess hovered just inside the door of the nursery. She was hoping for a quick reply so she could flee back to her bedroom before Robert came upstairs to change. She really did have a headache, although it was more of a nagging sensation at the back of her head than anything else. Either way, it was as good an excuse as any. Jess had spent the afternoon fuming about Robert's unfair treatment of her. The last thing she wanted was another evening making strained conversation with him and Mrs. Forbes. Her mother hardly ever contributed. She was usually too tired from running around after her sons all day, so it was up to the other three to make small talk, something Jess couldn't stand. When Jess entered the room, her mother had been in the middle of helping the nursemaid make the boys ready for bed. It was a task the servant could very well have done on her own, but which Katrina insisted on supervising every evening. There didn't seem to be a single aspect of her younger children's daily routine she didn't want to be involved in, Jess thought resentfully. She never asks how I spend my time, except when she needs me for something. Jess knew that was unjust, though. Katrina was merely a mother hen, forever anxious about her smaller chicks. Katrina struggled to pull a clean nightshirt over the head of recalcitrant James. She looked round at Jess with a frown, her face flushed with irritation and effort. "Not today, dear. We have a guest coming, Robert said. He won't be very pleased with you if you don't attend. Why don't you ask Cook for a tisane? I'm sure if you lie down for a short while, you'll be as right as rain." Jess's heart sank. She very much hoped the guest wasn't the man she had encountered in the hall, but it seemed more than likely. Had he told Robert about her rude remarks? That's all I need. "Please, Mama? I'm sure Robert's guest would rather discuss business and such matters with him. With Mrs. Forbes at the table, you'll be an even number. You don't need me." Katrina shook her head. "No, I'm sorry, but I'm too tired to make proper conversation. Robert will need your help. You can talk about sensible things while you know Mrs. Forbes does nothing but gossip." She noticed Jess's look of distress and came over to put a hand on her daughter's arm. "Come, my dear, our guest might be an eligible young man. Didn't you just say the other day you were longing for a husband of your own? You'll never catch one hiding yourself away in your room." "I have no chance of catching anyone." Jess wanted to scream, but something made her hold back. She couldn't tell her mother about her lack of dowry and Robert's part in that. It would only upset her, and no doubt there would be a terrible scene. Somehow it would all end up being Jess's fault, and she'd be no better off than she was now. No, she had to find a way out of her predicament by herself. "Very well," she sighed. "If you need me, of course I'll come down. I'll go and see Cook now." "You do that. And while you're there, can you make sure she's warming some milk for the boys? Please check that it's not boiling like yesterday. They really don't like it lumpy. I'm forever telling Cook to heat the milk slowly, but she won't listen." "Yes, Murder." Her mother's thoughts had returned to her boys, and Jess was on the outside once again. Killian knocked on the front door to the Ferguson house for the second time that day, with a slight feeling of anticipation building up inside him. It had been a long time since he'd felt anything other than bored with his existence. Somehow, coming to Sweden had changed all that. It was as if he had turned a corner, and the past was no longer important. He intended to make the most of his new life, learning as much as he could in record time. He was tired of living on the fringes of society, scraping by. He wanted to make his way in the world and show his grandfather he didn't need him or his inheritance. He needed no one. Knowledge was power, as he'd said to Captain Craig. Therefore, he had spent the afternoon trying to find out more about Gothenburg in general and the Ferguson family in particular. Fortunately, Murdoch, the Scottish landlord at Vita Uton, was a gregarious fellow who was very happy to spend time chatting with his guests. He accepted a tankard of ale with alacrity, and after a few sips, there was no stopping him. He was an absolute fount of useful information. For the moment, however, Killian was mostly interested in details about the Ferguson household, so that he would know who he was dealing with. He steered the conversation in that direction with a couple of innocent questions. "Ferguson is a canny one," the landlord said, tapping a fat finger on his nose. "Keeps himself to himself mostly, and doesn't he mix much with the rest of us?" He looked around in a furtive manner and lowered his tone. "I've heard tell he's ruthless when it comes to business dealings. There have been rumours he clashes with other merchants, but no hard facts. He wasted no time in hitching himself to the grieving widow when his partner passed away. Didn't even wait a year for proper mourning, but then I suppose the lady needed looking after. Her and her daughter both." "Daughter?" Killian prompted, very interested in this tale. "Yes, Miss Van Sant. Pretty little blonde girl, Ferguson's stepdaughter. Well, I say girl, but she must be all over 19 or 20 now. A little heiress, I suppose, seeing as she was her father's only child. Ferguson will be looking after her inheritance until she marries, though, and that may no be any time soon." "Why not?" If Miss Van Sant was the girl he'd met that morning, as he assumed she must be, Killian saw no reason why she shouldn't marry. There had been nothing wrong with her that he could see. In fact, coupled with a substantial inheritance, she would be quite a temptation to any man. "Ah, well, now here's a story." Murdoch smiled knowingly and lowered his voice again, making sure no one was listening. "It was the talk of the town last year, so it was. Her and a young Swedish nobleman. Madly in love they were, the pair of them, inseparable at any gathering, apparently. Then suddenly, she's gone. Disappeared into thin air." The landlord clicked his fingers together to emphasise his point. "Turns out he didn't love her after all. Had only been toying with her feelings to get at her dowry. Someone spilled the beans and she, poor girl, suffered for a broken heart. Had to go and nurse it in the country for nearly a year. And her such a lovely young lady. Fair boggles the mind, don't it?"
"Indeed. But now she's back."
Yes, been seen out and about. Saw her myself a few days ago, but didn't look too happy to me. Perhaps she's still suffering, poor mite. Love is a strange thing.
Killian was sure there must be more to it than that. Miss Van Sant certainly hadn't looked the sort of young lady who'd suffered from a broken heart for a whole year. She was much too spirited for that. And why had she been at loggerheads with her stepfather? An enigma, to be sure, but Killian liked a challenge. He decided to keep his eyes and ears open. As he waited for the door to the Ferguson house to open, Killian wondered again whether Miss Van Sant would be present at supper. It would certainly make for a more interesting evening, particularly if she was still in a temper. The thought made him smile, just as a maid opened the door, and the poor girl jumped and stared wide-eyed at this sight before recalling her duties. "God afton och välkommen, Han." She lowered her gaze and curtsied, then took his cloak before showing him into the parlour. This was a large room at the back of the house, dominated by an impressive floor-to-ceiling stove made of blue and white Delft tiles. The brass hatch at the front was open, allowing the heat from the fire to penetrate the room, but Killian still felt a chill in the air. He guessed the parlour wasn't used very often, and the fire had only just been lit. A slightly musty odour wafting through the room seemed to confirm this. The room itself was otherwise fairly plain. The walls were painted a muted grey, and the floorboards sanded and scrubbed until they were almost white. A great deal of furniture, too much, Killian thought, was crammed in seemingly without purpose. There were massive, ornately painted cupboards, a lot of high-backed chairs that looked uncomfortable, and several tables covered with linen cloths. The walls held a mirror in a carved and gilded frame, as well as some dark paintings and wall hangings. A brass chandelier illuminated the gloom of the early evening. Apart from his host, the room also contained 3 ladies, all dressed in plain gowns in shades of brown or grey. Killian was pleased to see that one of them was the little Valkyrie he had met earlier. He didn't look at her, however, but concentrated on greeting Ferguson.
"Good evening. I hope I'm not late."
"Not at all, Kinross. We sup at 6, as I told you. Come and meet my wife."
Robert Ferguson ushered him towards the ladies, who all stood up to greet him.
"Katrina, my dear, this is a distant relative of mine, Killian Kinross, the grandson of Lord Rosyth. You remember I told you about him? Rosyth is my mother's cousin."
Yes, of course." Katrina Ferguson was a small, slightly plump woman with hair the colour of ripe corn. Although she must have been pretty once, her beauty had faded, and there were lines of tiredness and worry etched into her face. The pale blue eyes, fringed with sandy eyelashes, were dull and unfocused, as if she was forever thinking about something other than the present. Killian bowed over her hand and murmured,
"How do you do, ma'am?" "This is Jessamine Van Sant, my stepdaughter,"
Robert continued. Killian immediately detected a slightly harder edge to the man's voice when he said the girl's name. Obviously, the antagonism she felt for Ferguson was mutual, which was interesting. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Van Sant," he said, and bowed over her hand in the same way as he had her mother's. Instead of merely pretending to kiss the back of it, however, he allowed his lips to graze the soft skin. He hid a smile when he heard her quick intake of breath. "Mr. Kinross," she said, in a voice as cold as the icy depths of her grey eyes. Killian just nodded politely and moved on to the next lady.
"And this is Mrs. Una Forbes, Another relation of mine, but on my father's side," Ferguson said. "She is Yesamine's companion." Poor girl, guarded by an old dragon, Killian thought, but out loud he made the usual polite noises. Mrs. Forbes was tiny, but looked decidedly pugnacious with sharp eyes and a jutting chin. Her grey hair was pulled into a hairstyle as severe as her expression. He wondered if her presence had anything to do with the love affair and the young nobleman the landlord had spoken of. Had the young lady perhaps been a little reckless? Another interesting thought. "Madogan ar servirad, Herr Ferguson." The maid had returned to announce supper, and the company went through to another equally plain room which was linked to the parlour by an archway. Killian was seated on the right-hand side of his hostess. Miss Van Sant was opposite, and her companion next to him. He did his duty and made small talk with both the older ladies while the first course was served, then turned to his host. "What made you come to Sweden, of all places, Mr. Ferguson?" he inquired. "Well, Scotland was a dismal place after the 15, especially for anyone suspected of sympathising with the Jacobites. I thought it wise to go abroad for a while. A friend of mine told me there were great opportunities in Gothenburg for anyone with experience of trade, so I made my way here." "And were there?" Killian asked. "Oh, yes. At that time, exports of timber and iron ore were on the up, so business was booming. I quickly became a partner in the firm of my wife's late husband, who had been here longer, and I was therefore in a position to invest my money wisely. When he sadly passed away 5 years ago, I took over the running of the company." "And his wife," Killian added to himself. He wondered how Ferguson had bamboozled the recently widowed lady into marrying him so quickly. She seemed meek and biddable, so perhaps it hadn't been such a difficult task. She also threw her husband adoring glances from time to time, proving the match had been one of love, at least on her part. Killian saw Miss Van Sant glare at her stepfather, looking as if she wanted to say something, even though she remained silent. He felt sure the daughter had been less easy to convince. She obviously still harboured some resentment. "I see," was all he said, not wanting to stir up any quarrels, but then decided to probe just a little further. "I take it Miss Van Sant had no brothers to take their father's place?" "No." Ferguson's answer was curt, and he glanced at his stepdaughter. "And naturally a girl can't have anything to do with running a business, no matter how capable she may think herself." "Of course not," Killian said, and earned himself a scowl from the young lady. Another interesting tidbit. So she had thought herself her father's successor. Killian wondered why. Ferguson was right. Girls didn't normally have anything to do with such things. He would have to find out further details. "Do please tell me more about the sort of goods you trade in," he added to divert Ferguson's attention from a subject which seemed contentious in this household. He listened with half an ear to Ferguson's rather boring account of his various business interests, while keeping an eye on the young lady opposite. She concentrated on the food in front of her, but he noticed she didn't actually eat much, just pushed it around on her plate. He tried to attract her attention, but she didn't look up once. A novel experience for him. Usually any young lady in his vicinity would have her eyes glued to him. Not this one. He should have been grateful, since he'd already decided she was out of bounds, but some perverse streak made him want her to notice him. Throwing caution to the wind, he stretched out his legs under the table, which wasn't very wide, and allowed his feet to accidentally brush her skirts. This provoked an instant reaction.
She raised her eyes and shot silver daggers at him, which he found infinitely preferable to being ignored. With an inward smile, he wondered if she'd always had a hasty temper, or if it was provoked by her stepfather's arrival on the scene. Either way, she was easy to tease in her current state, like a powder keg ready to blow up at the slightest sign of fire. "And why have you come to Sweden, Mr. Kinross?" She interrupted her stepfather in mid-flow, and Ferguson frowned at her rudeness.
"Really, Jessamine, where are your manners?"
Killian was tempted to laugh, but kept a straight face. He knew, of course, that Ferguson was objecting to being cut off, not the abruptness of the question. He pretended it was the latter.
"I don't mind answering, Miss Van Sant. It's a reasonable query, after all."
He smiled at her, but her expression remained stony.
"My grandfather sent me over here because he thought I should learn something useful. Perhaps find a way to fill the family coffers before I take over as laird."
"You're going to be a laird?" Her disdain was clear, and Killian's good humour evaporated.
"Yes? You find that hard to believe?"
He stared her straight in the eyes, and she had the grace to look ashamed. "No, I mean, it was just... You seem too young for such a role."
"No doubt grandfather will live a good many years yet. He's as tough as old boots, as I'm sure you can attest, Mr. Ferguson." "That he is. Never knew a man in better health."
The conversation turned to other things, and Killian decided to leave Miss Van Sant alone for now. He didn't want to cause any further friction between her and her stepfather until he knew more about the situation. It seemed wiser to observe and concentrate on his food. He had been surprised when they sat down earlier that all the food was carried in and left on the table. They had to help themselves, passing the dishes from person to person. Although there were plenty of servants, it didn't appear to be their job to actually serve, which seemed rather odd to him. He reflected that he obviously had a lot to learn about Swedish customs. The fare was plain, just like at the inn, and somewhat stodgy. Cabbage soup with some sort of meatballs floating in it came first. This was followed by a choice of fatty roast mutton, fillet of veal with mushroom gravy, and black pudding with something that looked like miniature cranberries.
"What are these?"
he asked, curious to know everything about this country now he was here.
"Lingonberries. They're a bit sharp, but make a nice contrast to the sweet taste of the black pudding. It's made from pig's blood, as I'm sure you know. A bit different from the Scottish variety, but not bad."
Mrs. Ferguson looked alarmed at her husband's words, as if she was afraid that Killian would refuse to eat the food if he was told what it consisted of. Killian smiled at her to reassure her this wasn't the case. He was neither squeamish nor a fussy eater. He tried everything, found that he enjoyed it all, and ate with relish.
"I like it. In fact, it is all delicious, Mum,"
he said to Katrina, who smiled back at the compliment. She was a difficult woman to talk to, since she often stopped in the middle of a sentence to listen to muffled sounds coming from upstairs, her pale gaze clouding over. When he finally hit on the idea of asking her about her younger children, however, she suddenly became very talkative indeed. So much so that Ferguson interrupted her in the end with a mild reproach.
"I'm sure young Kinross, who doesn't yet have children of his own, has heard enough tales of our two little scoundrels, my dear. Won't you ask for dessert to be brought in?"
"Oh, yes, of course, do forgive me." Katrina became flustered and withdrawn once more, and Killian felt sorry for her. At the same time, he was grateful for the intervention. One more tale of little Ramsay's precociousness or tiny James's attempts at walking would have made him run screaming for the door. Babies and toddlers didn't interest him at all. Dessert turned out to be apple pie served with thick whipped cream, and Killian enjoyed this dish so much he had a second helping. Miss Van Sant frowned at him from across the table, where she had continued to pick her way through the food put in front of her with the appetite of a bird. He raised his eyebrows at her in an unspoken question. Just because she had no wish to eat, did that mean he couldn't enjoy the meal? She blushed and looked away, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to tease her one last time. He stretched his legs out and deliberately caressed her shin with his foot. She jumped, and her eyes returned to glare at him once more. Killian adopted an innocent expression and began a conversation with his host about the natural resources of Sweden. He had a feeling he was going to enjoy his time in Gothenburg. Chapter 10. Is that man going to stay in Gothenburg for long? Jess couldn't resist asking her stepfather after their guest had left. He was insufferably conceited. Robert threw her a puzzled look.
He seemed perfectly amiable to me.
Yes, lovely manners, Katrina put in, happy now she'd at last been able to check for herself that her two little boys were fast asleep upstairs and all was well. And so handsome. Handsome is as handsome does, Jess muttered. After her experiences with Carl, she had decided that what a man was like on the inside was more important. And a little steadfastness in the face of opposition would be nice too. She, for one, would certainly not be falling for anyone with good looks again. Not that I'll be given the opportunity.
Well, he's staying here for as long as his grandfather thinks it's necessary,
Robert stated firmly.
So you will please be polite to him at all times. Lord Rosyth is my relative, and he's too important a man to offend. We have to treat his grandson with respect.
Why is he here, though? He didn't look like he'd done a day's work in his life. Jess was feeling on edge. Mr. Kinross had unsettled her with the strange game he'd been playing under the table, not to mention his knowing glances. It wasn't something she'd ever encountered before, and she had no idea how to deal with it. With Carl and her other suitors, there had been straightforward, demure flirtation and courtship. No subtle teasing, only admiring gazes and polite requests for dances or conversation.
He's to work with me and learn to be a merchant. That shouldn't be too difficult. The lad seems bright enough. Not a dullard by any means. Speaks Latin and French too, so I understand.
Jess wasn't convinced. Mr. Kinross had the look of a man who'd spent his time pursuing nothing but pleasure and probably trading on his good looks to achieve whatever he wanted. She had mistrusted him from the moment she set eyes on him. An evening spent in his company hadn't changed her view. She sincerely hoped her stepfather would make him work really hard, then perhaps he'd decide being a merchant wasn't for him and leave. Jess rather thought that would be the best thing for her peace of mind, although why he bothered her so much, she had no idea. She ought to have been pleased that a man, any man, paid her some attention, but she knew instinctively Mr. Kinross had not had marriage in mind. He didn't look like the marrying kind. The following day was Sunday. Although Killian hadn't set foot in a church for years, he had thought it politic not to refuse Ferguson's invitation to join his family for the morning service.
If only you could see me now, grandfather,
he muttered, as he hurried along the cobbled streets towards the church and slipped in just before the doors were closed.
Close to sainthood, at the very least.
It had been a struggle to rise so early. His head pounded from the after-effects of several bottles of wine shared with McAvoy and Fraser, who had greeted his return to the inn with cries of welcome. Even though Killian had soundly beaten McAvoy at dice the evening before, they didn't seem to bear him any ill will. "Come and join us for a game of cards!" they shouted across the tap room. Their good humour was infectious, and Killian was happy to oblige. After an evening of stilted, polite conversation, he definitely needed some diversion. He was paying for it now, and flinched as a shaft of sunlight streamed in through a particularly red pane of glass in the stained glass windows and hit him square in the face. Squinting, he saw Ferguson sitting in a pew near the front, waving at him. Killian made his way up the aisle, squeezing into the end of the row next to Miss Van Sant. The girl moved her skirts as if she couldn't bear for them to touch him, but this only made him want to provoke her again. Deliberately, he shuffled closer and whispered, "Good morning, Miss Van Sant. You're looking particularly lovely today." Actually, it was nothing but the truth. Her hair glinted in the sunlight like gilded silver, and although her eyes were grey storm clouds, her cheeks were stained a becoming shade of pink. He received only a curt "good morning" in return, and from then on she kept her gaze firmly fixed on the front of the church. Killian wasn't much interested in listening to the sermon, and he couldn't understand it anyway since it was in Swedish. As soon as the first hymn had been sung and the minister began to speak in a loud, carrying voice, he decided this was a good opportunity to get to know Miss Van Sant a bit better. "I gather you don't like me," he whispered. "Why is that?" At first, it didn't seem as though she was going to answer such a direct question, but finally she hissed, "You're related to him." She nodded towards her stepfather, who was thankfully at the other end of the pew, and therefore out of earshot. Mrs. Forbes was seated next to her charge, but she was busy helping Mrs. Ferguson. The two little boys were placed between them and had to be kept in check. One of them had a loud, hacking cough, and both were fidgeting and whining about something, creating a useful diversion. "Only very distantly," Killian protested. "I barely even know how myself." "Well, if not by blood, then probably in other ways." Miss Van Sant raised her chin a notch, as if defending her views. "You shouldn't judge people before you know them. Why should I be like your stepfather?" Killian was intrigued by her reasoning. "You have the same look of assurance. Swagger, in fact. I know your type, and I will not be taken in again." Killian raised his brows at her, but she still wouldn't look at him. "You've been taken in by your stepfather?" "No, I meant... that is, it's none of your business. Kindly pay attention to the sermon and leave me in peace." Killian did as he'd been asked, but he was more determined than ever to find out what Ferguson had done to earn the girl's enmity to such a degree. It couldn't just be because he'd usurped her father's place in her life and married her mother. And with a tongue as sharp as that, he believed even less in the story about her broken heart. There was a mystery here, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it, but he'd have to be patient for now. Meanwhile, he could amuse himself by ruffling her feathers, which seemed all too easy to do. He knew she was as aware of him as he was of her. Fidgeting just like her half-brothers, he took up the largest amount of space possible on purpose. This meant their thighs came into contact whenever either of them moved, which sent a frisson through him, and hopefully her as well. He didn't know what devil prompted him to act in this way, but he felt more alive than he had in ages. Never had a visit to church been so enjoyable. As they made their way out into the autumn sunshine at last, Miss Van Sant whispered under her breath, "I shall take care not to sit next to you again, sir." She made to move off, but under cover of the throng of people, he grabbed her wrist to detain her. "And I shall make sure you do," he whispered back. Jess unconsciously held her wrist, which seemed to burn from his touch. She couldn't help but stare at Mr. Kinross's broad back while he stopped for a word with her stepfather. She felt shaken again, just like she had the night before, but she wasn't sure if it was outrage at his behaviour or excitement from the unusual sparring between them. A little voice inside her head dared her to admit that she had enjoyed the encounter, but she quelled it ruthlessly. Before she had time to think about it further, the daughter of another Dutch-born merchant came over to greet her. Jess hadn't seen Margriet Janssen since her return, even though they had known each other for years. She'd had no opportunity to rekindle friendships because Robert had discouraged her from going out. So far, there hadn't been any invitations to social gatherings either. Since she felt like she was treading on eggshells most of the time, Jess hadn't dared to contact any of her former friends of her own accord. It seemed safer to wait for them to call on her.
Jessamine, you're back at last! I thought you lost to us forever, you were gone so long. Did you find a handsome prince in the forest to marry?
Margriet was small and dark, and known as a great flirt, but she had a kind heart. Jess knew she was only teasing, so she shook her head with a smile.
No, nothing as exciting. I just had a great deal to do and became caught up in the running of the manor for a while,
she lied. Margriet made a face.
How boring.
She glanced in Mr. Kinross's direction.
But it seems you found something better here, eh?
What?
Oh, you mean Mr. Kinross? No, he's just my stepfather's new apprentice.
Jess pretended indifference, but her eyes followed Margriet's. She studied the stylish cut of Kinross's black silk coat, which seemed moulded across his wide shoulders and fell in perfect pleats to just above his knees. He couldn't be accused of ostentation, as he had dressed in the best possible taste. His coat had only a moderate number of silver buttons down the front and on the cuffs, but its very plainness enhanced his good looks. It also contrasted beautifully with his auburn hair.
I wouldn't mind having him as my apprentice, Margriet giggled. Oh, I don't know. He's very full of himself.
Jess didn't really want to talk about Mr. Kinross any more. Just looking at him from a distance made her feel distinctly odd, and she knew she had more important things to do. She took Margriet's arm and began to walk in the opposite direction.
Now, please, won't you tell me what I've missed while I've been away? There must be some interesting gossip, surely. How many young men's hearts have you broken in a year? Hundreds?
Margriet laughed, then obliged good-naturedly with the latest tales of Gothenburg society. As they promenaded back and forth outside the church, however, Jess found her eyes kept straying to Mr. Kinross. It was impossible not to notice how his hair shone with copper highlights in the sun, and his laughter carried on the wind. He was altogether too much of a distraction. Killian spent the rest of the Sunday with Captain Craig and the group of other Scotsmen gathered at Vita Uton. He was introduced to a whole host of new people, and they all seemed only too happy to welcome another fellow countryman. Several of them extended invitations to dinner, even though he barely knew them. Killian gathered they stuck with their own kind as much as possible.
Not sure the Swedes really want us here anymore,
one man commented.
But they need our expertise and the money we bring in, so there's no going back now.
Expertise in what exactly?
Well, it was really the Dutch they needed most to build this place. But we're every bit as good at trade and seafaring, not to mention our contacts in England and Europe, so they welcomed us too. You'll soon learn.
This was Killian's intention, but he didn't plan to be quite as insular as some of his compatriots. In order to really take advantage of all the opportunities that Gothenburg could offer him, he knew he had to forge links with the natives as well. With that in mind, he asked the landlord's 15-year-old son Jamie to teach him the Swedish language, starting immediately.
I hate not knowing what everyone is saying. It makes me feel at a disadvantage, he told the boy. So the quicker I can learn, the better. Will you help me, please?
The boy took one look at the silver dollar Killian held out to him and nodded with a smile. Killian found it difficult to get his tongue round some of the sounds the boy made, but other than that, he discovered it wasn't a complicated language. Quite a few words were similar to English ones, which made it easier. Young Jamie was only too pleased to earn some extra money. As soon as he noticed that Killian treated him well, he even dared to assert himself more and correct any mistakes his pupil made.
You'll soon catch on, sir, I'm sure of it, he said with a cheeky grin, having just laughed at Killian's particularly bad pronunciation of the Swedish word for 17, 17. Killian was determined to prove him right. Just you wait, you little scoundrel. Killian smiled good-naturedly. Now, go through those numbers again, please, and I'll get it right this time.
Ferguson introduced him to his chief assistant early on the Monday morning. Albert Holm proved to be a quiet Swede of indeterminate age who seldom smiled. His face was plain but pleasant, his thinning fair hair tied back neatly, and his expression open and honest. Killian decided the man also had kind eyes. He spoke English, but it was heavily accented.
Pleased to meet you,
he said. He pronounced the words as if he was still speaking in his native language, which made them seem flat and toneless. He bowed politely, and Killian bowed back.
Good morgon, Herr Holm,
he said, trying out his best newly acquired Swedish.
Hur mår ni?
Ferguson laughed. Holmes' eyebrows rose a notch, and he nodded, as if he approved of Killian's attempt. But the man gave no other sign of surprise.
Bra tack, he replied. Been listening to the natives, have you? Ferguson cut in. Good, good. Always pays to keep your ears open. Well, I'll leave you in Albert's capable hands then. I've got some people to see about a cargo.
Killian was left with Holm, feeling slightly awkward as he had no idea what was expected of him. Although he had spent some time with Lord Rosyth's steward learning about the running of the estate, he had never held a job as such. There was an embarrassed silence. Then he decided he might as well try to break the ice.
What would you like me to do this morning? Perhaps some sums?
They had been standing inside the doorway of a huge warehouse. Holm now led the way up to a smaller room on the first floor, reached via a rickety staircase. Holmes' spare but wiry frame moved without haste, but always with purpose. Killian soon understood that the man only spoke when he had something important to say, which meant it was best to listen carefully and take note. The office, which was what the room proved to be, was covered in shelves from floor to ceiling. Ledgers and other papers were stacked in orderly heaps on just about every surface. There were 2 tall, sloping writing desks at right angles to each other, with writing materials neatly laid out at the top of each.
Sit here, please. You can add.
Yes. Killian hadn't exactly been a diligent pupil, and most of his and Farker's tutors despaired of him. Still, he had a quick mind, and they had never been able to complain about his aptitude. Learning came easily to him, as long as the subject in question interested him, and numbers was one of his fortes. Holm placed a fat ledger in front of him, and opened it at the latest page. He indicated a piece of clean paper on the desk and said,
"Add on there first, please. I want no mistake."
Killian nodded and got on with it. There were only a few pages of sums needing attention, and he had soon finished. Holmes sat at the other desk and was busy writing letters, but when Killian placed the finished sums in front of him, he looked up.
"You finish already? I check."
While Holmes went through the sheets, Killian paced back and forth in front of the windows of the office, which overlooked the coast. He could see his own ship anchored in the distance, as well as a large number of other vessels of various sizes. A warm glow spread through him at the thought that he was the owner of one of them. He hoped the cargo he and Captain Craig had decided on would make a good profit. The captain was off at this very moment, negotiating with the local merchants to sell the goods they had brought and ask for a favourable price with regard to the cargo they wanted to buy.
"This is right,"
he heard Holmes say, and turned back to face the man.
"I know,"
Killian said and smiled. The corners of Holmes' mouth grudgingly turned upwards.
"So you know how to add. That is good. Now you do it in the book. Then we go downstairs." "Fine."
Killian quickly finished this task as well, and then the two of them went back down to the ground floor level. Holmes took him on a tour of the warehouse.
"All these things we trade," he explained. "Iron, tar, copper."
The list went on, but Killian gathered those were the main items, or at least the ones that gave the most profit.
"Vad are dit?"
Killian pointed to a stack of sacks piled up against a wall.
"Havre, oats,"
Holmes said.
"Going to Scotland. Your people like, gröt. What's it called in English?"
"You must mean porridge. Yes, we do. Did I say the question right? I've only just started learning."
"You did in a way, but there are more polite ways of asking."
"Will you teach me, please, as well as everything else?" Killian spread his hands to encompass the entire business of Messrs. Van Sant and Ferguson. Holmes hesitated only a fraction before nodding.
"Yeah, I will. But only if you really want to learn."
"Believe me, I do."
"Good."
And with that one word, Killian somehow felt he'd received Holmes' seal of approval. It was the start of a friendship of sorts, although Killian always felt as if the other man was holding back somehow. Holmes never offered any comments about anything other than business. The few times Killian dared to ask a personal question, he was given a non-committal answer. He learned only that Holmes was unmarried, lived alone in rented rooms, and liked reading for pleasure. The older man helped Killian in many ways, however, such as with the problem of accommodation.
"Are you staying with Mr. Ferguson?"
he asked on the second morning.
"No, I'm still at the inn, but I would prefer some sort of lodging of my own. I really don't want to impose on Mr. Ferguson and his family, although he did offer."
Holmes gave a small smile.
"Too many babies in that house,"
he said, and Killian grinned back at his perspicacity.
"I know a widow with 2 rooms to rent out. Respectable. You interested?"
"Definitely, thank you. That was just what I had in mind."
"Very well. I take you there after work."
Fru Jung proved to be a relative of Holmes, some sort of distant cousin from what Killian could gather. Friendly and chatty, she was pleased to let him have 2 connecting rooms on the first floor of her modest house. It was in a narrow street on the opposite side of town to the warehouse, but as Gothenburg wasn't very large, Killian didn't mind. A walk every morning would do him good. Although it was only early autumn, the evenings were cold, and he was grateful the sitting room had a tile stove similar to the one in Ferguson's house, although much smaller. Fru Jung kindly lit it for him before he came home from work each day. She also agreed to cook him supper for a few extra $, which saved him a lot of bother. Next, Killian arranged for young Jamie to come to his lodgings as often as he could, and he was soon progressing with his Swedish speaking.
Your pronunciation is atrocious,
Home told him with an unaccustomed grin.
Oh, yes?
Killian grinned back and didn't take offence, since Holmes said it in a good-natured fashion.
Guess I'll just have to try harder then.
Halfway through his second week, he was surprised to find Miss Van Sant outside the door to the warehouse one afternoon. He had answered her knock, since Home was out at a meeting, and no one else seemed to be about.
Miss Van Sant, what an unexpected pleasure, he said, and smiled.
She looked startled and tried to peer around him into the warehouse, as if she was searching for someone. I came to see Mr. Home. Is he here?
No, but you're welcome to wait for him upstairs if you want.
No thank you. I was only passing and don't have much time. He looked past her to see whether the formidable Mrs. Forbes was in evidence. All he could see was a maid with a bored expression on her face waiting nearby.
You were allowed out on your own. Tut, your jailers are slacking, he teased.
What do you mean? I'm not a prisoner. Whatever gave you that idea? Her protest came rather too quickly, proving that he had hit the mark. She scowled at him, which made him want to reach out and smooth her brow. He resisted the urge.
Aren't you? It seems to me that most girls are prisoners until they marry, forever guarded against any passing man.
Only against men like you, I should think, she shot back.
Perhaps, he conceded with a grin. Why don't you come inside and we can put it to the test? I presume that little maid is meant to defend your virtue, but we can leave her there.
Miss Van Sant drew herself up to a full height, which wasn't very much, since she didn't reach any further than the bottom of his chin. Thank you, but I don't need to test that theory. I'm fairly sure I wouldn't be safe anywhere near you.
You're probably right. Does it scare you?
No, I can deal with men like you. My father taught me.
I see. And what else did he teach you? How to do sums? How to trade?
A wary expression crossed her features. Who told you that?
No one. Let's just say it was an educated guess.
Have you been talking to Albert?
Who? Oh, you mean Mr. Home? No, he's quite the clam. He only talks business. Is that why you came? To talk business?
Yes, I mean no. She tailed off, looking thoroughly flustered. You ask too many questions. A frightened look entered her eyes. I would be grateful if you didn't mention to my stepfather that you have seen me here today. He wouldn't be pleased.
No, I don't suppose he would. Does Mrs. Forbes know you're out?
She thinks I'm at the market, and I was. I just thought I'd pay Albert a quick visit while I was out. He was my father's friend, you know.
Just on the spur of the moment. Of course. I quite understand.
She opened her mouth to say something again, but before she could utter another word, he pulled her inside the door, out of sight of the maid.
I'll keep quiet on one condition.
What? Suspicion lurked in her eyes now.
You give me a kiss.
How dare you? Her grey eyes flashed like slivers of diamond ice, and she took a step backwards, her chest heaving with indignation. But Killian noticed she didn't flee entirely. He took that as a good sign and followed her.
"I dare anything,"
he said. Then without further ado, he pulled her close and covered her lips with his in a swift kiss. He didn't hold her for very long, but he had time to register that she felt soft and just right in his arms, and she smelled of summer flowers. She blinked up at him, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened, and he almost felt bad for taking advantage of her like this. Almost, but not quite. How could he regret something so enjoyable?
"There now, you have my word I won't mention a thing." "Hiya, Fruken Van Sant,"
he said, and took the stairs up to the office 2 at a time, resisting the temptation to look back. He had definitely won that round. Chapter 11. It was over before she even had time to blink, but the imprint of his mouth stayed on Yasmin's for the rest of the day. It was as if he had branded her. She walked back to the house in a daze, looking neither right nor left. Once home, she went straight up to her room and sat down on her bed. "Dear God," she muttered, wondering why a simple kiss could have such an impact on her when she didn't even like the man. It had seriously shaken her. There were no two ways about it. Her entire body was tingling, as if he had done much more than touch her lips with his own for such a brief space of time. It was ridiculous. The man was a rogue, and he was just playing with her for some perverse reason only he knew. He couldn't possibly have any interest in courting her, or he would have come round to the house again without being invited. They hadn't seen hide nor hair of him since that first supper, and her stepfather claimed he kept the young man busy. So why had he kissed her? Jess could only assume he acted out of habit. A man with looks like that must be used to the attentions of women, and perhaps flirting was as normal to him as breathing was for everyone else. There could be no other reason. He seemed to delight in teasing her. It worried her that he had been astute enough to ask her about her interest in the business. What had he found out? Did he know she still kept in contact with Albert from time to time? That Albert was in fact loyal to her and tried to keep her up to date with matters relating to the company, so that she wouldn't forget the things her father had taught her? No, he couldn't know that. Albert would never tell a soul. Besides, that was before her banishment to Ascaberia. She hadn't seen Albert since her return, which was why she jumped at the chance to seek him out today when she was finally allowed out without Mrs. Forbes. Albert was the only one who could answer her questions about whether the business had really been in trouble when her father died. He'd be able to tell her if that was yet another lie which had conveniently tripped off Robert's tongue. Albert would also know the best way of discovering what had happened to her father's will. Jess felt sure there must be some way of finding out about its contents, someone who remembered, even if the document itself had been destroyed. But Albert wasn't there. Instead, she'd met Kinross, and that penetrating blue gaze of his had almost made her forget why she had come. Unless he was a mind reader, he couldn't possibly know anything. Her secrets were safe. But was her heart? Jess shivered. She had to make sure that it was.
"There's a gentleman to see you, sir. Says he has information for you."
The butler at Lord Rosyth's townhouse was wearing an expression of acute dislike as he made this announcement to Farquhar. It looked as if the individual in question smelled badly.
"I've put him in the morning room."
Farquhar looked up from the broadsheet he'd been reading in the peace of his grandfather's study. He had retreated there, since he knew the old man was still asleep.
Thank you. I'll go and see him in a moment.
Farquhar had a network of spies working for him, but as Killian was now out of the country, he hadn't expected to hear from any of them. His curiosity piqued, he made his way to the morning room. There he found his most trusted, but also scruffiest, informant waiting for him.
Alan, I didn't expect to see you today.
He indicated the man was to stay seated, and he took a chair on the opposite side of the room. The butler had been right in his opinion. Alan was none too clean and stank to high heaven, but then personal hygiene wasn't what Farquhar paid him for.
No, I don't suppose you did, sir. But I heard a very interesting piece of information, and I said to myself, I bet Mr. Kinross would be very pleased to hear about that.
And what was this interesting information?
Farquhar often became impatient with Alan's long-winded way of reporting, but he knew he couldn't show any outward signs of this, or the man would demand a larger payment than necessary.
Well, I was in a tavern drinking, and there was this man called McGrath. Drowning his sorrows he was, telling everyone in sight as how he didn't have nothing to live for no more, because your cousin, that's Mr. Killian, of course, had robbed him of his only means of earning a living.
Robbed him?
Much as he disliked him, Farquhar didn't think Killian would stoop quite that low.
Well, a figure of speech, really. What he meant was he played a game of dice with your cousin, and naturally he lost, like everyone else.
Of course.
Farquhar ground his teeth. It had always been a mystery to him why his cousin should have been blessed with such luck when he never won anything himself. So unfair.
And how much did this McGrath lose?
He wished Alan would get to the point.
Not how much, sir, but what? A ship it were, the Lady Madeline by name. Big one, apparently. Your cousin sailed off in it himself, so I heard. Not sure where he was headed, though.
Alan finished his tale, looking hopeful. Farquhar dug in his pocket and brought out a couple of silver coins, which made the man's eyes light up.
You're sure my cousin now owns the ship?
Oh, yes, no doubt about it. McGrath signed a note and everything in front of witnesses. Asked one of his mates, and it was all above board.
Right. Well, thank you, Alan. That is most useful. Do you think you could keep an eye out and let me know if the ship returns?
Of course, sir. Thank you, sir.
Farquhar showed Alan out, deep in thought. So Killian had acquired a ship, he mused. That was bad news, and something would have to be done about it. He couldn't possibly allow Killian to keep such an asset for long. That would be sheer madness.
Damn his eyes,
he muttered. Killian was like a cat, always landed on his feet, but Farquhar was determined to put a stop to it. Even cats had only had 9 lives, and he was sure his cousin had already used up a fair number of them. It was past time he lost the rest.
Miss Van Sant came to see you,
Killian told Holm when the man returned. He kept his tone neutral to show him he hadn't thought this strange in any way. Despite this, a wary expression crept into the Swede's eyes, and he frowned slightly.
Did she? I knew her father well. She sometimes comes to talk about him and to ask after my health. Very kind-hearted she is.
Yes, so she said. Well, I'm sure she'll come again another day. Killian decided not to push his luck by probing deeper, although he was sure this was nowhere near the whole truth. There was still a lot of things he needed to learn. Finding out Miss Van Sant's secrets was only one of his goals. Without further comment, he went back to adding up sums. The most important documents in the office, together with any cash, were kept in a strong box. A short while later, Holm asked Killian to search through this for a particular agreement which the chief assistant wanted to look at. The box had a hefty lock, and only Holm and Mr. Ferguson had a key. Holm gave his to Killian, then went to speak to one of the workers employed to load and unload cargoes down in the warehouse. Killian had no difficulty opening the box. It took him a while to find the required document, however, and he had to riffle through most of the contents before he came across it. On impulse, he quickly sifted through the rest of the papers inside to see if there was anything of interest. He was intrigued by several official-looking documents relating to house purchases. It would seem that Ferguson was buying up property in Gothenburg. Was he trying to increase his wealth by renting them out? It was likely, although the houses were all bought on behalf of the company. So far, Killian hadn't come across any rent payments in the accounts he was given each day. This made him wonder if the rents were going straight into Ferguson's pockets. It was certainly something he would have to investigate. He memorised the addresses of the properties in question so he could make discreet inquiries at a later date. He gave Holm the document he'd been asked to find. "Thank you," Holm nodded. "You can put the rest back now. We don't want any of the workers to see its contents." Killian replaced the papers and locked the box, then sat down again. For some reason, his thoughts returned to Miss Van Sant. He decided to try to fish for at least a few answers, just to see where it might lead him. "Mr. Holm," he began, trying his best to look as if he was just curious, "does Miss Van Sant own shares in this company?" Holm looked up and narrowed his eyes. "No? Why you ask?" "I just wondered. I heard some gossip about her and a young nobleman who was after her dowry. I thought perhaps it was the company he wanted. Not that she isn't pretty," he added quickly, since it was obvious Holm was very fond of her. "Well, he wouldn't have had any part of it," Holm said, ignoring Killian's comment about Miss Van Sant's looks. "Mr. Ferguson owns it now. Everything was left to Mrs. Van Sant, and as her new husband, of course it all came to Mr. Ferguson when he married her." "Did you see the will?" Killian smelled a rat, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. "No, why should I? Mr. Ferguson gave it to the local magistrate, as is the usual way." Holm gave him a speculative look. "Why you want to know these things? You want to marry the girl yourself?" "Me? No, heaven forbid. I don't have time for marriage just now. There's so much else I have to do first." Holm nodded, seemingly satisfied, and Killian thought it best not to ask any further questions, at least not openly. Killian had spent an afternoon in the warehouse, learning from one of the foremen exactly how everything was stored, and was making his way up the stairs to the office when he heard raised voices, or rather, one raised voice and a few muted replies. He tiptoed up to the top and stopped just short of the door, listening intently.
"And I must have told you 100 times not to encourage that girl to meddle in matters she has no right to know anything about. She was seen entering this building, and I won't have it. You hear? This is my company now. I don't hold with females doing anything other than keeping house. I don't care what nonsense her father taught her. The man was a deluded fool who obviously couldn't cope with the fact he'd bred no sons. No one in their right mind would expect a female to know anything about a business, even if she had inherited it, which she didn't. And besides..."
Ferguson, whose outraged voice could be clearly heard through the thin wood of the door, continued in this vein for quite some time. Occasionally, Holm tried to inject a comment or two. He protested that Miss Van Sant had only come to pay him a courtesy visit because of his friendship for her father. Inevitably, he was shouted down and soon stayed silent.
From now on, if I catch that girl in here again, or if I hear she's been within a mile of the warehouse, she'll be sent back to live in the deep forest again. And this time she won't be coming back. Is that clear? I shan't speak of the matter with her because she knows my views on this subject, so it's up to you to tell her. No doubt she'll listen to you more readily, since she never seems to take any notice of the slightest thing I say.
Ferguson stomped towards the door, and Killian only just had time to scoot down to the bottom of the stairs. He pretended to be on his way up when the door was yanked open. As he opened his mouth to greet his employer, Ferguson barged past him without a word, his dark eyes blazing. He slammed the door to the warehouse with as much force as he could muster. Killian looked after the man and shook his head. When he began to climb the stairs again, he found Holmes standing at the top, frowning. "You hear any of that?" he asked curtly. His usually placid expression had been replaced by one of deep worry.
"A few words,"
Killian admitted. He couldn't very well deny it, since it was likely anyone within 100 yards had heard Ferguson yelling.
"Well, keep it to yourself, right?"
Killian nodded.
"Won't breathe a word. But what of the young lady? Will you warn her?" "Yeah. I already tell her in church, but she's stubborn, so I don't know if it will be of any use."
Holmes sighed.
"Let's forget it now. It's not a problem."
Killian followed him into the office. He knew Holmes was right, but he had a feeling he hadn't heard the last of the matter. Chapter 12. Jess received the terse note from Albert that same afternoon and gritted her teeth in frustration. He told her in no uncertain terms to stay away from him and the warehouse for now. But how was she to learn anything about Robert's activities? She needed answers. She had managed to have a brief word with him after church the previous Sunday, but this had only reinforced her feeling that something wasn't right.
"As far as I know, the company has never been in trouble,"
Albert said, frowning in concern when she asked about this.
"When your father died, all was in order and business was fairly brisk, as I recall. I don't know why Mr. Ferguson should have claimed otherwise, unless it was to discourage the young man from courting you. Most parents tell small lies in order to protect their children."
Jess didn't think protection of her had been Robert's motive at all, but she couldn't prove it. "Is he investing heavily in anything? Is there something underhand going on he wouldn't want me to know about?" Albert shook his head.
"I've not seen nor heard anything out of the ordinary. Besides, it's his business, so why would he be worried about you finding out? You have no say in such matters."
That was precisely what annoyed Jess, but she knew he was right. "Well, all the same, I'd be grateful if you could be vigilant, please."
"Very well. I'll keep my eyes and ears open, but please bear in mind that although your stepfather is not well liked, it doesn't mean he's dishonest. I really don't know what it is you expect me to find."
Jess didn't know either. She only had a vague feeling that somehow Robert had cheated her, and she had to get to the bottom of it. The question was how, if she wasn't even allowed to see Albert. She had been so careful when she went to the warehouse, bringing only a maid. Either the girl had been bribed to tell her employer where Jess had gone, or he had set someone else to spy on her. It made her furious that she couldn't do anything without him knowing about it. But didn't it also confirm he had something to hide? If he didn't, surely there would be no need to keep tabs on her or to prevent her from seeing Albert. Well, she refused to let this stand in her way. She would just have to be even more careful in future. As autumn arrived with a vengeance and the weather grew progressively colder, the foreigners living in Gothenburg began to congregate more often at Murdoch's Inn. Killian was told that Sweden was a bleak and God-forsaken place for more than half the year, but as far as he could see, it wasn't all that different from Scotland. The coming of winter didn't bother him. He'd always enjoyed the wild weather and sudden snowstorms at Rosyth House, and looked forward to the freezing months ahead. Darkness fell earlier each day, and the cosy atmosphere of the taproom became a haven of light and leisure pursuits, including gaming. Killian had been careful not to overdo it with the cards and dice since his arrival in Gothenburg. However, he knew that if he wanted to be able to buy better cargoes for his ship, he would need more money. Therefore, although he never initiated a game of any kind himself, he continued to play whenever someone invited him. By setting himself a limit for how much capital to use as a starting point, and not exceeding this at any time, he managed to gather quite a little nest egg. As always, Lady Luck was on his side. So much so that his reputation quickly spread, and he had to take even more care not to fleece anyone. Quite how far his skills had become known was brought home to him when he ran into Miss Van Sant again one morning. She was coming down the stairs from the office just as he entered the warehouse. He looked up, surprised to see her there at such an early hour, and alarmed that she hadn't paid attention to Holmes' warnings for her to stay away. Holmes was obviously right. She was foolhardy and stubborn.
Miss Van Sant, god morgon.
He bowed and waited for her to reach the bottom of the staircase. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said a frosty good morning as she swept past him on her way to the front door.
Killian couldn't resist a comment, and he was also determined to give her a subtle warning, so he said, "Give my best regards to your stepfather, won't you?"
She stopped dead and turned slowly to face him, anger and mistrust warring in her quicksilver eyes. Killian smiled as she walked the few steps back towards him. "I thought I paid you not to mention my visits here to him," she hissed.
"That was for last time, and besides, he found out anyway, although not from me, I assure you."
Her right hand twitched as if she wanted to hit him, but he regarded her calmly, only raising his brows at her when she stuttered, "Why, you... oh!" He took pity on her and shook his head.
"Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. If you found your so-called payment so awful, I won't make you do it again, unless you want to."
"Why would I want to kiss a hardened gambler? You're not exactly an acceptable suitor, are you?" She shot back, her cheeks slowly turning pink.
"Hardened gambler? You exaggerate, Miss Van Sant."
It annoyed him that such rumours had reached her ears, and he was determined to be even more on his guard in future. He didn't let these thoughts show, however, but stayed calm. "That's not what the gossips say. I hear you're on a winning streak."
You really shouldn't listen to idle talk. Don't you know that for each person who repeats the tale, the item in question is multiplied tenfold?
"So it's not true, then?" she challenged, putting one hand on her hip. He smiled again, liking her spirit. It was obvious she was trying to divert his attention from the original subject of their conversation. She was doing a fairly good job of it, too.
"I play a hand of cards now and again with my friends. Who doesn't?"
He shrugged.
"It's hardly my fault if Lady Luck seems to favour me above the others at the moment."
"A likely tale."
"Well, you can choose to believe whatever you want, Miss Van Sant. The truth is that I don't play beyond my means and never recklessly. If that makes me a hardened gambler, then so be it. What amusements do you pursue? Embroidery? Gossip? Meddling in affairs you have been warned not to stick your pretty nose into? I rather think I prefer a game of cards."
"You're impossible," she muttered, and turned to leave once more.
"Did you forget something?"
he asked, and she glanced over her shoulder, her eyes widening in consternation. "No, I did not," she stated firmly, but she stayed rooted to the spot. He took his chance and stepped close to her, after first checking there was no one else about. Quickly, he bent to give her a swift kiss, chaste, but lingering a touch longer than he should have. "Please, don't come here again," he whispered. "I mean it. It's too dangerous for you. Trust me." Her eyes flew up to search his, but he turned and left her there, hurrying up the stairs before he was tempted to do more than just kiss her. Her spirit had fired his blood, but he knew she wasn't for him. He had no time for dalliance at the moment. He just hoped she listened to his advice. Jess ran into her mother as soon as she entered the house, so there was no chance of disappearing up to her room unseen to think things over. "There you are, Jess! Where have you been? Mrs. Forbes has looked everywhere for you!" Her mother looked distracted as always. "Oh, I thought she said she was staying in bed this morning because she had a headache." Mrs. Forbes never refused a glass of whiskey the few times she was offered one. She was forever pining for Scotland and said this drink made her think of home. Last night had been one such occasion. Robert had brought out the bottle to celebrate some successful business deal he'd made that day, and he never liked to drink alone. Katrina couldn't stand the vile stuff, as she called it, which meant that Mrs. Forbes was usually invited to have a glass instead. Invariably, she had a sore head the next day, and Jess had expected her to stay in bed until lunchtime. "No, she's been up and about for some time," Katrina said. "She's quite cross with you, you know, and who can blame her?" "I'm sorry to hear that. I just went to the market. There were some embroidery threads I needed." Jess had bought these on her way back to the house, just in case anyone thought to ask where she had been. "I wasn't alone. I had Margit with me." That particular maid was Albert's niece, and therefore not likely to tell tales, so Jess knew she was safe in that respect. "Oh, well, that's good. Do go and find Mrs. Forbes, though. I really don't want to listen to any more complaints this morning." Jess did as she was asked, and for once Mrs. Forbes accepted her explanation without suspicion. Since her companion winced every time the sun peeped through the clouds and spilled into the room, Jess figured the old dragon was still suffering. This made her less inclined to think too much about what Jess had been up to. "Did you hear any news while you were out?" Mrs. Forbes's main interest was gossip, since nothing much happened in her own life. She made it her business to find out everything she could about any inhabitant of Gothenburg worth knowing. This was not a trait which endeared her to Jess. "Not much. There was talk of an engagement between Miss Wahlgren and a Mr. Forslund, but no definite announcement." Mrs. Forbes nodded. "Yes, I heard that yesterday. Apparently, he had to be forced into it. He had, shall we say, overstepped the bounds of propriety." "Really?" Jess wondered whether such a course of action would be the solution to her own problem, but somehow she didn't think it would work. To deliberately become pregnant would be a huge gamble. No doubt Robert would find some way of discrediting her instead of making the man responsible pay for his actions. She suppressed a sigh. "There was also more talk of Mr. Kinross's winning streak," she added, wanting to see what reaction that piece of news would cause. It was Mrs. Forbes who had told her of his gaming in the first place. "Doesn't surprise me," the woman snorted. "He's a bad one, mark my words. He'll never stay employed with Mr. Ferguson for long. Born to a life of leisure, that type, and probably never done a day's work in his life." A few weeks earlier, Jess would have been inclined to agree. But that morning, Albert had mentioned in passing that he was very pleased with the work Mr. Kinross was doing. He said the young man was making huge progress. This didn't fit with the image of a dissolute gambler. He could still be a scoundrel, though. She shivered, remembering with outrage that Mr. Kinross had dared to make her pay for his silence yet again. However, she couldn't deny she'd had the opportunity to leave. So why hadn't she? An innate honesty made her admit to herself that she had actually wanted him to kiss her again. She'd needed to know whether it would have the same effect on her as it had the previous time. Well, there was no doubt about it now. In fact, his touch turned her into a witless idiot, unable to so much as protest, but his next words had made her forget everything else. Albert had already begged her not to come again, but she had taken his words as those of an over-concerned uncle, dismissing his fears. Mr. Kinross was a different matter. Did he know something she didn't? It was disconcerting that he knew so much about her affairs. He'd only been in Sweden for a few short weeks. How had he found out about her circumstances so quickly? Even if he listened to gossip as avidly as Mrs. Forbes, there shouldn't be anything to learn. Other than the old story about her and Carl, of course. She wondered yet again whether Albert had let slip anything, but she simply couldn't believe him capable of breaking her trust. He wasn't a man who spoke without thinking. He was as loyal as it was possible to be. Besides, he had sworn to try to help her, although naturally he had to be careful unless he wanted to lose his employment. Her thoughts returned to Mr. Kinross, her mind's eye conjuring up a disturbing image of him smiling as he bent to kiss her, his extraordinary eyes intense. She shivered. Kinross was trouble with a capital T, and he could protest his innocence all he liked, she still didn't believe him. He may not be a hardened gambler, but he was reckless. By his own admission, he dared anything, and she was sure he would come to a sticky end. That wasn't her problem. She, for one, would take care not to be alone with him again. What he did on his own was none of her business. A thought struck her suddenly. Perhaps she ought to find out exactly what he knew. Another visit to the warehouse so soon after this one was out of the question. But there was one other place where she saw him regularly, and where he had sworn to sit next to her whenever he could. At church. She smiled to herself. So far she had thwarted his attempts, but she rather thought it was time to relent. Killian continued to attend church every Sunday because he didn't want to offend anyone until he was his own man. So far, Miss Van Sant had managed to avoid sitting next to him again, and he had to endure the mind-numbingly boring sermons without any diversion. It didn't help that he now actually understood a lot of what the minister said. He would have preferred not to. He had tried to outwit Miss Van Sant a few times, but she'd always found some excuse why it was necessary for her to move. Her mother needed help with the boys, Mrs. Forbes was beckoning for her to sit somewhere else, or the bench had a loose nail or some such. All very convenient, and naturally he couldn't protest since that would have been considered suspicious. In the end, he admitted defeat and stopped trying. It was therefore a great surprise when he found her at the end of the pew the following Sunday. She even went so far as to move over slightly to make room for him. He raised his eyebrows at her, but she pretended she hadn't seen the question in his eyes. Instead, she turned the pages of her hymn book with great concentration. "Good morning," he said, and sat down beside her, intrigued by this new development. She nodded absently and turned to say something to Mrs. Forbes. Killian decided to be patient. Whatever she was up to would no doubt be revealed in good time. Her brothers were fidgeting as usual. The youngest soon managed to fall off the bench and scrape his elbow, although judging by his howls, one could have been forgiven for thinking his entire arm was broken. Mrs. Ferguson tried to hush him, since the minister glared in her direction. When that didn't work, she lifted the little boy into her arms and hustled him outside. That meant Mrs. Forbes had to move over to sit with the older boy, who seemed put out by his mother's departure. Young Ramsay started to kick the bench in front of him and refused to stop, despite being reprimanded both by his father and Mrs. Forbes. In between each kick, the boy whispered the words, "Want Mama," over and over again. The result of all this disruption was that Killian found himself virtually isolated at one end of the pew with Miss Van Sant. He was just about to take advantage of this when she whispered, "I need to speak to you. Please pretend you're concentrating on your hymn book or something." He threw her a brief glance, but did as he'd been asked. "What about?" he whispered back. "What you said the other day. Why were you so adamant I should stay away? I've done nothing wrong."
"Your stepfather doesn't seem to agree. I heard him arguing with Mr. Home. I think you'll find yourself back in the forest for good if you don't stay away from the business. He was quite determined about that."
She made a frustrated little noise, and Killian was tempted to take her hand and squeeze it in reassurance. "But why?" came her anguished question. "What is he hiding?"
"You think he's hiding something? From you?"
Killian hadn't considered that before. He thought the hostility between them had only come about because she disliked Ferguson usurping her father's place. She nodded and told him briefly the true circumstances of the marriage proposal from Mr. Adelstain the previous year. "So, you see, I'm sure he's up to something."
"Why are you telling me this? How do you know I won't tell Ferguson?"
She shot him a quick look of fear, but he saw resolve in her eyes at the same time, perhaps even a touch of desperation. "What do I stand to lose?" she asked. "I can't find the answers any other way, so I had to take a gamble you wouldn't betray me. You were kind enough to warn me earlier, so I thought... But perhaps I was wrong. Will you tell?"
"No, I won't. But I can't give you any answers either. So far, the only proof of wrongdoing I have found are some properties owned by the company where the rent money seems to be going straight into Ferguson's pockets. That's nothing to do with your situation, though. And although Mr. Home must know about it, he hasn't said anything, so I don't suppose it's that much of a crime. The company is doing well enough that he should be able to provide you with your full dowry at any time."
He sensed her despair and saw her shoulders hunch over in defeat. "Then I don't know what else to do. I just feel there is something not right. Why would he go to such lengths to keep me away otherwise?"
"Don't give up yet. I'll let you know if I find anything. But please don't come to the warehouse again. It really is too risky."
"If you say so."
"Have you thought of looking in his study?" Killian suggested. "If I was hiding something, I would keep it close to me, not at my place of work."
"Are you right? Perhaps I should, but... what if he were to catch me?"
Well, make sure you do it when he's not at home. He's out most days, isn't he?"
She nodded, and he saw her clench her fists with determination. "Yes, I'll have to try."
"Well, sit with me again next Sunday so that we can communicate. I'd like to know what you find."
"I will. And thank you. You've been very helpful. I'm afraid I can't repay you in any way."
"Oh, I don't know. I'm sure I could think of something."
He smiled at her and saw understanding dawn in her eyes, only to be replaced with outrage. "Why, you..."
"Shh!
He put a hand over hers under cover of her skirts, his smile widening.
I was only teasing. You are delightfully easy to rile, you know.
She relaxed a little and even managed to smile back. Is that so? Well, I'll just have to be on my guard then.
You can always try.
He grinned at her, and just to prove she was no match for him, he kept hold of her hand for the rest of the sermon, despite several attempts on her part to pull it away. Eventually she accepted defeat and made a face at him which made him want to laugh out loud. If they hadn't been in church, he would have been tempted to kiss her. Instead, he contented himself with circling her palm with lazy thumb strokes, which made her blush. He was looking forward to the following Sunday already. The Lady Madeline wasn't difficult to find, and Farquhar strolled along the crowded quayside in the gathering dusk, slightly dazed at the sheer size of the vessel. Ever since Alan had reported the ship's return, he had been trying to think how best to incapacitate it. He'd come up with several ideas, but none of them seemed plausible now that he could actually see the ship for himself. Damn, he muttered. There was still a lot of coming and going, with men running up and down the gangplank loading a new cargo. Farquhar watched them for a while. It would seem his cousin had set up in business and was trading Scottish goods in Sweden. That was exactly the sort of thing Lord Rosyth would approve of, which meant Killian had to be stopped. There was only one thing to do, and that was to strike him where it would hurt the most: the cargo. If Killian had no merchandise with which to trade, he couldn't make any profit. A hazy plan took shape in Farquhar's mind, becoming clearer the more he thought about it.
Yes, the cargo has to go, he said to himself. All of it.
He watched for a while longer, then went off to gather what he needed. He would do the deed himself this time. That way he'd avoid having to pay anyone for their silence, and he would do it tonight. It shouldn't be too difficult. Farquhar smiled to himself. He was so intent on his plans, he never noticed the shadowy figure that followed him wherever he went, watching his every move. It never occurred to him that two could play the same game. Chapter 13. Gothenburg, Sweden. The door to Robert's study stood slightly ajar, and Jess paused on her way to the kitchen. The temptation to enter was irresistible. She knew he had just gone out and wasn't due to return until supper time. It seemed too good an opportunity to be missed. Looking around quickly to make sure she was really alone, she slipped inside and pushed the door to without shutting it completely. With a pounding heart and her ears alert to the slightest sound, she tiptoed over to Robert's desk. It was neat and orderly as always, all the papers in tidy piles. When she riffled through them, she couldn't see anything other than ordinary business correspondence and lists of goods and prices. She made sure she put them back exactly as she found them. Oh Lord, please help me, she prayed silently, although quite what she wanted God to do, she wasn't sure. Kinross's words echoed through her mind. If I was hiding something, I would keep it close to me, not at my place of work. It made sense, and she knew he had to be right, but where to look? A sound from the hallway made her freeze. Her heart stopped almost completely for an instant, but whoever it was moved on, the footsteps receding into another part of the house. She breathed out, shaking from head to toe, but was even more determined to continue her search. She had risked too much already to back out now. She opened the drawers one by one, but didn't find anything until she opened the middle one. A half-finished letter suddenly stared her in the face. Scanning its contents, she read, "Dear Sir, I am writing to you regarding that most delicate matter we discussed a few years ago now, upon the demise of my business partner. I am sure I do not need to urge you to keep our dealings to yourself. However, I must warn you there may be those who will seek to discover the truth, and as you know, that would not be to either your advantage or mine. I would therefore advise the utmost caution should anyone ask you any questions. In the meantime..." There the letter ended, and Jess was left with an overwhelming sense of relief mixed with curiosity and utter frustration. Here was some tangible proof at last, but who was the letter for? And what else had Robert intended to write? She turned it over, but there was no name or direction, only the letters A.M. That could be any number of people. She wanted to scream with vexation. As she lifted the sheet of paper, however, she noticed there was a clean one underneath, upon which there was a faint imprint of Robert's words. She thought he must be one of those people who push very hard with the quill when writing, so that it showed on the next page as well. This was definitely to her advantage. She snatched the clean sheet up and put it in her pocket. It might be possible to make the words visible by rubbing the paper with dirt or ash later. Since she didn't dare take the original, it was the best she could do in the circumstances. The following Sunday, she would pass it on to Kinross to see what he thought, and he in turn could show it to Albert. Perhaps now they would believe that she wasn't imagining things.
Captain Craig, it's good to see you again. How was the trip?
Killian was pleased when Mrs. Young ushered the captain into his sitting room one gloomy evening, and he hoped for good news.
Well, the voyage itself was uneventful, but we had a bit of trouble before we left Edinburgh.
Killian's stomach sank. What kind of trouble?
The cargo caught fire.
What? Oh, hell! He clenched his fists. How did that happen? A frisson of fear shot through him, laced with anger. Was he never to be allowed to prosper?
Arson. Had to be. There weren't any lanterns on board at the time, and certainly not in the hold. I'd never allow it, and my men know better than to disobey my orders.
Killian stood up abruptly and began to pace the room. If it hadn't been an accident, he knew only too well who was the likely culprit. Farquhar. Damn him! Quite how his cousin had found out about him owning the ship, he had no idea. He supposed someone present during his game with McGrath might have spread the word.
So you're telling me you had to sail over here with no cargo?
Captain Craig shook his head. No, I was asleep in my cabin, but luckily there was a witness who managed to alert me to what was happening. Together we put the fire out before it could do much damage. We only lost a few sacks of grain. Killian breathed out a sigh of relief. Well, that was fortunate. Indeed. When I thanked the young man, he said he was a friend of yours. Name of Adair?
Ah, well, thank goodness for that. So he's doing his job then. I did have my doubts, since he's an idle young varmint.
Killian was happy to hear that Adair hadn't gone back to his thieving ways. At least not enough to stop him tailing Farquhar as he'd been asked to do.
His job?
Captain Craig looked puzzled, so Killian filled him in by telling him about the bad blood between himself and his cousin, as well as the task he had set Adair.
You should have told me before. I'd have posted guards, but I'll certainly do so from now on. Never occurred to me we'd need to do that. Everyone knows I sleep on board, and that's always been enough in the past to guarantee the safety of the cargo.
Killian nodded.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have guessed my cousin wouldn't leave me alone even when I was out of the country.
Why does he hate you so much, if you don't mind me asking?
I think he wants to take my place as my grandfather's heir, and he's been putting spokes in my wheel for years. I wasn't aware he knew about the ship, or I'd have warned you. I'd be grateful if you would be watchful from now on, though. He won't be content until he's destroyed me completely.
Well, as to that, he'll have to find another way. Nothing more is going to happen to the ship. You have my word on that.
Killian smiled at the man.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you for everything.
Not at all. I've brought you the profits, and we didn't do too badly.
Captain Craig extracted a clinking pouch from his pockets and handed it to Killian. It was a lot heavier than he had expected.
I'd say.
He tipped up the contents and counted the coins, then whistled softly.
I guess you were right. There really is money to be made going back and forth between Sweden and Scotland.
Sure there is, as long as you buy the right goods and keep in well with certain merchants. Not to mention avoid the likes of your employer. Far too stingy, that one.
Craig grinned, and Killian couldn't help but grin back. Have you paid the crew? Craig nodded. Good. Then tell me how much you need in order to keep the ship in good repair and to buy more merchandise, then we'll split the rest in half. Captain Craig's eyebrows rose.
Half, Mr. Kinross? Surely not.
But of course. You're doing all the hard work, so you deserve to profit from it equally.
Why, thank you. That's very generous indeed. I hadn't expected anything like as much.
It's only fair. Now let's plan the next trip.
Killian knew he was being magnanimous towards the captain, giving him far more than he could ever have hoped for. He knew if the man was happy, he had even more of an incentive to make that profit larger. That, in turn, should make more money for Killian in the long run. At the moment, he was pleased with any steady income, apart from the meagre salary Ferguson was paying him. It was much better than worrying about when his next win at the gaming tables would be. Later, when the captain had gone, Killian added his share of the profits to the growing stash of money in a safe hiding place. A few more trips like that, and he might be able to set up in business for himself. Then Mr. Ferguson would have to find another clerk, and good riddance, he thought.
Mr. Holm, could I have a word, please?
It was Monday morning, and Killian had come in extra early, hoping to catch Holm on his own, which was exactly what had happened. The piece of paper Jess had passed to him at church the previous day was in his pocket, and he was itching to discuss it with Holm.
Yes, what is it?
Holm looked up from a ledger he had been working on, and frowned.
You're here very early? You ill? No, I'm fine. It's just... There is a matter I need to discuss with you, and I didn't want an audience.
He nodded towards the warehouse proper, where soon the manual labourers would start to arrive for the day's work.
It concerns Miss Van Sant.
Holmes' frown turned into a ferocious scowl.
I thought I asked you to forget about her. If it's about her visit, I told her not to come back and she hasn't.
No, that's not what I want to talk to you about. The thing is, we often sit next to each other at church. For some reason, she decided to confide in me about how matters stand between herself and Mr. Ferguson. Holmes tut-tutted with impatience and shook his head. Silly girl, he muttered, then sighed and looked Killian in the eye.
I tell you, it's better for you not to get involved. Nothing good can come of it. She will soon accept her stepfather has control over everything, and when he's ready, he will marry her to someone. That is all she can expect. I do feel sorry for her, but her father was foolish to give her hope for more.
It was Killian's turn to shake his head.
I don't think she disputes that, Mr. Home. She does feel Mr. Ferguson has been less than truthful, though, and yesterday she passed me something which appears to confirm her suspicions. Take a look at this.
He handed Home the piece of paper, and the other man's eyes narrowed while he glanced at it.
This is a copy of a real letter? Yes, she, happened to find it in Mr. Ferguson's study. Happened to find it, eh? Holmes smiled ruefully. En vissa flickebarn, he muttered. And she gave you this in church? You sure no one saw her? No, we accidentally swapped hymn books and it was inside hers. I didn't open it until I was back at my lodgings. Well, it does seem to confirm there's something going on, but it doesn't actually prove anything. She said there was no address, but the letters A.M. were written on the back. Do you know who that might be? Could be several people. There's Axel Monsen, the smith, Adolf Murgrien, the merchant, Anders Milner, the magistrate, Arne Mattisson, the... Hold on a moment. A magistrate? He would be a useful ally to have, surely. Holmes shrugged. He's been a friend of the family for a long time. I'm sure he would never do anything to hurt the Van Sants. Maybe not voluntarily, but what if he was forced? Killian had lived long enough with his cousin to know that blackmail was very tempting when everything else had failed. He'd lost count of the number of times Farquhar had made servants and others do his bidding because he had spied on them and knew something they didn't want others to find out. Home looked bemused but shook his head. I don't think so. There have never been any rumours about him taking bribes or anything. Not like some.
Killian paced the office. Now that he had become involved with Miss Van Sant's affairs, he wanted answers. It was frustrating to be shown this tantalisingly small piece of evidence and not be able to go further. Leave it with me, Holmes said. You should stay out of this, or you might lose your position. Yes, Amin should never have involved you. But I want to help. I can't stand injustice. It made him think of his grandfather's treatment of him, and he knew that Miss Van Sant was right to fight her corner. Shall I keep the paper for now? It might be safer. Very well. Hide it in your rooms and don't show it to anyone else. And will you let me know if you find anything? I can tell Miss Van Sant at church. Yeah, I will. But warn her not to expect too much. And for good school tell her no more snooping. It could be very dangerous. And with that, Killian had to be satisfied for the present. Chapter 14.
Kinross, may I introduce Mr. Colin Campbell, a true Scotsman like ourselves?
Killian had once again been invited to the Ferguson household for supper, but this time it was more of a business occasion. The dreary salon contained a large group of ladies and gentlemen. Killian had seen some of the men around town or at the inn, and knew they were all merchants or seafaring men, but he'd never been formally introduced to them. Presumably, some were also colleagues of Ferguson's. Colin Campbell was one of these. A pair of blue, intelligent eyes looked out from under bushy, greying eyebrows and regarded Killian with interest. Campbell had probably never been handsome, even when he was young. His nose was on the large side, with a high bridge and long, slightly rosy and bulbous tip, and his mouth, although curved in a pleasant smile, was rather thin. He made up for this with his jovial manner, and he was smartly dressed in a russet-coloured velvet coat with matching satin waistcoat and buff breeches. On his head he wore a curled wig that matched his eyebrows, and Killian noticed that his linen was white and starched to perfection.
"Pleased to make your acquaintance, sir,"
Killian said, and bowed, receiving a nod and a smile in return.
"I hear you have recently returned from Scotland. How are things over there?"
"Much the same as usual," Campbell replied. "I'm glad to be back here, though, as our great plans are coming to fruition."
Great plans? Killian was all ears, although he didn't want to seem too inquisitive. Ferguson never told him about any of the deals he struck. It was only through home that he sometimes learned about planned ventures.
"Those two gentlemen over there."
Campbell nodded towards two others who were now talking to Ferguson and his wife.
"Are Henrik Koenig and Nicholas Salgren, both well-to-do merchants. In June, they received permission from His Majesty the King to form a Swedish East India Company. Since I have some experience of these things, I've been asked to act as advisor and supercargo on the first journey. I'm really looking forward to it."
Killian knew by now that a supercargo was the person responsible for an expedition to foreign ports. He would be the one in charge of selling the cargo and negotiating a better one for the return journey. It was a position that required experience and a sharp brain. Mr. Campbell seemed to have both.
"You've travelled a lot then, Mr. Campbell. That must have been fascinating."
"Oh, yes, I've had quite a few adventures, lad. Sailed for some years with the Ostend Company, although that's being abolished now. I know my way around foreign parts, indeed I do."
Campbell went on to talk about some of his journeys abroad, and Killian listened with rapt attention. An idea had taken root in his mind, and at the first opportunity he dared to ask some leading questions.
"Do you have a ship for the first trip yet?"
"There's one being made ready in Stockholm as we speak. It's called the Frederikus Rex Suicide, named after Sweden's King Frederick I. It had to be either built or fitted out in this country. That was one of the conditions the company has to adhere to. Otherwise, we could have bought a suitable one."
"That makes sense, I suppose," Killian commented.
"Yes, it will benefit the Swedes, and he's been very magnanimous in other ways, His Majesty. Any foreigners sailing with us will be given Swedish nationality to protect them on the journey. The company also has sole and exclusive rights to trade for 15 years.
That does sound incredibly generous.
Killian wondered what the Swedish king would get out of this deal, but didn't dare ask. He was sure some incentive had been put forward in order to obtain such concessions.
"Indeed it is, but that's not all. There are also benefits with regard to duty and excise charges, as long as we depart from and come back to Gothenburg. Not sure that will go down too well with the locals, since they still have to pay, but that's not our problem. And of course they'll profit from it as well in the end. We'll be selling their goods abroad, won't we, and bringing merchandise back."
"And will it be very profitable, do you think?"
"My dear young man, you have no idea. Staggering sums can be made in the East India trade, take my word for it. And lost, as I know to my cost. Yes, a risky business, but when a venture succeeds, the gains are enormous."
"Really? And will it be possible to invest in this particular one, do you think, Mr. Campbell?"
"But of course. Anyone is welcome to contribute, as long as they have a minimum of 500 silver dollar. There's already been considerable interest. Why, are you thinking of investing? Didn't think young clerks had the resources for that."
Campbell chuckled, obviously not intending any insult by his words. Killian smiled back.
"No, of course not. But my grandfather is Lord Rosyth, and he can well afford it. If there's a profit to be had, he might be interested. Or I might persuade him to lend me the required sum against interest."
This was an outright lie, since Killian had no intention of involving his grandfather. He still hadn't told anyone he was the owner of the Lady Madeline, so he thought it best to hedge for now. Besides, his grandfather's title usually made people sit up and take notice, and Campbell proved this point.
"You're related to Lord Rosyth, are you?" he said,
looking as if he found Killian much more interesting because of this connection.
"I've met him on occasion. A fair man, and canny with it."
"That he is." Killian didn't mention that the old curmudgeon had been anything but fair to him.
"Well, if you can get money out of him, there will be profit aplenty," Campbell promised. "As long as the ship returns intact, any investment will pay for itself tenfold at least."
"As much as that?" Killian felt excitement building up inside him.
"In that case, I'd be very grateful if you could keep me informed about this venture."
He told Campbell where he lived, and the man promised to send word of any developments. Then another thought occurred to Killian.
"I don't suppose it would be possible to come along on this voyage, would it? Only, I'm trying to learn as much about trade as I can, and it strikes me that this is an opportunity not to be missed. That is, if Mr. Ferguson can spare me." "Why, yes, I don't see why not. There will be 4 supercargoes, and I believe the positions are all filled, but we'll need assistants. They are generally young men interested in learning the ways of their superiors. The pay isn't great, but then you'd receive a share of the profits. Plus there's the pacotille, of course."
"The what?"
Pacotille. It means that everyone on board has the right to bring a small amount of goods to trade with for themselves. They're also allowed to buy merchandise in China to bring back and sell here for a profit. Obviously, there isn't much space in which to store things, but if a person is clever enough and buys the sort of thing that doesn't take a lot of room but brings a pretty penny over here, it's possible to do quite well out of it."
Killian vaguely remembered hearing of this custom and thought it seemed like a good way of making extra money.
"That sounds fair to me.
Well, if you'd be willing to consider me for a position as assistant supercargo, I'll broach the subject with Mr. Ferguson tomorrow. Perhaps we can come to some agreement. I take it he's an investor too."
"Oh, yes. That's why we're here this evening. He wanted to hear more about it."
He winked at Killian and said,
"We Scots have to stick together now, don't we, lad? I should be glad of your company on the voyage, and so I shall tell Ferguson."
Killian smiled back and nodded.
"Thank you, sir."
He didn't tell Campbell that Ferguson was obviously not of the same opinion. So far, he'd given Killian nothing but menial tasks to perform, which would never give him the opportunity to earn any extra money. He hadn't been offered any chance of investing in Ferguson's deals either. He was barely told about them. It annoyed him in the extreme, since he hadn't come here to act as someone's lowly clerk, although he had to admit he was learning a lot from home. He watched while Campbell wandered over to the group on the other side of the room, and was startled when someone next to him whispered, "And what are you plotting now, Mr. Kinross?" He turned to find Miss Van Sant standing in the shadows, not far from the entrance to the room. For once she was dressed becomingly in a light blue silk gown, which Killian thought complemented her fair colouring to perfection. He wondered if she'd overheard his conversation with Campbell.
"Nothing that concerns a mere female,"
he said, a teasing note in his voice. He knew he was being deliberately provocative, as he had never been one to underestimate female intelligence, but some devil prompted him to continue to tease her like this. He wasn't disappointed in her response this time either. "I am not a mere anything, I'll have you know. I'm sure my brain is every bit as good as yours. My father told me so." Her eyes blazed at him, and he thought again how they sparkled when she was angry. That made him smile.
"You should be in a temper all the time, Miss Van Sant. You look lovely when your eyes shoot sparks at me."
"Well, really?" Words failed her, and as if she couldn't think of anything else to do, she punched him on the arm. She then looked round, horrified, to see if anyone had noticed. Killian did the same, but thankfully even the dragon was busy chatting to some woman over by the tiled stove, and no one was looking their way. He raised his eyebrows at her.
You want a fight, do you? I can think of better ways of using your energies. Besides, I was paying you a compliment. Were you never taught how to receive one gracefully?
You are doing no such thing, she gritted out. You are forever teasing me, and it's very irritating.
You think so? That must be why you allowed me to kiss you then. Twice.
I did not.
Really? I don't recall holding on to you, he said, knowing he was fueling her anger even further.
It was the plain truth, however, and he could see from her expression that she knew it too. He had merely bent his head to place his mouth over hers on the last occasion, and she hadn't done anything to ward him off. You're impossible.
So I've been told many times, he agreed good-naturedly. Now, did you want to know what Campbell and I were talking about, or did you hear it for yourself?
You would discuss such things with me? She blinked in surprise, her anger evaporating in an instant.
I don't see why not, if your brain is as good as you claim. No doubt it will be the talk of the dinner table later anyway.
Then, yes, please. I would like you to tell me more. Killian obliged, but he couldn't help wondering why she was so interested. If he hadn't known better, he would have said she was as excited by the East India venture as he was himself. That was intriguing, to say the least. A girl had no hope of going on such a journey, and if Ferguson didn't even want to cough up her dowry, he would certainly never give her the money to invest in anything like this.
Why are you so curious about this? He asked at last, trying to understand how her mind worked.
It seems to me this may be one of the reasons my stepfather is discouraging my suitors. Her expression was still animated, and he thought to himself that this was how she ought to look all the time, not demure and quiet.
What do you mean?
If Robert wants to invest in this venture, he'll need as much money as possible. Therefore, it's not in his interests to pay out a large sum to any future husband of mine.
Killian shook his head. I doubt that's the case. Surely he has enough money for both. Otherwise he could borrow some if necessary. No, I think his dealings with you are entirely separate to this issue.
Maybe you're right, but the point is that we don't know, and every possibility has to be explored. I intend to find out what he's up to, if it's the last thing I do.
Killian smiled. She was definitely stubborn, and possibly too headstrong for her own good, but he couldn't help liking her determination and her forthright ways. She'd make a formidable wife, and perhaps one day... But no, he wouldn't think of leg-shackling himself to anyone as yet. He had more exciting things to do. Killian was wrong about one thing. Nothing more was mentioned about the East India plans until the men were all left behind in the dining room with a whiskey bottle and glasses. During the meal, the talk had all been on subjects suitable for the ladies. Killian wondered why such secrecy was necessary. He hoped Miss Van Sant could keep her mouth shut, since he obviously shouldn't have told her anything about it. He didn't find out much more than what Campbell had already said, except for the fact that the company would have the right to use violence if they were threatened by other trading nations in any way. "So we'll need some cannon on that ship of ours," Nicholas Salgren said to his partner. "The more the better, if you ask me." "Aye, it's a cutthroat world out there," Campbell added, looking grave. "It's each man for himself, or each nation, perhaps, in this case. The English and the Dutch won't take kindly to any competition, nor will anyone else. It won't be easy, this venture, you know. Never think it. I'll try to avoid the Dutch as much as possible, though. That's the best course of action. Not give them any provocation. I'm sure you'll manage admirably, my good man.
Henrik Koenig slapped Campbell on the back.
We have faith in you. Well, thank you kindly. I'll most certainly do my best.
Killian was the last person to leave, and Ferguson stopped him in the hallway just as he was putting his gloves on.
One moment, Kinross, he said. I wanted to warn you not to mention anything about this East India venture to anyone else at present. It's not exactly a secret, but the fewer people who know about it, the better. Until investors are formally invited, that is.
No, I won't discuss it with anyone who doesn't know about it already. What about Mr. Holm?
Yes, he knows, of course. I've informed him of my intentions, and he's all for it. Oh, and Campbell told me he had been speaking to you about the possibility of taking you on as assistant supercargo. We'll need to discuss it, but I'm not against this in principle. You're not?
For some reason, Killian had expected objections by the dozen and was surprised by Ferguson's words.
No, I'm investing heavily in this venture. It would be to my advantage to have someone on board who can make sure my interests are served.
Ferguson looked down his aquiline nose at Killian, as if he was trying to put him in his place. Killian clenched a fist inside his glove, but kept his expression neutral.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, I would certainly do my best. Excellent. We'll speak more soon. Good night, then, Kinross. Good night, and thank you for inviting me.
Killian closed the door behind him and turned to make his way down the cobbled street in the direction of his lodging. Before he had gone more than a few yards, however, a shadow detached itself from the gate that led into the Fergusons' backyard and whispered, "Wait, please."
Miss Van Sant, what are you doing outside so late?
He looked around to make sure there was no one else about. Then he followed her through the gate and into the yard, where he could see faint lights spilling out from the kitchen windows. She stood shivering in a corner, her evening gown covered only with a shawl. "I had to speak to you again, and this was the only way."
"Oh?"
"I wanted to thank you for not treating me like a dumb animal the way my stepfather does, and for helping me with the letter and so on. I'm afraid I misjudged you slightly when you first arrived. I apologise."
"No need for that, and you don't have to thank me. I was happy to help. I'd be grateful if you could keep the details about the East India venture to yourself for now, though. It seems I should have kept my mouth shut. It's not common knowledge yet."
"Of course I will. And I confess I did overhear some of your conversation with Mr. Campbell anyway, so you only added a few facts." He looked down at her face, so earnest in the moonlight, and saw the fierce intelligence shining in her eyes. She was right. She wasn't a mere female at all. Killian knew a lot of women were empty-headed ninnies, thinking of nothing but their next gown or social gathering, but not this one. He had the feeling she would be a match for him in any intellectual task.
"You'd better go inside before they find you missing or you freeze to death," he said gently. "Goenacht, Fruken Van Sant."
She hesitated for a moment, as if she was waiting for something. He realised that she expected him to try to kiss her again, and he wanted to, there was no doubt about that. It would definitely be a bad idea. The darkness, the moonlight, the stillness all around them would have been a potent mixture, designed to lure them to madness. Killian didn't trust himself not to take advantage of her innocence, so he stood still, not moving so much as a muscle. When she saw that he was waiting for her to leave, she turned and headed for the back door. She disappeared inside with one last look of confusion thrown his way. Killian shook his head and let out a long sigh. Never had he been so tempted by an untouchable before, but too much was at stake. He couldn't afford to ruin his future by acting unwisely. For once in his life, he was going to do everything right. Jess was extremely angry with herself, but there was no denying she was bitterly disappointed that Mr. Kinross hadn't tried to kiss her in the darkness. It was the perfect opportunity, and for once she was charitably disposed towards him after his earlier fair treatment of her. Yet he had done nothing. Why? He really was the most contrary creature. It irritated her that it should matter, but she had longed for his touch. She sensed that here was a man who didn't look down on her, despite his constant teasing. Knowing someone valued her as a person, not a chattel, was a powerful aphrodisiac. Had he kissed her tonight, she would have returned his caress in full measure. She raised her fingers to her lips, which tingled at the thought. Not that she knew how. She had only ever been kissed twice before by Carl, who had managed to pull her into a dark corner on a couple of occasions. He just planted his lips on hers, then tried to grab her behind. She had submitted to the kissing part, but pushed his questing hands firmly away from any other part of her anatomy, not wanting to be thought fast. "But we're as good as betrothed," he had whispered in a throaty voice that had scared her somewhat. "No one will think the worse of us." "Nevertheless, I would prefer it if you didn't do that," she told him firmly, dancing out of his way. "Oh, I see Mrs. Forbes looking for me. I must go." That last had been a lie, since no one could be seen from where they were standing, but he hadn't protested further and allowed her to leave. That was the last time she saw him before her banishment. Had she perhaps offended him with her reluctance? Surely not, and besides, she knew well enough whose fault it was that Carl's interest in her had come to an end. The blame lay squarely with her stepfather. She returned to her earlier train of thought. Kinross's kisses were different. They sent shockwaves through her system, even though he had never tried to touch her in any other way. Jess wondered why that should be so. It was a mystery, and one she obviously wasn't going to solve tonight. With a sigh, she took herself off to bed. Chapter 15. A month passed, during which Killian had several discussions with both Ferguson and Campbell. It was decided that he was definitely going on the voyage to China as assistant supercargo. Although he would have to work hard during the journey, he would be given the opportunity to learn everything Campbell had to teach him. It seemed like a fair deal to Killian, but after his initial enthusiasm for the idea, Ferguson began to have cold feet. He tried to withdraw his consent, but fortunately Campbell put a stop to that the moment he realised what was happening. This made Ferguson even grumpier, since he disliked being thwarted in any way, but Killian didn't care. "It's almost too good an opportunity," Ferguson grumbled whenever the subject came up. It was as though he was jealous of Killian's freedom to go on such a voyage. He glowered from under his wild eyebrows like an angry badger that had been cornered and didn't know how to escape the trap. "I had only just got used to having a second pair of hands here in the office," was another of his complaints. "Now home will be run off his feet again. I suppose I'll have to pay someone else to take over your duties. More money spent, which I can ill afford." This last statement was patently false, since Killian had seen several fat pouches of silver in the strongbox. He didn't say anything, however, just exchanged a look with Holm behind Ferguson's back. The Swede had been very pleased for him, and commended him on his quick thinking in asking Campbell for employment.
"You could do worse," had been Holmes' comment, which for him was praise indeed. "If I wasn't too old, I'd join you."
He raised his eyes heavenward now as if praying for patience while Ferguson ranted on, but remained silent as well.
"I expect you to do your utmost to further my interests," Ferguson continued. "If you think you're going to profit mightily from this yourself, then think again. Your share will be moderate, but then you're learning so much which will be compensation enough, I should think. You'll have to use most of your peccatile on my account, of course. I am, after all, the one allowing you leave to go, so try to spot some good bargains."
Killian swore to himself that Ferguson would only ever see a very small percentage of any profit he made on his own trade goods. He was determined to maximise this. In order to find out the best goods to bring, he talked to anyone who had ever had anything to do with China trade. Hull made a few suggestions as well. In the end, he decided to buy finely wrought clocks, binoculars and other mechanical things. Apparently the Chinese liked those. He also bought some delicate silver and gold snuff boxes, which he was told were highly valued, and he very much hoped this was right. Killian asked Campbell not to mention that he wanted to be an investor himself.
"My grandfather might not want it known," he told him.
The reminder of the connection with Lord Rosyth worked wonders. Campbell promised not to tell a soul, least of all Ferguson, whom he didn't seem to like very much. The only other person to whom Killian revealed his plans was Captain Craig, who had returned yet again.
"And I'm sorry to leave you to do everything yourself for so long. Will you be able to carry on trading while I'm gone?"
he added.
"Of course, I'll continue as we have begun."
Craig didn't seem fazed.
"There should be a tidy sum waiting for you when you return. Everything's been running smoothly so far, and there's no reason there should be any problems. Don't you worry about a thing. Your money and your ship will be safe with me."
"And you won't tell anyone it's mine, unless I don't come back?"
"I swear to keep it a secret, if that's what you want."
"Good. I'll draw up a will to say you're to have half the value of it in the event of my death. The other half I want paid to my grandfather, just to show the old crosspatch I'm not the wastrel he thinks I am." Craig chuckled.
"Wouldn't that surprise him, eh? I'll see it's done, never fear, but I pray you'll return safely so it won't be necessary."
Killian was grateful to have such a stalwart ally, and was sure the captain could be trusted. The Lady Madeline would be in safe hands. Having realised how much more profit could be made from investing in the China trade, however, he set about trying to increase his present capital as much as he could. He began to play for much higher stakes when he gambled. Soon his reputation increased to the point where even some of the young Swedish noblemen in town sought him out. One such came marching into the White Hart one evening and headed straight for Killian's table.
"I hear you don't play like your penny-pinching countrymen,"
the man said by way of introduction, and sat down without so much as a by your leave.
"That's if you're Kinross, of course."
The man had addressed him in Swedish, and fortunately Killian had now reached a stage where he could understand most things. Although his grammar and pronunciation still weren't perfect, he had no trouble joining in a normal conversation. Annoyance at the slur on his countrymen made him clench his jaw, but he decided against commenting.
"That's right, I am."
Killian looked the man up and down, and didn't much like what he saw. Tall and fairly good-looking, the Swede had an air of petulance and arrogance that grated. He raised Killian's hackles from the outset. He wore a coat of crimson brocade decorated with an enormous number of gold buttons. They must have cost a small fortune, and his silver shoe buckles were much larger than necessary. Killian decided the man obviously had more money than sense, which was all to the good. Such men were usually careless in the extreme, and therefore precisely the right sort to gamble with. With this in mind, Killian bowed and asked politely,
"And you are?"
"Carl Adelsteen." The name rang a bell, and Killian soon realised who the man was, none other than Miss Van Sant's former suitor. He regarded Adelsteen more critically, wondering what she'd seen in such an oaf. He had to admit that to a woman he might seem like a good catch, and his social standing probably had a lot to do with it as well. Still, he was surprised that Miss Van Sant should have fallen for Adelsteen. Perhaps he had never shown her anything but his most charming manner, which was clearly not the case this evening.
"I'm pleased to make your acquaintance," Killian lied. "And do I take it you want to play a game of dice with me? Or do you perhaps prefer cards?"
"Cards. Dice are for sailors and other scum."
Killian raised his eyebrows at such rudeness, but didn't comment. Adelsteen looked around at Killian's companions. They happened to be James McAvoy and Graham Fraser, just like on his first night in Sweden.
"What about you? You want to play too?"
Adelsteen asked them.
They both shook their heads.
"No, he cleaned us out yesterday. We'll have to wait until next payday now."
Killian swore inwardly. He didn't need anyone advertising his luck any more than it was already. Fortunately, Adelsteen didn't seem put off by this statement at all. He only guffawed as if he thought it a great joke.
"Well, what are you waiting for? Call for a new deck of cards, Kinross."
Killian did so, and their game began. He was pleased Adelsteen had chosen cards rather than dice. That meant he would be able to use cunning and his good memory instead of just relying on Lady Luck. At first, he was careful not to wager too much. He wanted to lull Adelsteen into a false sense of security. He ordered wine and gave the young nobleman the lion's share. The Swede didn't notice, he was so intent on their game. His face, a bit puffy from constant overindulgence of all things culinary, became flushed with the heat of the room and his intense concentration. When he started to lose steadily, it turned ever more puce.
"Damn it all, man! You can't possibly have such luck!" he exclaimed at one point.
Killian shrugged.
"Not always, no. Would you rather we continued the game some other time?
I really ought to be going anyway."
He didn't point out that some of Adelstein's ill-judged choices during the game were more to blame for his losses than any luck on Killian's part. Adelsteen glared at him.
"Oh no, you can't leave yet. You're staying until I've had a chance to win that little pile back."
He indicated the mound of silver coins currently lying next to Killian.
"Very well, as you wish."
He played a few careless hands, allowing Adelsteen to win back a little of the silver he had lost. Then he concentrated hard and won it all back and much more besides. When the tap room was almost empty of customers, Adelsteen slapped his cards down onto the table with a bellow of frustration. He stood up, swaying slightly.
"Devil take it!" he swore. "It's obviously not my evening, but I'll have my revenge another time. You'll not deny me another game?"
"Of course not,"
Killian replied.
"I'm here most nights, and I'd be happy to play whenever you wish."
"Then I'd best go home and do the pretty to my wife, so she comes up with some more of her family's riches," Adelsteen sneered. "Only thing she's good for at the moment, in her condition."
From this comment, Killian gathered that Mrs. Adelsteen was with child, and her only function, in her husband's opinion, was to breed heirs and share her fortune. Such free speaking about a wife the man should have cherished gave Killian even more of disgust of Adelsteen than he already felt. He pitied the poor woman, and could only be grateful on Miss Van Sant's behalf that she had escaped such a fate.
"I look forward to seeing you another time, then,"
he said, accompanying this lie with a smile. He waited until Adelstain had weaved his unsteady way out of the door before gathering up his winnings. McAvoy, who was the only one to have stayed and watched the entire game, puffed out his cheeks and shook his head.
"What an arse,"
he said succinctly.
"I'm surprised you managed to keep your temper with him. I would have punched him on the nose halfway through the evening, if not before."
Killian grinned.
"I think I've hurt him much worse by taking all his silver. My guess is he'll be out of pocket for quite a while now. To have to go crawling to his wife for more will annoy him no end."
McAvoy laughed and slapped him on the back.
"Aye, you're probably right about that."
He raised an arm to wave at Murdoch, who was yawning hugely, waiting for them to leave. As always, the innkeeper was reluctant to lose even a penny of possible earnings. "Landlord, a drink to celebrate my friend's wisdom here, if you please."
"Have you ever been to Sweden, Alan?"
Farquhar was sitting in the darkest corner of a rather seedy tavern with his spy. He'd made sure they were nowhere near anyone who could overhear their conversation. This was essential for what he had to say. He'd even gone so far as to wear a wig to make sure his ruddy hair wasn't noticed, although it wasn't such a violent shade of red that it stood out unduly.
"Sweden, Mr. Kinross? No, I don't think as I have. Why would I want to go there?"
"Because it might be worth your while."
Farquhar paused while this sank in, and understanding dawned on his companion.
"Ah, of course. Lovely country, so I hear,"
Alan said with a grin.
"Indeed. And if you're willing to travel there, I have a little job for you. Could be worth a tidy sum."
Farquhar put his hand in his pocket and clinked a few coins together for emphasis. Alan's eyes lit up with greed.
"Any time, Mr. Kinross. I'm at your disposal, you know that. What would you have me do?"
"The thing is, my cousin Killian seems to have taken up residence over there, and I quite like not having him around. Edinburgh is a much more peaceful place without him. I'd be even happier if Sweden should become his final destination, if you take my meaning."
Farquhar stared at Alan to see whether the man would balk at murder. He had made it his business to find out if there were any rumours of Alan having a hand in such things before. This had proved the case, so he was confident it wouldn't be the first time the man had done away with someone.
"Oh, aye. I see what you mean. Accidents happen, right? Especially on foreign soil. Never can trust foreigners now, can ye? Bunch of heathens."
"Precisely my point. I'm glad we understand each other."
Farquhar extracted a money pouch from his pocket and held it out to the man.
"My cousin can be found in the town of Gothenburg. From what I hear, it's not very large, so he shouldn't be too hard to locate. Here is half the sum I'm willing to pay you for your services, plus expenses for the journey. The other half will be yours when the deed is done."
"Fair enough."
Alan pocketed the money with almost indecent haste.
"I'll set about finding a ship then."
"Very good. And, Alan?"
"Yes, Mr. Kinross?"
"You will be discreet, won't you? I don't want there to be any suspicious circumstances, you hear?"
Alan shook his head.
"You can trust me. Won't no one be any the wiser, I swear."
"Good. On your way then, and report back to me as soon as you can."
Farquhar watched as the man threaded his way through the tables towards the door and left without a backward glance. He had never taken quite such a drastic step before, and a trickle of perspiration ran down his back as fear settled like a hard lump in the pit of his stomach. To his surprise, he also felt a measure of regret. Somehow he'd always hoped Cillian would solve the problem for him by dying young, like his brothers. With the kind of life he led, it had seemed more than likely, but now Farker couldn't wait any longer. He hardened his resolve. This was no time for doubts. Cillian had to be got rid of, and like Alan had said, accidents happened.
"You're turning maudlin, man,"
he muttered to himself. That wouldn't get him anywhere. No, the time had come for decisive action, and there was no turning back now.
Jess! Yes, I mean, where are you?
Hearing her mother calling from the upstairs landing, Jess came hurrying out of the kitchen. She had been helping the cook to prepare a list of provisions needed from the market the following day. "I'm here. Is something the matter?"
James is still unwell and seems to be taking a turn for the worse. Could you send someone to fetch the apothecary, please? Tell them to hurry. James is as flushed as if he'd been in the fire and needs a physic of some sort.
Katrina was wringing her hands, her forehead creased with worry lines and her pale blue eyes frantic. "Oh, dear. Yes, right away, Murder." Jess swallowed a sigh of impatience. Katrina fretted at the slightest sign of illness in her two younger children, having lost 3 of Jess's siblings at an early age. This was probably yet another instance of her worrying about nothing. However, she knew there wouldn't be any peace until Katrina had been reassured by a professional that James was not suffering from any fatal disease. Jess sent a maid out with instructions to bring the apothecary back at once. Then she made her way upstairs to try and keep her mother calm in the meantime. The 2 little boys shared the nursery, and when Jess came through the door, she could see it was in chaos. Ramsay was sitting in the middle of his bed howling, while a harassed maid ran back and forth doing Katrina's bidding. Katrina herself was holding little James. The poor mite was flushed in the face and trying to cry in between bouts of coughing. Twin rivers of mucus ran down from his nose into his mouth. He wasn't a pretty sight. "Shall I take him for a while, Mamma?" Jess never minded helping out in the nursery. She had come to love James as much as she adored Ramsay, and normally the youngster came to her quite willingly.
"No, he won't go to anyone but me. Could you see to Ramsay, do you think? He simply won't stop crying. And where's Mrs. Forbes when I need her?"
"I'll go and find out." Jess picked Ramsay up and began to croon softly to him, rocking him as she walked out of the room in search of her companion. He too was full of the cold, sneezing and coughing repeatedly, but he clung to her and calmed down slightly. Jess sighed. It looked like it was going to be a long night. She found Mrs. Forbes coming up the stairs with a tray of hot drinks and all manner of other things that had obviously been ordered by Katrina. "Mamma is asking for you," Jess told her. "She's in a bit of a panic."
"Aye, don't I know it?" Mrs. Forbes muttered darkly. "Nothing new there, and I'm coming as fast as I can."
"Yes, I'm sure you are. I think I'll take Ramsay to my room. He'll never get any sleep otherwise. The apothecary should be on his way."
"Fine, you do that."
Ramsay soon settled down when tucked into Jess's own bed. He listened with drooping eyelids to the beginning of a story while she undressed and combed out her hair. Long before the end of the tale, he was sound asleep. She lay down next to him, listening to the sounds of footsteps coming and going in the corridor outside her room. Ramsay was snoring, his blocked nose hindering his breathing, but Jess didn't think he was seriously ill as his forehead wasn't very hot. She prayed all would be well with little James too. The boy seemed particularly prone to disease, which was probably why Katrina fretted over him so. Jess knew her mother would be devastated if anything happened to either boy. It wasn't something she wanted to even contemplate either, but she was afraid James wasn't very strong. "Please, dear God, spare him," she prayed. "He is so small and innocent." She dozed off, but was woken some time later by Ramsay coughing as if his little lungs were going to burst. A series of short, hacking coughs came first. Then a long, deeply indrawn breath which made a strange whooping noise. Finally more coughing until he gagged. "Dear, oh dear, Ramsay." She sat him up and made him bend forward in order to ease his breathing, while massaging his back with soothing motions. "What are we going to do with you?" He began to cry, muttering about his tummy hurting, which was no wonder, she thought. He was probably using all his stomach muscles to help him cough, and it was hard work for such a small body. She stroked his silky dark hair and pulled him close to comfort him. "I'll tell you what. Shall I get you some warm milk with honey? Would you like that? It might soothe your throat and make you go back to sleep again." "Yes, please." "Right. Well, you lie down again, and I'll be back as soon as I can." She put her own pillow under his in order to raise him up a little. She knew that helped when someone was suffering with a cough. Then she tucked the covers securely around him and kissed his soft cheek. "All right?" He nodded, looking tired and worn in the moonlight, and she wrapped her shawl around her and hurried off towards the kitchen. Ramsay was a strong little boy. Although she was fairly sure now that he was suffering from whooping cough, she wasn't too worried about him. James was a different matter. How was a tiny body such as his going to withstand that sort of coughing? She remembered having the disease herself as an 8-year-old. It had lasted for weeks and quite exhausted her. She shook her head and tried not to think about it. For now, all she could do was look after Ramsay until morning. Chapter 16. In the darkness of the early December morning, Killian made his way to the warehouse as usual. The weather had turned freezing in the last week, and the fresh-smelling air was so cold it hurt the back of his throat if he breathed in too quickly. Huge flakes of snow swirled all around him. They blanketed the ground in a thick, lustrous layer that felt soft to walk on and made the normally dirty cobbles look pristine. He huddled into his woolen cloak and felt grateful for the thick knitted sweater which Mrs. Young had persuaded him to accept as a gift. She spent a lot of time making them for local fishermen and their families. When she saw him huddling by his tile stove every evening, with a plaid around his shoulders, she decided to give her latest one to him instead. "You'll catch your death if you're not properly dressed here," she told him sternly. "I'm wearing several layers of clothing, Mrs. Young, just like I would in the Highlands." But somehow it had never felt quite this cold in Scotland. Perhaps it was because Gothenburg was on the coast, and there was a constant sea breeze, or because Sweden was slightly further north. In any case, the scratchy woolen garment which he'd hidden under his jacket was a godsend. He opened the door to the warehouse with hands that were frozen, despite the gloves he was wearing. Almost immediately he became aware of raised voices once again, and frowned at the sight of Miss Van Sant's maid standing by the bottom of the stairs. The girl was fidgeting and staring at the floor, obviously anxious. He ignored her and quickly made his way up to the office, determined to make himself known this time. As he stepped inside, he found Ferguson bellowing at the top of his voice at a defiant-looking, but very pale, Miss Van Sant. Her stepfather was almost incandescent with rage, his dark hair standing on end as if he'd been tearing at it with his fingers, and the deep-set eyes scorching. Holmes stood by the window, trying his best to be inconspicuous, his thin frame almost blending in with the surroundings. The Swede's pale gaze, however, was lit up with concern, and his forehead creased.
And furthermore, you should be at home helping your mother, who's at her wit's end with the boy so ill. Not gallivanting about in the darkness on your own and poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I warned you about this before and you knew the consequences. Now go and pack your bags. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning.
Killian looked from one face to another, wondering whether to announce his presence or not, but just then Ferguson caught sight of him.
Ah, Kinross, there you are. My stepdaughter was just leaving. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to escort her and her maid back to my house. And make sure she doesn't take any detours, won't you?
He added.
I'm afraid I have some matters to sort out here this morning before a meeting with Mr. Campbell, or I'd see to it myself.
Yes, of course.
Killian held open the door for Miss Van Sant, and she stepped past him without saying a word, her head held high and cheeks burning. She threw her stepfather a look of loathing before descending the stairs, but he had turned away and didn't notice. Killian saw Holmes shake his head at her, and wondered what was going on. This was not the time for questions, however, so he said nothing. Instead, he concentrated on whisking Miss Van Sant away from the warehouse. Once outside, he offered her his arm as any polite gentleman would, and they set off towards her home. The maid followed without a word, trailing a few yards behind them out of earshot. Miss Van Sant was still in a temper and seemed reluctant to accept his help at first. In the end, she placed her gloved hand on his sleeve, a mere touching of fingers to cloth. But when she nearly slipped on an icy patch, her grip became firmer, and she took his arm properly.
Careful, Miss Van Sant. The snow hides those treacherous pockets of ice,
he warned, judging it safe to speak by now, although he kept his voice low so that there was no possibility of the maid overhearing.
I know, but they're not as treacherous as some people I could mention, she muttered, her jaws set in a stubborn line. Possibly, but I thought we agreed you wouldn't come to the warehouse again. May I ask why you did so this morning?
She stayed silent for a moment, and he wondered if she was going to refuse to reply. Then she sighed, and it all came pouring out.
Very well. I know it was ill-judged of me, and I shouldn't have done it, but I acted on pure impulse. I found something last night, you see, and I couldn't wait to tell Albert. Since both my little brothers are ill and the house in an uproar, it was really easy to slip out for a while. Especially now Mrs. Forbes is poorly as well and no one was paying attention to me. How was I supposed to know my stepfather would leave home when my mother is so distraught? He usually tries to comfort her, but of course I didn't know about his important meeting. He caught me in the office and... well, you saw the rest. Did he find you talking to Mr. Home?
No. Luckily, Albert had popped downstairs for a moment. I was looking through one of the ledgers on his desk, just to pass the time, you know. I wanted to check whether I could still remember how to do the sums and so on, as my father taught me. Robert thought I was snooping.
I see. And if he really does have something to hide, then I can understand his anger at finding you there.
Oh, but that's just it. He does. Last night I was looking after Ramsay, and he started to cough a lot suddenly, waking us both. I went downstairs to make him a hot drink, and when I passed Robert's study, the door was open. He must have forgotten to close it when he went upstairs. Well, with my mother in the state she's in, it's no wonder if he had to leave his work in a hurry.
That bad, is it?
Yes. My brothers are very ill with the whooping cough. Poor Ramsay is coughing his lungs out, and as for James, well, he's in a bad way, and I'm very afraid for him. She paused to wipe away a few sudden tears, then took a deep breath. Anyway, I could see Robert had left his desk in disarray, which is very unusual for him. You must know how tidy he is, and there were papers strewn everywhere. I went in and had a very quick look around. Would you believe it? Right in the middle of his desk there was a letter from Anders Milner, the magistrate, assuring Robert that he'd never tell a soul. Killian asked,
Tell us all what, exactly?
Well, he didn't say, only that Robert had no need to remind him of his obligations. And as long as Robert kept his part of the bargain, he could count on Mr. Milner's discretion. I had the feeling he wasn't best pleased to be reminded. The tone was waspish, if you know what I mean.
Interesting. That would fit in well with my blackmail theory.
Blackmail? You think Robert has a hold on Mr. Milner somehow? She stopped and stared at him. Killian nodded.
Yes.
Mr. Holm told me Milner is known as an honest man, and he's been a friend of your family for a long time.
Therefore, the only way he would do you harm would be if he was being coerced. At least, that's how I see it.
I'm sure you're right. That does make sense. They walked on in contemplative silence for a while. Then Killian asked,
Did you have a chance to tell Mr. Holm then?
Only that I'd found something, but not what it was. He thought he heard a noise, so he went to check, and then Robert arrived. Wretched man.
Don't worry, I'll talk to Mr. Holm as soon as I can.
Thank you. She sighed deeply. I wanted to ask Albert about something else too, but now it's too late. I've been thinking about this East India venture you're going on.
Oh yes? What about it?
I wondered if he could somehow get his hands on the same sum as my dowry, so I could invest it. I know my stepfather would never consider that, but I thought it was too good an opportunity to miss. It's probably the only way I'd ever increase my money and my chances of a good marriage.
Sounds reasonable to me, but I don't quite know how Mr. Holm would manage that without someone noticing.
No, nor I. But could you possibly ask him for me? There might be some way. She stopped again and raised hopeful eyes to his. Please? At least then I'll know I've tried.
I don't see why not. Leave it with me.
You're very kind. Her expression turned bleak. Not that I'll have much use for money where I'm going.
And where exactly is that? You were told to pack, I heard, so I assume it's a fair way off.
He's taking me to Askeberia again, where I'll probably be staying for a long time. Forever, maybe. Her tone was bitter, and she strode along the road rather than walking with ladylike steps, showing Killian just how agitated she was.
What or where is Askeberia? He asked.
It's our manor house in Småland, a county quite a way inland from here. You remember I told you I was sent away once before, after Mr. Adelstein proposed to me? Well, that's where I was, and it's a lovely place, but I really don't want to spend the rest of my life there all alone.
She snorted.
To think I always thought it would be mine. But Robert owns it now, of course, just like everything else.
And are you really a virtual prisoner when you're there? I mean, couldn't you just leave if you wanted to?
I suppose so, but where would I go? By myself and with no money. And Mrs. Forbes will be with me again, I'm sure. She won't be very pleased about going back either. She hates it there. Although perhaps when she's ill, she'll be spared for a while. They had reached the Ferguson dwelling, and she turned on the steps and hesitated for a moment. Thank you for bringing me home and for promising to speak to Albert on my behalf. I don't suppose I shall see you again, at least for some time, so I wish you luck with your journey to China. Killian frowned, wanting to comfort her in some way, but he couldn't think of anything useful to say, and with the maid now standing nearby, he could do nothing except bow to her.
Thank you. I hope your banishment will be short. She gave a brittle laugh.
Not much chance of that. Aye, Mr. Kinross. Jess ran all the way to her room and threw herself onto her bed. She wanted to cry, but the tears were as frozen inside her as the weather outside. All she could manage were strangled cries of anger as she beat her pillow with her fists in frustration. She had been so sure Robert wouldn't go out on a day like this when he was needed at home. Ramsay had been asleep at long last, and she hadn't thought anyone would notice if she slipped out for a very short while. How was she to know Robert had a meeting with Mr. Campbell that couldn't be postponed? Although she should have realised he wouldn't let his family stand in the way of any plans he'd made. Hateful, hateful man! She hit the pillow again several times, wishing it was Robert's angry face she was punching. The sound of someone calling her name intruded on her furious thoughts, and she hurried to answer her mother. "Yes, Murder, I'm coming." She took a deep breath and made her way to the sick room. It was boiling hot since the fire was kept going at all times. Both boys were lying tucked up in their beds, flushed with fever and coughing intermittently. Matters were definitely serious, and her mother had been right to worry for once. James's coughing bouts all ended with the same long, drawn-out whooping noise that Ramsay made. Several times he vomited afterwards. Katrina was kneeling by his side, trying to make him drink something, but he just turned his face away and whimpered. Katrina looked at Jess, her eyes red-rimmed and dark with despair. "There you are! I've been calling you for ages! Please, will you try to make Ramsay take some broth? He simply refuses to listen to me, and I can't leave James for very long at the moment." Jess did her best and managed to persuade her brother to take a few spoonfuls. He seemed listless and inclined to sleep in between the bouts of coughing, so she left him alone after a while. "Mother," she began, wondering how to break the news to her mother that she was leaving the following day. I had a slight disagreement with Robert this morning, and, well, he's taking me to Ascaberia tomorrow. Unless you could ask him to let me stay and help you with the boys," she added hopefully. "What? Oh, no! What have you done this time? Didn't I tell you to be respectful to him? Really, Jessamine, you must learn when to keep quiet. And why now? I need you, you know that." "Well, then tell him he can't send me away. I haven't done anything wrong. I only went to see Albert. He was Papa's friend, you know that. Where's the harm in talking to him?" "You went out all alone? Today of all days?" "I took a maid with me, of course." "Yes, but why now? This was not the time, Jess. I'm not surprised Robert is angry with you." Jess had to acknowledge that her mother was right, although she didn't tell her Robert had other reasons for being cross. She simply hadn't thought it through. The discovery of the letter had made her act on impulse, but she knew now she'd been very foolish. She hung her head. Katrina sighed. "I'll speak to him, but if he's in one of his moods, I doubt I'll be able to sway him. Honestly, Jess, as if I don't have enough to worry about." Jess wanted to argue her case, but she could see that Katrina's thoughts were all for the little boys at the moment, which was understandable. She thought that the best thing she could do was to go quietly and leave her mother to concentrate on the two patients. She couldn't expect Katrina to help her at the moment. Perhaps when the boys were better again, she would persuade Robert to allow Jess to come back. Swallowing down a lump in her throat, she went to begin her packing. Killian was surprised to receive a summons to the Ferguson household later that day. When ushered into his employer's study, he could see immediately that the man was still agitated.
Thank you for coming, Kinross. I have a favour to ask of you, and I wanted to do it in person." "I'd be pleased to help. What can I do for you?" "Well, it concerns my stepdaughter."
Ferguson hesitated for a moment, as if he wasn't sure how to phrase his request.
She and I... well, In short, we're not on the best of terms, and I've had enough of her misbehaving recently, as you probably gathered this morning.
Killian nodded, but didn't comment.
Jessamine needs to be taught a lesson, Ferguson continued. I've decided to send her to my manor house in Smollen to rusticate for a while with Mrs. Forbes. I was going to take them myself, but the apothecary's just been here. He tells us our little boys are suffering from whooping cough, which can be dangerous to the very young. Naturally, my wife and I are both very concerned, and I simply can't leave her at this time.
I'm sorry to hear that, Killian said, feeling sad for Mrs. Ferguson. But don't you need Miss Van Sant's help then in caring for her brothers?
Ferguson snorted. Hardly. She's no help at all. In fact, she just makes my wife cross and gets in the way. No, I want her out of here, and that's why I would like to ask you to go with the ladies tomorrow, if you wouldn't mind. I don't want them to travel without a male escort, just in case anything should happen, although the coachman is capable enough in his own way. It's quite far, so of course you're welcome to stay for a day or so to recover before making the return journey.
I'd be happy to. At what time do we leave?
As soon as it's light. Can you manage that? Certainly, I'll be here. Thank you, that's a weight off my mind. I shan't forget.
Killian left the house, wondering why Ferguson was so desperate to have Miss Van Sant out of the way. Perhaps his intrigues weren't going as well as he had hoped. Or maybe what he perceived as her snooping had shaken the man's composure. Either way, Killian was looking forward to spending some extra time with Miss Van Sant. He had a feeling he wouldn't be bored at any rate.
You're going to Smolland, did you say? In this weather? You'll be frozen stiff before you're even halfway.
Mrs. Jung had brought his supper and found him packing a few necessities.
Nevertheless, Fru Jung, I have to go. My employer has asked me to, so I can't very well refuse. What do you suggest? Should I bring some extra blankets, perhaps? Or my eider-down bolster?
She stopped to consider. Then a smile spread over her face.
No, I have the very thing for you.
She bustled out of the room and came back carrying what looked like a huge brown animal.
Here we are. This belonged to my late husband. A big brute of a man he was, but that's all to the good. If this doesn't keep you warm, nothing will.
She shook out a fur coat of enormous proportions, large enough to fit 2 grown men. Killian couldn't help but wonder exactly how big her husband had been.
What kind of fur is that?
He asked, eyeing the garment and trying not to cough while dust motes danced all around them.
Bear, as warm as they come. Take it, you can have it with my blessing.
Mrs. Jung had developed a soft spot for her young lodger and treated him like a hen would her only chick. Having missed out on motherly affection for so long, Killian quite enjoyed it, and so he never discouraged her.
I can't just take it. I'll pay you for it, he said.
No need. I insist. Well, pay me when you come back then, there's no hurry. Only promise me you'll wear this tomorrow. I won't rest easy. Wouldn't want you to catch pneumonia.
Very well, I promise.
The following morning, when he saw the open carriage they were to travel in for the first stage of their journey, Killian was profoundly grateful for Mrs. Jung's kindness. He knew she had been right, and without the bare coat he would most definitely have frozen to death. Chapter 17. Smollen, southern Sweden. Mrs. Forbes was snoring loudly, her illness much worse. They had been travelling for 3 days now, starting off with a short boat journey up the Jutta River and then continuing overland in stages by sleigh. Their only stops were to eat and sleep. They had long since run out of topics of conversation, at least ones that could be discussed with Mrs. Forbes present. The old lady kept interrupting with complaints most of the time anyway, making it all but impossible to talk. By the third day, however, she felt so awful she was quiet at last, which was a blessing. Mrs. Forbes had suffered continued bouts of coughing ever since they left the inn that morning. Each one left her exhausted with the effort, which was probably why she'd fallen into a deep sleep. Jess could see her flushed face between the edges of her scarf and shawl. They were both wound round the woman's head and chin several times before disappearing into her tightly wrapped cloak. A blanket was draped over everything else, almost obliterating her from view. She didn't look like she'd wake for hours, if she even survived the ride. Pity for her jailer briefly swept through Jess, but then she remembered that Mrs. Forbes was in cahoots with Robert, and the pity was replaced by anger. Despite Jess's pleas, Mrs. Forbes had refused to try to change Robert's mind and allow them to stay, at least until the older woman was better.
If he's sending you away again, it's because you deserve it. The Lord knows I'd rather not go travelling at the moment, but on the other hand, I won't be sorry to leave for a while either. Could do with some peace and quiet. Your mother is a good woman, yes, but she drives everyone mad with her worrying and constant demands.
I'd say she was justified this time, Jess replied angrily. The boys both have the whooping cough, and that can be dangerous.
Only to newborns. The children will be fine.
Jess wasn't convinced, but she prayed Mrs. Forbes was right.
Doesn't look good, does she?
The lazy voice beside her reminded Jess that she wasn't alone with her companion this time. At least not yet. She turned to look at Mr. Kinross, whose arrival to escort them that first morning had surprised her. She found his face right next to her own as she peered across her shoulder at Mrs. Forbes. His nearness was disconcerting, but the sleigh they were travelling in was very narrow, so it wasn't as if the poor man could move over. Jess shifted slightly, but only succeeded in rubbing against him, which sent a frisson of awareness up her arm. Feeling oddly flustered, she replied to his question rather grumpily,
"No, she doesn't, but it's no more than she deserves."
One of the maids had told her that Mrs. Forbes had been the one who alerted Robert to Jess's absence the day he found her at the warehouse. That was another reason why Jess was out of charity with the woman. One eyebrow came up in quizzical fashion, and Jess stared at Mr. Kinross in fascination before realising this was probably rude of her.
"Saves us from her endless complaints, at least," he commented, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
"I suppose so," Jess replied. She tore her gaze away, unwilling to be drawn in by his charm. He may have treated her better than most men, trusting her with the secret of the East India venture and promising to speak to Albert on her behalf, but she still didn't quite trust him. He looked like another Carl, a handsome scoundrel preying on innocent women. No doubt he spouted glib words and drew them in with eyes that promised everything but delivered nothing. Of course, she had no proof this was the case, but the fact that Mr. Kinross was so good-looking had her convinced, not to mention the way he was forever teasing her. She glanced over at Mrs. Forbes again, then at the blur of snowy forest speeding past the sleigh. She shivered and tried to huddle further into her cloak. It was woefully inadequate, despite being covered by 2 shawls and a sheepskin rug over her legs. She cursed her stepfather's stinginess. He could well afford to buy her a fur-lined one if he wanted to, but he had refused. It was his fault entirely that her hands and feet were now beginning to go numb, and it was a good while since she had felt her cheeks. She wondered if she would ever be warm again.
"Are you cold?"
Mr. Kinross asked. Jess was about to deny this when a telltale shiver went through her. He smiled again, his eyes twinkling this time so that she found herself mesmerised against her will. They really were remarkable eyes, a clear cornflower blue and fringed with long lashes so dark they looked almost painted.
"We should share our body warmth,"
he said, so quietly she thought she had misheard him at first. "I beg your pardon?" He indicated the huge bearskin coat he was wearing.
"If you come inside here, we'll both be warmer."
"I couldn't possibly." Jess looked at him again to see if he was serious, but could see no sign of his usual teasing.
"Why not? It's one of the basic rules of survival, you know. Shared body heat is the second best thing for keeping warm. Here, come inside."
He undid the fastenings and opened the coat, making room for her to sit inside. "Mr. Kinross!" she protested. But before she knew what had happened, he had lifted her up as easily as if she weighed nothing at all and placed her next to him. Either he was very strong, or her body had been colder than she thought. Surprised, she could only muster a token resistance, and once she was enveloped in the bearskin, she no longer wanted to protest.
"Please, won't you call me Killian? We're in this together, so we should be on first-name terms, if you ask me."
"No, really, I don't think this is a good idea." Jess felt she ought to remonstrate with him, but the truth was that nothing could have tempted her away from the blessed warmth inside his coat. He pulled her nearer to his chest with one arm, while buttoning up the garment with the other, enclosing them both in its soft heat. Jess decided that a short warming-up session surely couldn't do any harm. There was no one to see her, after all.
"If you try to relax a little, you'll find yourself a lot less cold as well," he advised in an amused tone of voice.
Jess realised that she had been holding herself stiffly upright while arguing with her conscience. Now she saw that he'd been talking sense, and she gave in, tentatively leaning her head against his chest. His chin came to rest on top of her head, which felt oddly comforting. Her nose was the only thing sticking out of the top of his coat. For the first time in hours, she felt her body begin to thaw a little.